Chapter 351. The young sect master is about to refine the pill. Chapter 351. The young sect master is about to refine the pill. The shadowy figure paused for a moment before continuing.
A rumor has been spreading recently in the capital, saying that the young sect master of Jade Cauldron Sect, Shen Mo, is competing in alchemy against Elder Qingmu.
Both of them are refining the heavy water cold extreme pill. However, Shen Mo only has a single set of ingredients. Emperor Jing was momentarily stunned. A look of obvious surprise flashed across his face. He had already known about Shen Mo's arrival in the capital through his extensive intelligence network. However, this particular news still caught him off guard. On what basis could Shen Mo challenge a grandmaster of alchemy? Who gave him such courage?
Explain in detail.
Emperor Jing commanded. The shadowy figure nodded. Upon investigation, it turns out that neither Shen Mo nor Elder Qingmu had any intention of competing. However, the ninth elder of Tian's sect, Bai Tianyuan, secretly instigated the matter, while Wying Pavilion spread the news, rapidly fueling the notion that Shen Mo was challenging Elder Qingmu. Many in the capital now believe Shen Mo to be an arrogant fool who doesn't know his limits. In the process, his once glorious reputation for slaying countless demon clans has been completely overshadowed. Emperor Jing let out a silent chuckle.
I see. It seems Shen Mo has become an unwitting victim of this whole affair. This ninth elder of Tianhe sect is quite an interesting figure.
The shadowy figure nodded.
Your Majesty is wise. Continue. What other major events have occurred?
Emperor Jing waved his hand. The shadowy figure respectfully reported.
There is another incident. A tribute cloud ship from Qingxuan Sect was attacked by the Mad Blade Alliance while passing over Mo Prefecture. 2 nascent soul cultivators were killed, and a divine transformation cultivator was severely wounded. The tribute gifts were also stolen.
Qingxuan Sect is furious and has demanded that the Mad Blade Alliance hand over the perpetrators and return the tribute. However, the Mad Blade Alliance has denied any involvement. Tensions between the two sides are escalating towards war. Emperor Jing chuckled.
Was it really the Mad Blade Alliance?
The shadowy figure replied.
It is uncertain. The Mad Blade Alliance has always been loosely organized, and even their leader might not know who was responsible. Our agents have yet to uncover who orchestrated and carried out the attack.
Emperor Jing smiled indifferently.
Qingxuan Sect and the Mad Blade Alliance have held grudges for a long time. Even without this incident, a conflict between them was inevitable. There's no need to interfere. You may go. Yes.
The shadowy figure nodded and swiftly vanished. Emperor Jing smiled faintly.
With the Sword Sovereign's birthday banquet approaching, I suspect there will be no shortage of interesting developments.
After speaking, he continued gazing toward the south, standing motionless like a statue. It was unclear whether he was contemplating the legendary feats of his ancestors, who conquered the 8 desolations and annihilated countless demon clans, or envisioning his own grand ambitions for the future. With Wying Pavilion's aggressive publicity, the atmosphere in the capital grew increasingly heated. Many people were enthusiastically discussing the upcoming alchemy duel between Shen Mo and Elder Qingmu. Even those who had never heard of Shen Mo or Elder Qingmu before were compelled to learn more about the feud between them. As a result, their names became known to nearly everyone in the capital. Meanwhile, the Sword Sovereign's birthday banquet drew ever closer. From across the land, envoys from the 8 great sects began arriving one after another. Naturally, news of the rumored alchemy duel also reached their ears. Reactions varied. For example, the Snow Palace, located in the far north of the continent and rarely involving itself in worldly affairs, showed no interest in the matter whatsoever. Similarly, the Mad Blade Alliance, situated on the westernmost edge of the continent near the desert, had no idea who Shen Mo even was and thus had no reaction at all. On the other hand, groups like the Holy Spirit Sect and Wying Pavilion, both long-standing allies of the royal family and Elder Qingmu, openly disdained Shen Mo's actions. Meanwhile, Qingxuan Sect and Sea God Island were rather astonished. They could not understand why Shen Mo would choose to compete against a titan of alchemy. Was he digging his own grave? At Yunlai Tavern, the entire establishment had been fully booked by the Qingxuan Sect to accommodate visiting cultivators. This time, the Qingxuan Sect had sent a total of 20 cultivators to the capital. The ones leading the group were Hai Qiankun and Murong Yue. Not long after their arrival, they heard the shocking news that Shen Mo was going to compete in alchemy against Elder Qingmu.
What? Why would the young sect master compete with Elder Qingmu? This.
Hai Qiankun was momentarily stunned. Murong Yue frowned deeply.
That's not right. He's not that kind of person. Perhaps this is just a misunderstanding that got out of hand.
Elder Qingmu is a towering figure in the field of alchemy, a true grandmaster. Even if the young sect master has some skill in alchemy, there's no way he could compete with someone of that caliber.
Hai Qiankun said, furrowing his brows.
Where is Moore now? I want to see him.
Murong Yue asked.
It seems he's at the Tian Chamber of Commerce. Wait, I'll go with you.
Hai Qiankun said anxiously. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Tian Chamber of Commerce, where they met Zhou Minji. Recognizing them as cultivators from the Qingxuan Sect, Zhou Minji immediately showed them great respect. After a brief exchange, Zhou Minji shook his head.
I understand that you wish to see Taoist Shen, but unfortunately, he is at a crucial moment in his pill refinement, and no one can disturb him.
Hai Qiankun scratched his head.
I have a question. Since when did our young sect master become so close to Tianhe sect?
Murong Yue nodded in agreement.
Yes, as far as I know, there hasn't been much interaction between the Qingxuan Sect and Tianhe Sect.
Zhou Minji chuckled.
It seems Taoist Shen didn't tell you what happened before. Very well, let me explain everything in detail.
With that, Zhou Minji recounted how Shen Mo had obliterated a demonic fiend in Boyang City and slain a traitor of the Tian sect. Since he had personally witnessed the events, his narration was rich in detail, vividly capturing every moment. It was as if they had been transported to the scene themselves.
What, a demonic fiend?
Hai Qiankun shuddered, his plump body trembling visibly. Even Murong Yue couldn't hide the shock in her eyes.
I never thought that true demonic fiends actually existed in this world.
Zhou Minji sighed.
Our Tianhe sect has preserved some ancient records. I happen to enjoy reading, so I was able to piece together some clues from them. But aren't demons supposed to be unbelievably powerful? How did the young sect master manage to slay one?
Hai Qiankun asked, astonished. Zhou Minji shook his head.
That I do not know. He must have some hidden trump card.
The two of them couldn't help but show expressions of deep respect. Even demonic fiends, monstrous entities capable of corrupting the land itself, could be slain by Shen Mo. His strength was clearly extraordinary. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Murong Yue's eyes. A faint, proud smile appeared on her lips. After all, the Shen Mo they revered was her beloved. The three of them continued conversing for a while. Finally, Hai Qiankun cupped his hands.
Since that's the case, we won't disturb him any further. We'll take our leave for now.
Murong Yue lowered her voice.
Take good care of him.
Zhou Minji responded solemnly.
Rest assured, I can guarantee Taoist Shen's safety 100%. I have been standing guard outside the courtyard this entire time and haven't let a single person enter.
Just as the two of them turned to leave, they suddenly sensed a surge of powerful energy emanating from within the Tian Chamber of Commerce. A dense mist of water vapor began gathering from all directions. In just the blink of an eye, beads of moisture had already condensed on the surfaces of the furniture. Hai Qiankun, who was once the sect master of the Pill River sect and an expert in alchemy, immediately recognized this as a sign that a heaven-tier pill was about to take form. His eyes lit up and he immediately said,
President Zhou, seal off the Tian Chamber of Commerce. No one is to enter or leave. The young sect master is about to complete the pill.
Zhou Minji was overjoyed.
All right, I'll give the order at once.
Hai Qiankun and Murong Yue hurried to the entrance of the courtyard and stood guard. Murong Yue turned to Hai Qiankun.
Elder High, with such signs manifesting, can we be certain that the pill will be successfully refined?
Chapter 352. The Formation of Elder Qingmu's Pill, Congratulations from All Sides. Chapter 352. The Formation of Elder Qingmu's Pill, Congratulations from All Sides. Hai Qingxuan shook his head.
It's not set in stone yet, but there's at least an 80% chance of success.
I've heard that the heavy water extreme cold pill must be refined using a special flame, requiring an entire month of continuous refinement day and night. That's an immense test of spiritual power. No matter how extraordinary the young sect master's talent is, his total spiritual power wouldn't surpass other divine transformation cultivators by much.
Now, it all depends on whether the young sect master can endure it.
Murong Yue nodded slightly, her delicate brows still tightly furrowed. She knew that Shen Mo's spiritual power was undoubtedly greater than the average person's. However, Shen Mo harbored two eternal flames within his body. Those two flames constantly consumed his spiritual power. With such a rapid depletion rate, could Shen Mo truly hold out? At that moment, the two of them suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned toward the imperial city. A powerful surge of water spiritual energy was erupting from that direction. Vast amounts of water vapor from all directions were converging there.
That place is.
The two exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Patter patter. Zhou Minji hurried over, his expression somewhat grim.
That's the imperial city's myriad herb garden, the estate that Emperor Jing granted to Elder Qingmu and his disciples.
Hai Qingxuan's expression stiffened.
So, Elder Qingmu has succeeded.
Zhou Minji nodded.
It seems so. News should spread soon. Let's wait and see.
The three exchanged glances, a hint of anxiety in their hearts. Imperial City, Myriad Herb Garden. Bai Tianyuan and the ninth elder of the Tianhe sect stood before Elder Qingmu, their expressions filled with anticipation. Their eyes were fixed on the alchemy furnace, brimming with excitement and reverence.
Master!
Bai Tianyuan murmured. Elder Qingmu smiled.
It is done. Though I haven't refined the heavy water extreme cold pill in years, and my technique was a bit rusty, costing me 3 sets of ingredients, I've managed to succeed in the end.
The ninth elder of the Tianhe sect was ecstatic.
Good, good, good. As long as it's successful, that's all that matters. My grandson has been stuck at the peak of the core formation stage for years, lacking only the catalyst for a breakthrough. I believe that with this heavy water extreme cold pill, he will surely accumulate enough foundation to step into the nascent soul stage.
Elder Qingmu nodded with a gentle smile. Just then, a young attendant's voice rang from outside. Grandmaster, someone from the Shadowless Pavilion has arrived, bringing gifts to congratulate you on your successful pill refinement. Elder Qingmu asked calmly.
Who is it? The young master of the Shadowless Pavilion, Zhu Zi.
Bai Tianyuan immediately turned sharply and was about to rush outside in an instant. Elder Qingmu sternly reprimanded.
Stop! You have followed me in refining pills for over 40 years, yet you still act so impetuously.
Bai Tianyuan looked aggrieved. The ninth elder pulled him back. Master's pill refinement caused a significant phenomenon. The Shadowless Pavilion just happened to arrive first. Other major factions will surely come to pay their respects as well.
Junior brother, don't be impatient. If you rush out now, wouldn't that be beneath our status?
Bai Tianyuan suddenly realized.
Thank you for the reminder, senior brother.
Sure enough, a few breaths later, the young attendant's voice sounded again.
Grandmaster, more people have arrived. The Holy Spirit Sect, Qingxuan Sect, Sea God Island, and Great Snow Palace have all sent representatives bearing gifts to congratulate you on your success.
Elder Qingmu's face bore a faint, satisfied smile. At his level, he had already solidified his position at the pinnacle. Thus, what mattered most now was prestige. At the moment his pill was formed, the great sects had come to pay their respects. This was undoubtedly a grand display of his status.
Let's go!
Elder Qingmu slowly rose to his feet. The ninth elder whispered.
Junior brother, as a Tian sect elder, it would be inappropriate for me to show myself. You should assist master outside. Understood.
Bai Tianyuan nodded in comprehension. Immediately, he supported Elder Qingmu as they stepped out of the pavilion. At this very moment, the entrance of Myriad Herb Garden was already lined with numerous cultivators. Each one of them possessed at least a nascent soul cultivation. There was no shortage of divine transformation experts among them. Bai Tianyuan's gaze swept across the crowd and immediately landed on a woman dressed in black combat attire, her face partially concealed by a black veil. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The gathered cultivators cupped their hands and offered their congratulations. Congratulations to Elder Qingmu for once again refining a heaven-grade pill. Elder Qingmu was pleased, but he did not reveal it on his face. Instead, he maintained a faint smile.
It's nothing, just an old pill formula from the past. I haven't refined it in over 100 years, so it's hardly worth mentioning.
A divine transformation expert from the Holy Spirit sect laughed heartily.
Elder Qingmu is indeed a giant in the Tao of alchemy. Even after a century without refining this pill, he succeeds the moment he attempts it again. Indeed, Elder Qingmu's brilliance remains undiminished. I wonder if Elder Qingmu has any free time in the near future. Would you be willing to refine a pill for our great snow palace?
The various sect cultivators quickly voiced their requests. Elder Qingmu responded with a smile.
I am rather weary. I may need to rest for a year or two.
At that moment, a burst of laughter suddenly echoed from the back of the crowd.
Elder Qingmu truly is the pillar of our Jing nation. With Elder Qingmu here, I can rest easy.
Everyone was startled and turned toward the source of the voice. A golden, resplendent imperial carriage had arrived. 8 mighty dragon horses, clad in golden-scaled armor, neighed toward the sky, exuding an imposing presence. From the carriage, a majestic imperial aura spread outward, making it difficult for anyone to resist the urge to bow in reverence. The young herbal attendants of Myriad Herb Garden immediately dropped to their knees in salute. The cultivators from the Shadowless Pavilion, Holy Spirit Sect, Qingxuan Sect, Sea God Island, and Great Snow Palace also paid their respects. However, they were not subjects of the Jing Emperor, so a hand-over-heart salute sufficed. As for Elder Qingmu and his core disciples, only a respectful nod was required. This was a special privilege granted by the Jing Emperor himself.
Your Majesty, I never expected to trouble you with my humble affairs. I am deeply honored.
Elder Qingmu said, though his face was brimming with joy. The Jing Emperor rarely made public appearances, yet today he had come in person just to congratulate him on refining a heaven-grade pill. This was a tremendous boost to Elder Qingmu's prestige. The Jing Emperor gracefully leaped down from the imperial carriage, landing effortlessly. The cultivators watching couldn't help but feel a brief illusion, almost as if a true dragon had descended, taking human form. The fleeting vision quickly faded, and they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. They understood that this was the manifestation of a nation's fate embodied within its ruler. As the sovereign of the land, even if the Jing Emperor were an ordinary mortal, the power of the nation's destiny would safeguard him, making it nearly impossible for him to perish easily. With steady, commanding strides, the Jing Emperor approached, smiling.
What are you saying? Elder Qingmu, like Sword Sovereign, is the very foundation of our Jing nation. Now that Elder Qingmu has successfully refined another heaven-grade pill, I am overjoyed. How could I not come personally to offer my congratulations?
Elder Qingmu's smile grew even wider. The Sword Sovereign was the strongest cultivator in Jing nation. For the Emperor to compare him to the Sword Sovereign was an undeniable display of respect and status. Chapter 353. 353 Chapter 353. He is refining a pill even greater than the heavy water extreme cold pill 9 months ago. Chapter 353. He is refining a pill even greater than the heavy water extreme cold pill.
Many thanks for your Majesty's generous reward.
Elder Qingmu said, his voice trembling slightly as he attempted to bow. The Jing Emperor quickly stepped forward and helped him up.
There is no need for such formalities, Elder Qingmu. I still have state affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, we respectfully see your majesty off.
Elder Qingmu nodded. Bai Tianyuan and the herbal attendants all called out in unison.
Respectfully seeing off his majesty.
The Jing emperor boarded the dragon carriage, and the young eunuch driving it gave a loud command. The 8 golden-scaled dragon horses neighed and took to the skies, pulling the carriage toward the imperial palace. Bai Tianyuan felt immense satisfaction in his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle.
Master went through all 4 sets of medicinal ingredients, and now the pill has finally been completed. 5 great factions sent their people to congratulate him immediately, and even His Majesty personally came to offer his blessings. In contrast, that brat Shen Mo hasn't made a single move. I bet he already failed a long time ago and is just hiding in the guest courtyard of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, having Zhou Minji guard the entrance to keep others out. He's only stalling for time. He must have been hoping that Master would fail in his refinement as well.
Elder Qingmu replied indifferently.
Just an arrogant junior, not worth paying attention to. I'm going to rest now. Tianyuan, you see the guests out. Yes.
Bai Tianyuan nodded firmly. Just as Elder Qingmu was about to return to the pavilion, Zhu Zi suddenly felt something and sharply lifted her head, looking beyond the imperial city. A moment later, Elder Qingmu also sensed something, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he stared in the same direction. As a grandmaster in the Tao of alchemy, he was intimately familiar with the various phenomena that accompanied the successful formation of different pills. And when it came to heaven-grade pills, he understood their accompanying signs even more clearly. For example, the great refining god pill he frequently crafted would produce invisible energy waves upon completion, spreading in all directions. It would even strike at one's soul, causing a momentary blankness in the mind. Similarly, the heavy water extreme cold pill also followed a pattern. Upon formation, it would cause an immense surge of water vapor to condense from the surroundings, drawing an enormous amount of water spiritual energy. Just now, he had clearly felt a vast wave of water spiritual energy converging in that direction. That was undoubtedly a sign of pill formation. Moreover, the phenomenon was even more grand and imposing than when his own pill had formed. Elder Qingmu abruptly stood up, pointing toward the direction in question with a serious expression.
Where is that?
Bai Tianyuan, unaware of his master's change in demeanor, followed his gaze and laughed.
That's the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. That ignorant brat is staying in its guest courtyard. Master's eyes are truly sharp, spotting that brat's residence in one glance. Truly you are.
Before he could finish his sentence, Elder Qingmu sternly interrupted.
Silence!
Bai Tianyuan immediately shrank his neck, not daring to speak further. He had no idea why his master was suddenly so enraged.
That is...
Elder Qingmu's eyes widened as he sensed the spiritual energy shifting in the heavens and earth.
The boy you spoke of so dismissively, he is about to succeed in his refinement. What?
Bai Tianyuan froze in shock. The cultivators from the 5 great factions also faltered, all turning their eyes toward the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Bai Tianyuan immediately denied it.
Master, he's just an amateur. He only had a single set of medicinal ingredients. How could he possibly succeed on his first attempt?
You failed 3 times before finally succeeding. How could Shen Mo have such skill to refine it in one try?
Elder Qingmu took a deep breath.
We're going.
Bai Tianyuan looked confused.
Going where? To the Tian Chamber of Commerce.
Elder Qingmu said with a grave expression. Seeing Elder Qingmu react so intensely, Zhu Zi and the others were astonished and quickly followed. High above the imperial palace, the dragon carriage suddenly halted. The Jing emperor gazed toward the Tian Chamber of Commerce with furrowed brows.
Stop here, prepare plain robes. I will go and see for myself.
The young eunuch nodded.
Yes, your majesty.
By now, a considerable number of cultivators had gathered. Without exception, all of them were at least at the core formation stage or higher. At this level, cultivators could sense and connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making them more attuned to changes in their surroundings. That was why they had immediately noticed the massive condensation of water vapor over the Tian Chamber of Commerce. It had almost formed into rain clouds.
What on earth is happening inside the Tian Chamber of Commerce? Could someone be cultivating an extremely powerful water attribute technique? No, have you forgotten? That Shen Mo, who has been the talk of the city lately, is currently refining pills in the guest courtyard of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Right, I remember now, and he had the audacity to challenge Elder Qingmu. This phenomenon.
The cultivators were engaged in a heated discussion, with most unwilling to believe that Shen Mo was about to complete his refinement. Some tried to enter the Tian Chamber of Commerce using their personal connections, but they were firmly denied entry. As a result, more and more cultivators gathered at the entrance, all eager to find out what was happening. Just then, an exclamation rang out from the outer edges of the crowd.
Elder Qingmu, the Grandmaster of Alchemy himself has arrived. Not long ago, we saw water vapor gathering over Myriad Herb Garden in the Imperial City. That must have been when Elder Qingmu successfully refined the heavy water extreme cold pill. But why would Elder Qingmu come here? Did he also sense that Shen Mo is about to complete his pill? Look behind Elder Qingmu cultivators from the Shadowless Pavilion, Holy Spirit Sect, Qingxuan Sect, Sea God Island, and Great Snow Palace are all here.
The cultivators murmured in hushed voices, their expressions filled with astonishment. A moment ago, the origin of the strange phenomenon had still been uncertain. But now that even Elder Qingmu had personally arrived, the answer was clear. Shen Mo was about to complete his pill. Zhu Zi gazed at the darkening rain clouds, a flicker of emotion flashing across her beautiful face.
It must be complete.
But why?
The cultivators from Qingxuan Sect and Sea God Island exchanged glances, deeply shaken.
I never expected that the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect, already formidable in combat, would also possess such mastery in alchemy.
Indeed, it seems that allying with the Jade Cauldron Sect was the right decision after all.
The cultivators from the Holy Spirit Sect and Great Snow Palace also looked at each other in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. At that moment, the phenomenon in the sky shifted once more. The black clouds became even heavier. Then, with a deafening clap of thunder, a torrential downpour suddenly erupted. However, the rain fell solely within the grounds of the Tian Chamber of Commerce. Beyond its perimeter, the sky remained completely clear, with bright sunlight pouring down. The sight was utterly bizarre. It even drew the attention of many mortals. To them, such a scene was nothing short of divine intervention. And then, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted from within the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. A rich, ethereal fragrance spread through the air, filling the nostrils of everyone present. With just a single breath, they felt a profound sense of tranquility, as if they were drifting peacefully upon the ocean, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun. Elder Qingmu murmured,
It is done.
Chapter 354. As the Supreme Emperor, I cannot lower myself to recruit someone who opposes the court. Chapter 354. As the Supreme Emperor, I cannot lower myself to recruit someone who opposes the court. Bai Tianyuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing Elder Qingmu's voice.
Master, are you joking? The heavy water cold extreme pill is already an incredibly rare elixir. How could he possibly refine an even better pill?
Elder Qingmu did not respond. Instead, he simply shook his head, unwilling to say more. Boom! The gates of the Tian Chamber of Commerce burst open. Zhou Minji, Murong Yue, and Hai Qiankun emerged with bright smiles on their faces. At the very center of their formation was Shen Mo, closely protected by the trio.
Greetings, fellow Taoists.
Zhou Minji clasped his hands together with a wide grin. A divine transformation cultivator from the Qingxuan Sect immediately asked.
Elder Zhou, what was all that commotion about?
The others also turned their gazes to Zhou Minji. They had already made a rough guess, but they still needed Zhou Minji to confirm it. Zhou Minji smiled faintly, glanced at Shen Mo and then said,
Everyone, at the invitation of our Tian sect, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron sect, Shen Mo, has refined an elixir for our sect. The pill has now been successfully formed. That's all there is to it.
The divine transformation cultivator from Qingxuan Sect couldn't help but ask.
But why was the phenomenon so grand? This doesn't seem like the usual anomaly caused by the heavy water cold extreme pill.
Could it be that alchemist Shen refined something other than the heavy water cold extreme pill?
Zhou Minji let out a hearty laugh.
That I cannot answer. I'll let Taoist Shen explain it himself.
Shen Mo spoke calmly.
The heavy water cold extreme pill can only increase the cultivation speed of the ninefold heavenly river scroll by about 10 to 20% too slow.
After much contemplation, I made some slight modifications and refined a new pill. I have named it the thousandfold cold extreme pill. Its effects surpass the previous version.
As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Tianyuan immediately rebuked.
Nonsense. Whether it is better than the heavy water cold extreme pill can only be determined after consumption.
How can you spout such baseless claims and fabricate results?
Elder Qingmu took a deep breath and scolded.
Shut up,
Bai Tianyuan was incredulous.
Master.
Elder Qingmu's voice rose in volume. Bai Tianyuan fell silent. The gathered cultivators also began to contemplate. For pills below the heaven tier level, their efficacy indeed needed to be tested through consumption. However, heaven tier pills would always trigger small-scale anomalies during the refining process. By observing these anomalies, one could roughly estimate the potency of the pill. The anomaly triggered by Shen Mo's thousandfold cold extreme pill had clearly overshadowed the one caused by Elder Qingmu's heavy water cold extreme pill. This was an undeniable fact. Elder Qingmu looked at Shen Mo and asked hoarsely.
Dare I ask, how did you improve it?
As soon as he spoke, the entire crowd fell silent. Everyone's attention shifted between Elder Qingmu and Shen Mo. Shen Mo replied calmly.
Reduce the amount of heavy water essence and increase the temperature of the eternal flame.
Elder Qingmu's expression stiffened. The first modification was indeed a viable improvement. But the second,
soul-burning Xin flame.
Within his body, the temperature of the soul-burning Xin flame was not extremely high, but it was already far hotter than natural flames such as earthfire springs. To further increase the temperature of an eternal flame impossible. It was clear that he would never be able to improve the heavy water cold extreme pill in his lifetime. Elder Qingmu let out a bitter chuckle.
Fate, this is fate. Young friend, your future achievements in alchemy will surely surpass mine. Farewell.
With that, he disregarded everyone's gazes and turned to leave. He was someone who valued his dignity. And he knew that he had already lost all face. Due to Bai Tianyuan's earlier hype, nearly the entire imperial capital believed that Shen Mo was competing against him in alchemy. Now, with the thousandfold cold extreme pill clearly surpassing the heavy water cold extreme pill. Even if he tried to explain, others would simply assume that he had lost to Shen Mo. Rather than making a fuss, it was better to admit defeat with dignity. At least that way, he could retain a shred of his reputation. With that, Elder Qingmu turned and walked away. Bai Tianyuan wanted to say something, but under Elder Qingmu's piercing glare, he could only swallow his words. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared without a trace. Elder Qingmu's words were nothing short of a final verdict. Shen Mo's future achievements might even surpass his own. What did this mean? Given enough time, Shen Mo would inevitably become a grandmaster, a towering figure in the world of cultivation. At that moment, the cultivators present began calculating their own interests.
Congratulations, Taoist Shen.
A crisp voice as melodious as wind chimes was the first to break the silence. All eyes turned toward the speaker. It was a graceful woman, clad entirely in black, her face veiled in dark silk, the Shadow Pavilion's young mistress, Zhu Zi. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. he hadn't expected Zhu Zi to be the first to offer congratulations. This woman was anything but simple. After Zhu Zi spoke, the other cultivators also stepped forward with their own words of congratulations. Regardless of what the future held for Shen Mo, the fact that he could refine a pill superior to the heavy water cold extreme pill already demonstrated his extraordinary skill. Who wouldn't want to befriend a prodigious alchemist with limitless potential? The cultivators of the Qingxuan Sect and Poseidon Island were particularly delighted. They had long established an alliance with the Qingxuan Sect, even sending rare treasures to assist in its reconstruction and the restoration of its strength. Now, realizing that Shen Mo possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, their joy knew no bounds. Elder Qingmu's alchemy fees were exorbitant, and he was often unavailable. But now that Shen Mo had proven himself capable, their alliance with the Qingxuan Sect meant they could seek his help for pill refinement in the future. Meanwhile, among the distant crowd,
But what's done is done. As the supreme ruler, I cannot lower myself to recruit someone who has opposed the court. That would only reveal my weakness to the world.
after a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jing's gaze turned resolute. The world had never lacked geniuses. Countless prodigies had perished beneath the tides of history. Shen Mo would be no different. Once the demon Emperor Gu Ming emerged from seclusion, his first target would be Shen Mo. A dead genius was of no value to anyone.
Return to the palace.
Emperor Jing ordered with a wave of his hand. The young eunuch beside him bowed respectfully. The two figures disappeared into the crowd, walking in the opposite direction of the many people rushing toward the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Shen Mo noticed the two figures moving against the tide and smiled faintly. The commotion at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce lasted the entire day. It was not until nightfall that the noise and excitement finally subsided. Hai Qiankun was grinning from ear to ear. After spending an entire day receiving congratulatory gifts for Shen Mo, he felt as though his hands were growing numb.
My Pill River sect has only produced a handful of alchemy masters over the years. As for an alchemy grandmaster on par with Elder Qingmu, that was something we never even dared to dream of. And yet, Shen Mo has actually achieved it.
Chapter 355. This is the famous roast chicken. I love this dish. Chapter 355. This is the famous roast chicken. I love this dish. Night fell. In the grand courtyard of the Tian Chamber of Commerce, several tables were laden with a lavish banquet. Cultivators from both Tianhe Sect and the Qingxuan Sect gathered to celebrate. The long tables were filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, making everyone's mouths water. Cups clinked, laughter echoed, and the atmosphere was brimming with joy. The feast was, of course, to celebrate Shen Mo's incredible achievement that day. No one had expected that he would successfully refine a pill superior to the heavy water-cold extreme pill. Even an esteemed alchemy grandmaster like Elder Qingmu had been forced to concede defeat. News of this event had already spread like wildfire throughout the imperial capital. Countless mortals and cultivators alike were discussing it with great enthusiasm. How could they not be overjoyed? After several rounds of drinking, dozens of cultivators were already sprawled across the courtyard, completely drunk. For cultivators, a bit of intoxication was nothing. A simple use of spiritual energy could dispel the effects of alcohol in an instant. However, on such a joyous occasion, why not allow themselves to enjoy the drunkenness? Shen Mo looked at the cultivators lying in various positions across the courtyard and couldn't help but smile. With a single leap, he landed atop the highest rooftop. The cool night breeze brushed against his face, gradually clearing away his intoxication.
Not drinking anymore. Why did you run up here?
A woman's voice came from behind him. Before he could turn around, a soft, fragrant figure fell into his arms. It was Murong Yue. Murong Yue was usually rational and rarely drank. But tonight she had indulged more than usual, overwhelmed by joy. Her fair cheeks were now flushed like a ripe apple. Instead of getting up, Murong Yue rested her delicate arm around Shen Mo's neck.
Kiss me.
she suddenly said. Shen Mo chuckled.
Master, you're being quite forward today.
Murong Yue huffed.
I got drunk on purpose tonight.
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh, then lowered his head and kissed her. Their lips met. The coolness of her lips sent a ripple through his heart, as if something deep inside him had been stirred.
Continue.
Murong Yue whispered. Shen Mo smirked and prepared to scale the towering peaks of passion. Just then, a sudden surge of energy erupted into the sky, instantly drawing their attention. Shen Mo turned his head at once.
That seems like Zhou Minji's aura.
Murong Yue's drunkenness vanished in an instant, and the flush on her cheeks disappeared without a trace. Like a tense panther ready to strike. But when Shen Mo turned back to her, the drunken haze returned to her face. She even pressed her hand to her temple, as if suffering from a headache.
Shen Mo, I'm too drunk.
She murmured. Shen Mo nodded.
I've reached the peak of divine transformation. I did it.
A booming laugh echoed through the courtyard.
Taoist Shen, where is Taoist Shen? Thank you for your 1,000-fold cold extreme pill.
With a swoosh, Zhou Minji shot up to the rooftop like an arrow. The first thing he saw was Shen Mo and Murong Yue in an embrace. His cheerful laughter froze instantly. He scratched his head awkwardly. Shen Mo smacked his lips.
What do you think?
Murong Yue rolled her eyes behind Shen Mo's back. Zhou Minji cleared his throat.
Should I leave?
Shen Mo waved a hand.
Forget it, I'll go.
Master, I'll take you to your room first. I'll go out for a walk afterward.
Murong Yue was still holding her head. But as she passed by Zhou Minji, she shot him a fierce glare. Zhou Minji coughed again. The effects of the 1,000-fold cold extreme pill had been astonishing, allowing him to break through to the peak of divine transformation instantly. He had simply been too excited. Who would have thought he'd interrupt them right in the middle of?
So that's how it is.
Towering mountains stretched into the sky in this area. Shen Mo ascended to the peak of one of the mountains, sitting cross-legged as he enjoyed the cool mountain breeze and gazed at the bright moon above. Yet for some reason, his body felt restless. It was as if an ancient power within him was struggling to break free.
Is this the divine elephant suppressing prison technique? Perhaps my blood surged too quickly when I was with Master just now, triggering the technique to activate on its own.
Shen Mo examined his internal state. To his astonishment, he had unknowingly unlocked the power of 9 more giant elephants. With this addition, he had now activated 300 elephant particles, granting him the strength of 300 giant elephants.
The power of 1,000 elephants isn't far off. As long as my essence keeps up, unlocking 1,000 elephant particles before Gu Ming emerges from the blood god repository shouldn't be too difficult.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he fully unleashed the might of the divine elephants within him. The force roared across heaven and earth, reverberating like a thunderous stampede. With a single punch, a mountain crumbled into dust. With a single step, the ground trembled and rivers reversed their flow. Yet in the next moment, his spiritual energy surged, effortlessly restoring everything to its original state. Not a single villager in the nearby mountain village was disturbed. By morning, when the villagers awoke, they would find that the 3 great mountains separating them from the imperial capital had vanished without a trace. All of it had happened overnight. Satisfied, Shen Mo prepared to leave. Just then, a sword light shot through the night sky, streaking directly toward him. Shen Mo's pupils contracted slightly, yet he made no move to resist. Instead, he simply watched the sword light approach. It grew larger and larger. It filled his entire vision. It was as if the whole world had been reduced to a single sword strike. Still, Shen Mo remained motionless. Buzz! The sword light halted at his brow.
You've got some nerve, kid. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?
A bold voice came from behind. Shen Mo turned his head to see an elderly man in white, seated on a boulder. In his left hand was a wine gourd, and in his right, a roast chicken, which he was tearing into with great enthusiasm. It was none other than the sword sovereign. Shen Mo smiled slightly.
Senior Sword Sovereign treasures talent. You wouldn't kill me.
Jai Ping burst into laughter.
You've got sharp eyes, kid. You saw right through my weakness.
Shen Mo chuckled and without hesitation sat beside him. Casually, he reached out and tore off a chicken leg, biting into it without reservation. Before long, the two had devoured the entire roast chicken, and Shen Mo had even taken several sips from the wine gourd. Jai Ping sighed helplessly.
That was the finest roast chicken from 100 Fragrance Garden. It costs 5 low-grade spirit stones apiece. I love this dish, and you went and ate the whole thing.
Shen Mo laughed heartily.
Senior Sword Sovereign, weren't you supposed to be guarding Jade Sea City for 10 years? What brings you to the imperial capital?
Jai Ping grinned slyly.
That was just to fool that old flood dragon. Do you think I'd actually sit in Jade Sea City for 10 years? That'd be too boring. But if he really dares attack Jade Sea City, I can return in an instant. No problem.
Shen Mo's eyes flickered with understanding. Could it be some kind of clone technique?
Let's not talk about that.
Jai Ping said.
Kid, I never expected you to be an alchemy grandmaster. Today, you actually overshadowed that old fox Qingmu. Impressive!
Chapter 356. Why do humans have no divine palace realm and demons have no demon sovereigns? Shen Mo chuckled softly but did not speak. The old and the young both fell into silence. After a while, Jai Ping finally spoke.
Little friend, once Gu Ming exits seclusion, his strength will undoubtedly advance further. How do you plan to deal with him then?
Shen Mo smiled.
Simple, I'll just be stronger than him.
Jai Ping was momentarily taken aback before letting out a laugh.
Indeed, that is simple, but I fear it won't be easy. However,
his gaze scrutinized Shen Mo before he continued.
You also cultivate both spirit and blood energy. Perhaps you truly can surpass Gu Ming.
Shen Mo was not surprised that Jai Ping saw through his dual cultivation of spiritual and blood energy. After all, Jai Ping was a sword sovereign, a peak divine transformation cultivator. If he couldn't even discern that much, his reputation would have been undeserved.
I too was once ambitious in my youth. I practiced blood energy techniques, only to later realize I wasn't suited for them. My blood energy realm even ended up hindering my spiritual cultivation. In the end, I abandoned those techniques and focused solely on spiritual power.
Jai Ping sighed lightly, his eyes tinged with nostalgia, as if recalling his younger days of ambition and recklessness.
I have something here, a gift from Jai Wu.
Jai Ping reached into his robe and retrieved a blood-colored crystal.
I'm old now, and I have no need to waste such a treasure.
He pushed the blood-colored crystal toward Shen Mo. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. Jai Wu, the current emperor of Jing. With just one glance, Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Even though he had foreseen this treasure in a recent fortuitous encounter, seeing it in person now, he still felt an overwhelming surge of blood energy radiating from it. Jai Ping smiled.
This is a Qingxuan blood essence. In life, it had reached the 7th tier, equivalent to the divine palace realm in human cultivation.
The Qingxuan is a descendant of the phoenix. However, all Qingxuan in this world have already been exterminated. This piece of Qingxuan blood essence should be enough to push your blood energy cultivation to the next level.
Shen Mo did not immediately accept it. Instead, he looked at Jai Ping.
Senior, what is your request?
Jai Ping laughed.
You truly are a smart one.
Then his tone turned serious.
For decades, I have traveled across the 8 sects of the 9 provinces, secretly observing the rising talents of each region. Some possess unparalleled talent, but are arrogant and overambitious. Some remained obscure for years, only to bloom into greatness after decades.
Some are blessed with extraordinary aptitude, but lack moral character.
Among countless geniuses, you have grown the fastest. You are blessed with great fortune, surrounded by opportunities, and possess unwavering determination. As long as nothing unexpected happens, your spiritual cultivation will surely reach the peak of the divine transformation realm, and your blood energy cultivation will ascend to the golden summit monarch level.
Ping spoke solemnly.
When the day comes that your power shakes the world, I hope you will not eradicate the royal bloodline.
He let out a bitter laugh.
No matter what happens, my surname is Jai. I do not wish for the Jai bloodline to be severed.
Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. Ping's foresight was far-reaching. Clearly, he was using this Qingxuan blood essence to secure Shen Mo's goodwill in advance. Moreover, his request was surprisingly lenient. He did not ask Shen Mo to serve the imperial court or pledge loyalty to the royal family. He merely hoped that, in the future, Shen Mo would spare the Jai bloodline from complete annihilation. Shen Mo remained silent, not agreeing immediately. Ping sighed after a moment and added,
As part of this exchange, I can also share something else with you. This matter is even more important. It concerns a great secret of this world.
Shen Mo pondered.
Senior, give me a few key terms first, and then I'll decide whether I want to hear more.
Ping couldn't help but laugh.
All right,
His expression turned solemn.
I will say only one term.
He enunciated each word carefully.
Suppressing Demon C.
Shen Mo's heart trembled.
Fine, I accept your condition.
Ping let out a long breath and smiled in relief. He knew his time was running out, his lifespan was nearing its end. He also knew that Shen Mo's potential was limitless. In the future, Shen Mo would undoubtedly become someone of his caliber, perhaps even surpass him. Trading a Qingxuan blood essence and a piece of intelligence for Shen Mo's promise, he did not consider that a loss. Ping spoke slowly.
Do you know why humans have no divine palace realm cultivators, and why the demon race has no demon sovereigns above the monarch level?
Shen Mo's eyebrows twitched. This question had long been on Shen Mo's mind. Clearly, the divine palace realm existed, yet throughout the vast Jing kingdom and the entire continent, there was not a single divine palace realm cultivator. It was too strange. The same was true for the 10,000 Demons nation. It was as if an invisible boundary separated the divine palace realm from the divine transformation realm. During his spare time, Shen Mo would read various books. With his current cultivation, he could skim through 10 lines at a glance, hundreds if he wished. Yet, despite reading countless books, he had never found any records regarding this mystery. All cultivators who had reached the divine palace realm, all demon monarchs who had ascended beyond their level, seemed to have vanished the moment they stepped into that realm. Not even the faintest trace of their existence remained. Ping spoke in a low voice.
Because of the suppressing Demon C. Demons are the common enemies of both humans and monsters. Any human who ascends to the divine palace realm and any monster who advances to the demon sovereign realm is immediately summoned by the will of the heavenly Tao and sent to the suppressing Demon C to suppress the demon race.
Shen Mo's eyes widened slightly. So that's the truth.
When a nascent soul cultivator emerges in a regional sect, they are usually summoned by their sect and required to join it. But that is not mandatory. There are many nascent soul rogue cultivators who live freely outside the sects. But the summons of the heavenly Tao are different.
Ping continued.
If one refuses, they are erased on the spot without reason, without negotiation. What's even more terrifying is that even if one is killed, the summons still take effect.
Shen Mo was startled.
How can someone be summoned after death?
Ping let out a bitter laugh.
Even if a divine palace realm cultivator dies physically, their primordial spirit remains intact. The summons will take their primordial spirit and reconstruct a body in the suppressing Demon C. Demon sovereigns, even if slain, can be reborn from a drop of blood. They are simply sent to the suppressing Demon C, where they are resurrected with overwhelming force.
Shen Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Not even death could escape the will of the heavenly Tao.
How did you learn of this, Senior?
Shen Mo asked. Ping tapped his temple.
Our Jai royal family has always carried this knowledge in our minds, passed down through generations. This memory is entrusted only to the strongest cultivator of each generation. No written record is allowed to exist because it cannot be written down.
Ping lowered his voice.
Monsters are the byproduct of forbidden experiments by demons, so they are closer to demons than humans.
Shen Mo nodded firmly.
Understood, thank you, Senior.
Chapter 357. His behavior couldn't be called dignified, but at least he indulged freely. Chapter 357. His behavior couldn't be called dignified, but at least he indulged freely. Night had deepened. Shen Mo returned to the Tian Merchant Association, entered his room, and sat cross-legged. Before leaving the association, he had seen through a recent opportunity that he would meet the Sword Sovereign. However, he hadn't expected to obtain such crucial intelligence this time.
The will of heaven.
Shen Mo shook his head, dismissing the thought. Instead, he focused on the Qingxuan blood essence before him. It was entirely crimson, refracting a brilliant glow like red agate under the dim yellow lamplight. If one listened carefully, it seemed as though a sharp cry emanated from within, as if it had traveled across the vast ages. That cry carried an uncanny ability to clear distracting thoughts and repel evil, instantly sweeping away all stray emotions and inducing a profound sense of tranquility. Shen Mo steadied his mind slightly and began refining it. His hands released layers of blood energy, enveloping the Qingxuan blood essence entirely. Buzz! The blood energy resembled sunlight, while the blood essence was like a snowball. However, this sunlight was far from warm, and the snowball was exceptionally frigid. Several hours passed, yet the blood essence showed no signs of diminishing. An entire day later, Shen Mo finally managed to refine a single wisp of blood energy. As soon as the wisp entered his body, it was as if a living Qingxuan had crashed into his flesh. It rampaged wildly.
Suppress it.
Shen Mo let out a low roar, unleashing the full force of his giant elephant strength. Only then did the blood energy let out a faint wail, calming down and obediently becoming part of him. It took another 2 days before he completely refined this single strand of blood energy. Within him, an ancient beast's roar echoed, as if a colossal elephant from the distant primordial era had awakened. Even within the Tian Merchant Association, the astonishing roar reverberated, causing everyone to be startled. Shen Mo was slightly taken aback as well. He hadn't expected that just a single wisp of blood energy from the Qingxuan blood essence would allow him to open a giant elephant particle and awaken the power of a giant elephant.
No wonder it belongs to a 7th-ranked demon beast.
A smile appeared on Shen Mo's face. This piece of blood essence would last him a long time. With the power of 1,000 giant elephants, he would reach a breakthrough naturally. By then, once he had mastered the grand furnace of heaven and earth technique, he would be able to refine Qingxuan blood essence, and even all things in the world, at an even faster rate. His blood energy would grow at an explosive pace. Time passed day after day. Very soon, the day of the Sword Sovereign's birthday banquet arrived. On this day, the entire imperial capital was decorated with lanterns and banners, brimming with joyous festivity. The royal family hosted flowing banquets across the capital's bustling streets and alleys. Long tables were lined with an endless array of delicacies, completely free and open to all. As soon as one dish was finished, new ones were brought in immediately. Under such circumstances, the common folk were naturally overjoyed, genuinely grateful to both the Sword Sovereign and the royal family. At this very moment, within the imperial palace, an even grander banquet had commenced. Inside a resplendent golden palace, lanterns were hung high and banners fluttered in the air. Emperor Jing sat atop the dragon throne, while the various influential forces were seated on either side below the grand staircase. The Holy Spirit sect, having the closest ties with the court, was seated on the left. Tianhe sect, the wealthiest among the 8 great factions and known for its diplomatic neutrality, was seated on the right. Additionally, the Qingxuan Sect and the Mad Blade Alliance harbored a millennia-old blood feud, making it impossible for them to sit together. Naturally, they were assigned to opposite sides. Even so, the 2 factions glared at each other intensely. If gazes could kill, they would have already fought so fiercely that rivers would reverse their flow, and the heavens would be thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, the Qingxuan Sect, which had a particularly poor relationship with the court, was deliberately placed at the very end of the right side for the banquet. Shen Mo, however, paid no mind to any of this. These little tricks were meaningless to him. He glanced around and found that all the sect representatives had already arrived. Now, only the main figure of this banquet was missing. Sword Sovereign Ping. Just as the Jade Cauldron Sect had settled into their seats, the representatives of Qingxuan Sect and Sea God Island immediately walked over. These two were the ones Shen Mo had previously encountered. Qingxuan Sect's young sect master, Du Kangking, and Sea God Island's young master, Shi Jingxuan. Both of them cupped their fists toward Shen Mo. Shi Jingxuan grinned, admiration flashing in his eyes.
Incredible, Brother Shen. We hadn't even been in the capital for long before we heard of your astonishing feat. To think you actually refined a heaven-tier lower-grade pill. When are you going to make a few for me as well?
Du Kangking was more reserved than Shi Jingxuan, but still revealed a hint of respect.
I never expected Brother Shen to have such profound mastery in alchemy. Even Master Qingmu himself had to praise you. I'm truly impressed.
Shen Mo returned the gesture with a smile.
You flatter me.
After exchanging some pleasantries, the two returned to their seats. Du Kangking remained composed, merely exchanging sharp glares with the cultivators of the Mad Blade Alliance. Shi Jingxuan, on the other hand, couldn't exactly be called dignified and refined, but at the very least, he was eating and drinking without restraint. Not long after sitting down, he had already emptied several plates, devouring the food like a starving villager who hadn't had meat in decades. The sight amused many of the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall, who couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Mo also let out a small laugh. However, since Shi Jingxuan was still young and had always been this way, it didn't really matter. Taking advantage of Jai Ping's delayed arrival, Shen Mo scanned the grand hall. After all, those who had the qualifications to attend this banquet, who had the right to be seated, were the core figures of their respective sects. The true leaders of these factions wouldn't personally make the trip. Instead, they had sent their young successors. Among them were Zhu Zi from Shadow Pavilion, Zhou Minji from Tian Sect, Du Kangking from Qingxuan Sect, and Shi Jingxuan from Sea God Island. His gaze paused when it landed on the robust young man from the Holy Spirit Sect.
Interesting, his fate is actually that of the Martial Ancestor's successor.
Chapter 358, I am not one to waste words, let's get straight to the point. Chapter 358, I am not one to waste words, let's get straight to the point. Innate Holy Son, Red Fate, you were born as a holy son, and at the moment of your birth the skies were illuminated with boundless radiance. From childhood you have lived a life of luxury, never lacking in cultivation resources. Heaven-defying luck, Gold Fate. Your fortune is beyond extraordinary. If the god of luck truly exists, then ordinary geniuses are merely his children, but you are his father. Martial Ancestor Successor, Red Fate. At the age of 3, guided by destiny, you climbed into an attic within the Holy Spirit Sect and discovered the long-forgotten 8 Desolations Martial Ancestor Codex inside a dust-covered, unassuming box. You are one of the successors of the Martial Ancestor. Survivor of great calamities, Red Fate. You will not face many disasters in your life, but whenever you do, you will always manage to survive. Blessings in disguise, Gold Fate. Every time you encounter a catastrophe, an unforeseen opportunity will present itself. Unorthodox desires, White Fate. Your preferences are rather.
However, in a few years, when Gu Ming emerges and the great battle begins, there will be opportunities to intercept.
Shen Mo was not discouraged. Instead, he memorized all of Lin Dongshan's other opportunities. When the time was right, he would strike first. Although his analysis of Lin Dongshan's fate panel seemed lengthy, in reality, Shen Mo processed everything in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every detail was imprinted in his mind. Unless he chose to forget it, it would remain there permanently. He glanced at Lin Dongshan once more. The latter still maintained a gentle, amiable smile. A perfect picture of an honest and good-natured young man. At that moment, a loud voice rang out.
The Sword Sovereign has arrived.
A vast and boundless sword intent descended from the sky. Everyone's gazes were instinctively drawn toward the grand hall's entrance. There a lone figure stood. Dressed in white with a head of long, snow-white hair, tall and imposing, yet brimming with vitality. It was none other than the sword sovereign, Jai Ping. His appearance was unremarkable. If he deliberately concealed his divine transformation realm aura and stood among the crowd, he would look like an ordinary old man. But the moment he released his full presence, he was the strongest in Jing country. The very sword sovereign, whose mere words had kept the East Sea King from setting foot on land for 10 years. Emperor Jing rose from his seat. Everyone followed suit. Emperor Jing cupped his hands.
Greetings, Ancestor.
The rest of the assembly either cupped their hands, bowed, or placed a hand over their chests as they saluted in unison.
Greetings, Senior.
Jai Ping was of a much older generation than Emperor Jing. Even though the emperor held the throne, he still had to address Jai Ping as ancestor.
No need for such formalities. It's just a simple birthday banquet.
Jai Ping chuckled heartily. As he passed by Shen Mo, he glanced at him and smiled.
Young friend, let's share a drink after the banquet.
Shen Mo returned the smile and nodded.
Gladly.
Jai Ping swaggered over to Emperor Jing's side and took his seat on the throne next to him. Jai Ping titled Martial King. However, ever since he was granted the title over 1,000 years ago, it had never changed. Few people ever referred to him as Martial King, to the point where many had nearly forgotten that Jai Ping was also a prince of the royal family.
Hem.
The crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward Shen Mo. Jai Ping's casual interaction with Shen Mo took them by surprise. From his tone alone, it almost seemed as though they were old friends who shared everything without reservation. Zhu Zi's eyes flickered with thought. She was aware that, when the fourth prince of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom led an army to attack Yuhai City, Jai Ping had made an appearance and briefly interacted with Shen Mo. However, she hadn't expected their relationship to be this close. Had they somehow formed a bond across generations beyond her knowledge? Lin Dongshan, Shi Jingshan, Du Kangqing and the others also cast curious glances. They too were surprised by this unexpected scene. Even Emperor Jing was no exception. For the sword sovereign to suddenly address Shen Mo like this at a grand banquet, was there some deeper meaning behind it? Emperor Jing glanced at the old man beside him, who was already holding a roasted chicken in one hand and a wine cup in the other, deep in thought.
Don't just stand there in a daze. The banquet is only the appetizer. The real discussion begins after.
Jai Ping wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth and laughed heartily.
Jai Wu, don't get your priorities mixed up.
Emperor Jing respectfully replied.
Understood, Ancestor.
Before Jai Ping, he dared not refer to himself as Zhen. At his signal, a young eunuch immediately raised his voice and announced.
The 8 great sects shall now present their tribute gifts.
The tribute ceremony went without any surprises. The 8 great sects would never hand over anything too precious. Besides, Jai Ping was already at the peak of the divine transformation realm. At his level, only treasures that could aid in breaking through to the divine palace realm would catch his interest. Anything else was utterly insignificant to him. Ultimately, presenting gifts was merely a customary formality, a respectful gesture toward the most powerful figure in Jing country. He hardly had any need for these offerings. After the 8 sects had finished, the next segment was for members of the royal family to present their own tributes. Shen Mo, however, was a little surprised. The royal family's numbers were far smaller than he had expected. There were only a little over 20 people. Jai Ping treated the royal heirs like a kind and doting grandfather. Yet once they finished, and the eunuchs and palace maids exited, leaving the hall sealed shut, the true purpose of this banquet finally unfolded. Emperor Jing slowly rose to his feet.
Everyone, I am not one to waste words, so let's get straight to the point. The demon Emperor Gu Ming will walk out of the blood god's hidden realm in no more than 3 years. Once he learns of the deaths of the first and fourth princes, his fury will be boundless, and he will surely lead his forces north in retaliation. No single sect alone is capable of withstanding the 10,000 demon kingdom. This time, the court and the 8 great sects must work together, or else the demon horde will trample our borders. Tonight, we are here to discuss the specifics of this alliance and establish a proper strategy.
Emperor Jing swept his gaze across the hall. All of you are core figures of your respective sects. Your words can represent your sect's stance.
Now, who would like to speak first?
Chapter 359. Grand Snow Palace is willing to provide cultivation resources to 3 sects free of charge. Chapter 359. Grand Snow Palace is willing to provide cultivation resources to 3 sects free of charge. Yang Lang, the island master of Sea God Island, cleared his throat.
The regions of Yuzhou, Qingxuan and Heizhou will undoubtedly be the first targets of the monster army. Therefore, I hope the other 5 sects will do everything they can to assist our 3 sects. Otherwise, if we are breached, the 5 of you will face the monster army directly as well. This is precisely the principle of, if the lips perish, the teeth will grow cold.
As soon as Aoyang Lang finished speaking, Tong Yuan, an elder from Qingxuan Sect, immediately chimed in.
Exactly.
The representatives of the various sects nodded slightly. The logic was sound. However, putting it into practice was another matter entirely. The one attending the banquet on behalf of the Mad Blade Alliance was none other than the sect leader's younger brother, widely known as Blood Blade Wang Lang. Mad Blade Alliance and Qingxuan Sect had a millennia-old grudge. So the moment Tong Yuan spoke, Wang Lang sneered and interjected.
Of course, we can provide support, but not a single bit of the resources we send will end up in Qingxuan Sect's hands.
Tong Yuan's expression turned icy.
Qingxuan Sect doesn't need even a scrap of your Mad Blade Alliance's so-called aid.
Wang Lang slammed the table furious.
Watch your words, you're the ones begging for help while we are giving alms.
Tong Yuan shot up from his seat.
Say that again.
The tension in the hall immediately skyrocketed, teetering on the brink of outright conflict. Emperor Jing watched this unfold with a faint smile, making no effort to intervene. Lin Dongshan, the holy son of the Holy Spirit sect, quickly stood up.
All right, all right. No matter the grievances between your 2 factions, they are still internal disputes within the human race. But the real threat we face now is the monster race. We must put aside our differences and unite.
Lin Dongshan glanced around the hall, speaking earnestly.
Since Mad Blade Alliance and Qingxuan Sect refuse to share resources with each other, then Qingxuan Sect's cultivation resources will be provided by the Holy Spirit Sect. Elder Tong, rest assured, we will ensure that all necessary resources are delivered in full. The first batch will include our sect's specially refined Holy Spirit eyes. Each nascent soul cultivator and above in your sect will receive 1.
Shen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The Holy Spirit Eye was one of the Holy Spirit sect's most prized consumable artifacts. It was merely a small eyeball, capable of being embedded directly into the forehead and merging with the user. Yet it possessed tremendous lethality against monster bloodlines. However, the formula for the Holy Spirit Eye was a strictly guarded secret. No matter how others tried to replicate it, they could never achieve the same effect. The other sects had long coveted it, but to no avail. Now that the monster race was invading, the Holy Spirit Eye had become an invaluable treasure. Anyone who could afford it would buy at least one, just in case they encountered a monster they couldn't handle otherwise. Tong Yuan's eyes lit up.
That would be excellent, many thanks.
Lin Dongshan nodded and turned to the others.
What about Jade Cauldron Sect and Sea God Island? Is there any sect willing to assist them?
Wang Lang responded coldly.
Mad Blade Alliance can support Sea God Island, but we must send our own people to supervise the distribution of the cultivation resources. After all, Mad Blade Alliance is based in Mo Prefecture, which is far from a wealthy land. Resources are scarce. If what little we send is wasted by Sea God Island's people, it would be heartbreaking.
Yang Lang cupped his hands.
Rest assured, we will handle the resources with care.
However, sending your own people to supervise us is not appropriate.
Wang Lang frowned.
Why is it inappropriate?
Ouyang Lang remained calm.
Because it would severely hinder our operations.
Wang Lang snorted.
Then forget it. Mad Blade Alliance refuses to provide any resources. HMPH, we already have enough trouble dealing with the Western Sea flood dragons. Every year we suffer countless casualties. And now you expect us to hand over cultivation resources too? Not a chance.
A heavy silence fell over the room. When it came to matters of self-interest, negotiations were rarely straightforward. Everyone wanted to contribute as little as possible, yet still claim the largest share of the rewards, or even take everything for themselves. Lin Dongshan sighed helplessly and turned toward Qingxuan Sect.
Senior Blood Blade, must we go to such extremes?
He shook his head before shifting his attention elsewhere.
Oh right, what about Qingxuan Sect?
Lin Dongshan's eyes flickered as if he had suddenly remembered something.
I heard that Qingxuan Sect has a 6th-rank Peak Blaze Flood Dragon. Perhaps it can safeguard your sect.
Among the 3 southern sects, Qingxuan Sect is likely the safest. Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent, but his heart turned ice cold. Lin Dongshan's words were clearly meant to sow discord between Qingxuan Sect, Qingxuan Sect, and Sea God Island. He was subtly implying to Tong Yuan and Ouyang Lang that the Blaze Flood Dragon would only protect Qingxuan Sect, leaving Qingxuan Sect and Sea God Island exposed. Suddenly, Zhu Zi spoke.
My Shadow Pavilion can provide resources to Qingxuan Sect. 100 sets of shadow robes, 50 jin of shadow dust, and 500 jin of scorching venom blood decay powder.
As soon as she said this, not only was Shen Mo surprised, but the rest of the hall was equally stunned. After all, shadow robes, shadow dust, and scorching venom blood decay powder were among the most prized treasures of Shadow Pavilion. Why would Zhu Zi be so generous and offer them directly to Qingxuan Sect? The shadow robe was a top-tier Earth-grade artifact. Once worn, it would store 1 charge of energy per day. With a single activation, the wearer's presence would be completely erased, making them virtually undetectable. This ability allowed one to sneak up on their target unnoticed, making it an unparalleled weapon for ambushes. Only cultivators or monsters with exceptionally sharp senses could detect the flaws of the shadow robe. Shadow dust worked similarly, but was primarily used for escape. It was even more convenient. When scattered, it would merge with the air, creating a zone of distortion, making it almost impossible for enemies to lock onto their target. The scorching venom blood decay powder was a newly developed poison painstakingly refined by the alchemists of Shadow Pavilion. It was specifically designed to counter the monster race. If inhaled by a monster or if it entered their bloodstream, it would severely slow the circulation of their vital energy, rendering them highly vulnerable. For monsters, this was a fatal weakness. Shen Mo's eyes sharpened. Zhu Zi was an exceptionally shrewd woman. Offering these 3 treasures as cultivation resources for Qingxuan Sect was definitely expecting something even more valuable in return. Shen Mo asked plainly,
What does Shadow Pavilion want?
Zhu Zi's lips curved into a smile.
Of course, it isn't for free. Shadow Pavilion has a few small requests. First, I heard that Qingxuan Sect possesses the heavenly treasure 9-dragon cauldron. You're not putting it to use, which is a waste. Why not give it to Shadow Pavilion? Second, Qingxuan Sect must provide 100 top-tier Earth-grade pills and 5 Heaven-grade pills annually to Shadow Pavilion.
For the ingredients, Shadow Pavilion will provide half, and Qingxuan Sect must cover the other half.
Young Sect Master Shen, are these conditions acceptable?
As soon as she finished, Shen Mo had yet to respond, but the others in the hall rolled their eyes. Listen to yourself. Does that sound reasonable to anyone? There was no way anyone would accept such ludicrous demands.
No.
Shen Mo said calmly. He had already expected Zhu Zi to demand an exorbitant price, but he hadn't expected her greed to be this unrestrained. Zhu Zi spread her hands and chuckled.
Then there's nothing I can do. Shadow Pavilion isn't a charity organization, after all.
Once again, the hall fell into an awkward silence. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then a soft yet resolute voice broke the silence. From the corner of the hall, a woman in white who had remained quiet the entire time finally spoke slowly.
Grand Snow Palace is willing to provide cultivation resources to the three sects free of charge.
Chapter 360, Defying Imperial Might, Disrespecting Imperial Authority Deserving of Death. Chapter 360, Defying Imperial Might, Disrespecting Imperial Authority Deserving of Death. Shen Mo turned his gaze toward the speaker. The woman was dressed in a waist-length white ruquin, with a pure white cross-collared top tightly wrapping her full chest. A belt adorned with several jade-green beads cinched her slender waist at just the right spot. Her long, silver-white hair cascaded to her waist, and her almond-shaped eyes reflected a deep, snowy vastness within their pupils. Her presence exuded both intellect and ethereality, a beauty that carried an air of profound wisdom and composure. Shen Mo contemplated. He had already scanned the backgrounds of everyone present. Naturally, he was familiar with this woman as well. Her name was Yue Yingrong, the Snow Maiden of Grand Snow Palace. Among all the factions, Grand Snow Palace was undoubtedly the most enigmatic. They never involved themselves in worldly disputes, instead choosing to remain secluded in Han Prefecture, the northernmost region of the continent. Had it not been for the looming threat of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, Grand Snow Palace likely would not have sent anyone to the imperial capital at all. The palace had a palace master, yet no successor. Instead, it had the Snow Maiden. Every Snow Maiden, barring unexpected circumstances, would one day inherit the position of palace master. However, what Shen Mo couldn't understand was why Grand Snow Palace would freely offer cultivation resources to the three-sect alliance without asking for anything in return. Yue Yingrong's words also puzzled the others, especially Emperor Jing. As emperor, he had some knowledge of Grand Snow Palace's secrets. Their greatest strength was not in combat, alchemy, artifact forging, or formations, but in divination. Thousands of years ago, before Jing country had even existed, its first human emperor was merely a slave under the rule of the monster race, toiling endlessly in a mine. One day, a Snow Maiden was captured and thrown into the same mine. Using 50 years of her lifespan, she performed a divination and was astounded by what she saw. A few years later, Grand Snow Palace rescued her from the mines and took the future founder of the empire with them. That was the moment the first human emperor began his rise. Rumors claimed that many of his miraculous survivals and impossible victories had been due to Grand Snow Palace's prophecies, warning him of dangers ahead of time.
Could it be?
A sliver of caution surfaced in Emperor Jing's mind. From a distance, Shen Mo cupped his hands toward Yue Yingrong.
Many thanks, Snow Maiden.
Yue Yingrong gave a slight nod but said nothing more, as if this was merely a trivial matter. Lin Dongshan's gaze lingered on her and Shen Mo for a moment, a fleeting chill passing through his eyes. But soon he smiled.
Grand Snow Palace has set an example. What about the other sects?
He asked with a gentle smile. Zhou Minji of Tianhe Sect spoke loudly.
Tianhe Sect is also willing to provide resources to the three sects. However, we cannot do so for free. We hope the three sects will trade their unique treasures in return.
Tianhe Sect is willing to offer a higher purchasing price as a gesture of goodwill.
Shen Mo gave a small nod.
Many thanks, Taoist Zhou.
Zhou Minji smiled in return. The negotiations over resources lasted the entire day. Finally, a tenuous agreement was reached. Grand Snow Palace would provide free cultivation resources including pills, spirit artifacts, and formations to Jade Cauldron Sect, Sea God Island, and Qingxuan Sect. Tianhe Sect would also supply resources, though at a cost, with the benefit of purchasing treasures from the three sects at fairly high prices. Grand Snow Palace, Tianhe Sect, Mad Blade Alliance, Holy Spirit Sect, and Shadow Pavilion each agreed to deploy 3 Divine Transformation Realm Cultivators and 20 Nascent Soul Realm Cultivators, along with necessary supplies, to be stationed in Qianju, Yuzhou, and Heizhou. The Imperial Court committed 3 ironclad cloudships to the three sects, in addition to a fleet of 10 ironclad cloudships that would patrol the borders of Qingxuan and Yuzhou. Should the monster army invade, they would immediately mobilize for battle. With the exception of Grand Snow Palace and Tianhe Sect, the other factions' contributions, whether in manpower, wealth, or resources, could not be considered their best effort but were at least passable. Shen Mo, however, did not care. In the end, they would all turn against each other anyway. And he never intended to rely on anyone else's strength to fight the 10,000 demon kingdom. Ultimately, it would all come down to his own power. At the round table, Shen Mo calmly rose to his feet. The negotiations between Jing countries' factions had concluded. It was time to leave. At that moment, Emperor Jing suddenly spoke.
Shen Mo, why did you threaten Prince Jing back then? Do you realize that he is my blood brother, a prince of Jing country?
Shen Mo turned around and saw Emperor Jing looking at him calmly. Though his expression was neutral, there was an unmistakable pressure behind his gaze. That was the immense weight of national destiny, a suppression stemming from the very fate of an entire kingdom. It was as if the might of an entire nation was pressing down upon Shen Mo. He frowned slightly. Had it been any other divine transformation realm cultivator, they would have felt a surge of fear and awe before the emperor, overwhelmed by the force of his kingdom's fortune. But Shen Mo's physical body was already incomparably strong. This kind of pressure meant nothing to him. Just as he was about to speak, Jai Ping, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, suddenly coughed lightly.
I'm tired.
Emperor Jing furrowed his brows slightly. The others in the hall raised their eyebrows as well, exchanging looks, some smiling knowingly. Emperor Jing's expression remained calm.
Someone escort the ancestor to rest.
Jai Ping sighed lightly and said no more. A young eunuch quickly approached, carefully supporting Jai Ping as he left. Even though the eunuch knew full well that Jai Ping could erase him from existence with the flick of a finger, he still had to obediently offer his assistance. Shen Mo glanced at Jai Ping's departing figure. It was obvious Jai Ping had deliberately interrupted Emperor Jing's words, unwilling to let the emperor confront him directly. However, by having the eunuch escort Jai Ping away, Emperor Jing had made it clear he intended to continue the conversation. Jai Ping had no desire to challenge imperial authority, so he could only sigh and leave. Shen Mo met Emperor Jing's gaze head-on and said flatly,
His status, his bloodline, none of that matters.
He stood in my way. He had two choices: move aside on his own or be crushed beneath my feet. It's that simple.
Emperor Jing raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Shen Mo to be so utterly defiant, refusing to back down even an inch.
Impressive. The young sect master of Qingxuan Sect is truly ambitious.
After a brief silence, he suddenly burst into laughter.
Many thanks to all for traveling such a great distance to attend the banquet. As a final gesture, I shall drink a farewell toast to you all.
Emperor Jing lifted his cup with one hand and downed the wine in a single gulp. Among the gathered cultivators, some left immediately, while others hesitated, picked up their cups, and then put them down again. Moments later, the hall was completely empty. Only Emperor Jing remained.
Defying imperial might, disrespecting imperial authority.
He stared at the vast, empty hall and the heavy palace doors, as if Shen Mo's unwavering, unyielding figure was still lingering before him. A flicker of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Shen Mo and the others walked side by side as they exited the imperial palace. Just as they stepped outside, they saw a familiar figure waiting quietly in their path. It was none other than Yue Yingrong, the ethereal snow maiden of Grand Snow Palace. She seemed to have anticipated exactly which route they would take. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. He had a strong feeling that she was here for him specifically. Nan Gongyun, standing beside him, gave Yue Yingrong a scrutinizing look, her expression turning slightly wary. Yue Yingrong gave a gentle nod of acknowledgement and spoke.
Grand Snow Palace will firmly support Qingxuan Sect. Please be at ease, Taoist Shen.
With that, she didn't wait for any response. With a graceful step, she vanished into the crowd. Hai Kainkun was astonished.
Grand Snow Palace rarely meddles in worldly affairs. They spend their days secluded in the snow mountains, divining the heavens and preaching the Tao. Why are they suddenly taking such an interest in our sect?
It's almost.
Zhou Minji pondered for a moment.
Grand Snow Palace is renowned for their expertise in divination. Perhaps.
Chapter 361, An Unexpected Guest from the South Sea, The True Dragon's Secret Technique, Great Dragon Transformation Art. Chapter 361, An Unexpected Guest from the South Sea, The True Dragon's Secret Technique, Great Dragon Transformation Art. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. If that were truly the case, then it all made sense. Just as during the founding of the Jing Kingdom, the Grand Snow Palace had placed its bet on the human emperor. Now, Yue Yingrong might very well be placing her bet on him. After leaving the imperial palace, Shen Mo and his companions bid farewell to Zhou Minji and the other cultivators from the Qingxuan Sect. Then, they boarded their cloud ship and headed south, returning to Yuzhou. The journey back was smooth, without any unexpected incidents. 20 days later, Shen Mo and the others finally returned to the gates of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Awaiting them at the martial training ground were Li Zhendao, Yang Ke, Wan Muchen, Mo Lingxiao, and many others who had arrived early to welcome them. Numerous elders at the divine transformation stage, sect officials, and disciples all stood eagerly, craning their necks in anticipation. As Shen Mo, Murong Yue, and Hai Qingxuan disembarked from the cloud ship, smiles appeared on their faces. Gazing at the familiar sky and the familiar mountains and rivers, Shen Mo let out a deep breath. He had been away for over 2 years. Now he was finally home. Li Zhendao was the first to step forward, beaming with joy.
Good, 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 as long as you're back safely. I was really worried that the Jing Emperor might pull some dirty tricks.
Hai Qingxuan chuckled.
They didn't try any underhanded moves. In fact, the Grand Snow Palace and the Tianhe sect even sent us quite a few good things.
Murong Yue nodded.
We estimate that everything will arrive within a year.
Li Zhendao's smile widened even further.
Excellent, the sect is truly fortunate to have you all.
Murong Yue and Hai Qingxuan exchanged a glance before looking toward Shen Mo.
It's all thanks to the young sect master.
Li Zhendao and the others were visibly surprised. Wan Muchen couldn't help but ask.
Shen Mo, my dear young sect master, what did you do this time?
They all knew that Shen Mo was incredibly powerful. This had already been made abundantly clear when he had slain both the Crown Prince and the fourth prince of the myriad demon nation. However, this time, he had gone to the capital for negotiations. Could it be that Shen Mo also possessed an extraordinary talent for diplomacy? Hai Qingxuan then vividly recounted everything that had transpired over the past 2 years. Exercising demonic threats in Jiangzhou, earning widespread acclaim from the Tianhe sect. Refining elixirs in the imperial capital, forcing even Grandmaster Qingmu to admit defeat. Li Zhendao, Yang Ke, Wan Muchen, and the others listened with astonishment, clicking their tongues in amazement. Good heavens! He had only been gone for 2 years, yet so much had happened. Each event sounded grand and magnificent, enough to make one's blood boil with excitement.
And there's more. The Grand Snow Palace has even agreed to provide our 3-sect alliance with cultivation resources, free of charge.
I have a feeling this is also related to our young sect master.
The way that Snow Maiden from the Grand Snow Palace looks at him.
Hai Qingxuan rubbed his belly and chuckled mischievously. Li Zhendao and the others turned their gazes toward Shen Mo once more, their expressions shifting slightly. Incredible! The Snow Maidens of the Grand Snow Palace were bound by strict vows of purity and chastity. Until they ascended to the position of Palace Master, they were required to remain completely abstinent. And given that divine transformation cultivators had lifespans of at least 2,000 years, they rarely faced natural death. Many Snow Maidens had gone their entire lives without ever becoming the Palace Master, effectively remaining celibate for eternity. Could it be that even such an ice-cold beauty had developed feelings for Shen Mo? Wan Muchen discreetly gave Shen Mo a thumbs up. Impressive! He was truly bringing honor to the Jade Cauldron Sect. Shen Mo, however, was at a loss between laughter and tears. Murong Yue, seemingly dissatisfied, gave a light cough. The few older men, realizing they were getting carried away, quickly reined in their laughter.
Come, come, let's head to the grand hall to discuss proper business. We must also prepare a grand banquet to welcome you all back.
Li Zhendao burst into hearty laughter, taking Shen Mo by the hand as they walked toward the grand hall. If one paid close attention to his footsteps, they would notice that he instinctively fell half a step behind Shen Mo. It was clear that, in Li Zhendao's heart, Shen Mo was no longer just the young sect master. If Shen Mo were ever willing to take over as the sect master, Li Zhendao would likely step down without a second thought. The days gradually settled into peace. However, across the Jing kingdom, turbulent waves were rising. A massive mobilization of personnel and military equipment had begun, steadily converging toward the border between the Jing kingdom and the 10,000 demon nation Mist province. Mist province was now nearly devoid of inhabitants. There were no humans, nor were there demons. It had essentially become a buffer zone between the 10,000 demon nation and the Jing kingdom. Every day, the three-sect alliance, formed by the Jade Cauldron Sect, the Qingxuan Sect, and Sea God Island, conducted drills and sparring in Mist Province, refining their coordination and synergy. Various sects had already dispatched their personnel, who arrived as planned and were stationed across the three provinces. The cultivation resources transported by the Grand Snow Palace and the Tian Sect had also arrived, providing ample support to accelerate the training of the three-sect alliance cultivators. Every effort was made to enhance their strength. Shen Mo spent each day training at Dragon Snake Mountain, hastening the absorption and refinement of the Azure Luan's blood essence. Whenever he grew weary of cultivating the divine elephant-suppressing prison force, he would switch to training the divine thunder demon-suppressing scripture. His spiritual energy and bloodline strength advanced side by side, progressing at an astonishing pace. Within the Jade Cauldron Sect, every cultivator trained like mad. As long as one was willing to cultivate, all resources were supplied without restriction. Amidst such an intense atmosphere of cultivation, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators experienced breakthroughs one after another. On this seemingly ordinary day, Dragon Snake Mountain welcomed an unexpected visitor. To be precise, an unexpected dragon. Shen Mo wiped the sweat from his body and casually examined the young man in front of him, who looked rather sneaky as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. The youth had a human-like appearance, but atop his head was a pair of small horns. Additionally, faint scales could be seen on his elbows, knees, and other joints, not yet fully retracted into his body.
Say that again. What did you say your identity was?
Shen Mo asked calmly. The youth cleared his throat and solemnly declared,
I am Ao Bing, third son of the South Sea King. By royal decree, I have come to negotiate a transaction with the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise.
The South Sea King? I don't recall my Jade Cauldron Sect having any dealings with the South Sea Flood Dragons.
Ao Bing rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a massive blue pearl, presenting it with a serious expression.
I don't know either. The message from my father is inside this pearl.
After saying that, he snorted.
HMPH, to be honest, I didn't even want to come. What's so great about the human territory? I'd rather stay in the sea, catching shrimp and playing with fish. That's much more fun.
His tone was filled with arrogance. Yet, the moment he finished speaking, his head began to swivel as he curiously examined the unfamiliar surroundings. He looked just like an inquisitive child. Shen Mo took the blue pearl and pressed it against his forehead. Immediately, a deep and ancient voice echoed within his mind. However, the transmission was not forceful, it was surprisingly gentle. It fully accounted for the fact that Shen Mo was human and that his physical body could not compare to that of a flood dragon. Of course, with Shen Mo's current level of physical strength, even a more forceful transmission wouldn't have harmed him. He could withstand it with ease.
Taoist Shen, I am Ao Yuan, the South Sea King. I have sent my third son here out of necessity, not choice. From what I know of Gu Ming, once he emerges from seclusion, he will not immediately march northward. Instead, he will first attack us the South Sea flood dragons. Under a collapsed nest, no egg remains intact. The South Sea may not be able to withstand the 10,000 demon nations' onslaught, so I wish to leave my third son in the Qingxuan Sect, preserving a thread of our bloodline. Within this pearl is an ancient secret technique of the true dragon lineage, which my South Sea clan has safeguarded for many years. I have heard that you also cultivate bloodline-strengthening arts. Perhaps this true dragon technique will be useful to you. This is my offer of exchange. With your personality, Taoist Shen, I doubt you would refuse. Thus, I extend my gratitude in advance.
Chapter 362. He is a flood dragon, I am a flood dragon. This doesn't make sense. Chapter 362. He is a flood dragon, I am a flood dragon. This doesn't make sense. Even with just a brief glance, Shen Mo could immediately sense the immense power of this martial technique. It was a mid-tier heaven-grade martial art based on blood energy. And it originated from a true dragon. Not a mere flood dragon. Naturally, it was far superior to all the blood energy techniques currently possessed by the flood dragons of the four seas. For the South Sea King to offer such a thing in exchange clearly demonstrated his sincerity. Shen Mo put away the blue pearl and turned to look at Ao Bing, whose eyes darted around restlessly.
Your father has entrusted you to me. From now on, you will stay on Dragon Snake Mountain and follow my orders in all matters.
Ao Bing was stunned.
What? Impossible. I'm doing just fine in the South Sea. Why should I stay here, and why should I listen to you?
Shen Mo casually tossed the blue pearl over. Ao Bing pressed it against his forehead and listened carefully. His expression turned to one of utter shock. He murmured.
No wonder.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
As long as you understand.
Ao Bing declared resolutely.
I'm going back. I want to stand with my kin and share their fate.
Shen Mo spoke indifferently.
Your father went through great trouble to avoid the spies of the 10,000 demons nation and smuggle you out. Yet you want to run straight back. Do you think that's the right thing to do?
Ao Bing hesitated. Shen Mo continued.
Besides, whether the South Sea flood dragons will be completely exterminated is still uncertain. The South Sea King is merely preparing for the worst, keeping you safe here as a precaution. I'm sure other princes have also been sent elsewhere for protection.
Ao Bing suddenly realized.
That's right.
Shen Mo nodded.
Then that settles it. Stay here and focus on your training.
Your cultivation is too weak. You'd just be a burden. There's no need to follow them to your deaths.
Ao Bing's face turned red with frustration. Shen Mo smirked.
Oh, I have a little flood dragon here. You can play with him.
He whistled.
Xiao Huo, come.
A fiery red figure instantly soared out from the mountain forest and joyfully landed beside Shen Mo. It was the only offspring of the old flood dragon. The little creature had never been given a name. The old flood dragon had been in a deep slumber for years, refining coral gold, and Shen Mo felt it wasn't his place to name him. For now, he simply called him Xiao Huo. Ao Bing widened his eyes and scoffed.
A Lihuo flood dragon, not under the Four Seas jurisdiction, an outsider.
The moment Xiao Huo saw Ao Bing, he bared his fangs and claws and lunged at him. Ao Bing sneered.
A little brat with no discipline. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your father.
With a low roar, he immediately transformed into his dragon form. A blue and a red flood dragon clashed, entangling midair. Their dragon cries echoed across the sky. However, the commotion did not alarm the elders, enforcers, or disciples of Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo had long since set up a powerful formation around the wilderness, isolating all sight and sound. Here he was the master. An incense sticks time later, the red and blue dragon shadows plummeted simultaneously, both covered in wounds and missing scales. Even though Ao Bing was significantly larger, he hadn't gained any advantage. Instead, he had been burned several times. This greatly shocked him.
This little thing.
Ao Bing grumbled, still eager for another fight. Shen Mo said coolly.
There's no need to continue. He is only at the Flood Commander level, whereas you are already a Flood King.
With such a massive difference in cultivation realms, yet you could only fight to a draw you've already lost.
Ao Bing's dragon eyes widened in shock.
What? He's just a Flood Commander? Impossible, with this kind of blood energy.
Before he could finish, Xiao Huo activated his blood energy. In both quality and quantity, it was far inferior to Ao Bing's. Clearly just a Flood Commander. Ao Bing's dragon eyes widened in shock, and for a long moment he was at a complete loss for words. After a while he muttered,
How did he do it?
Eternal Flame.
Shen Mo replied indifferently. As he spoke, a green lotus core flame ignited in his palm. Xiao Huo couldn't help but move closer. Even as the green lotus core flame scorched him, he seemed to enjoy it, comfortably absorbing the black smoke produced by the flames. Ao Bing's eyes grew even larger. What the? This is insane, too shocking. Shen Mo smiled.
When you become stronger, it'll be the right time to take revenge on Gu Ming. Everything should be based on strength.
Ao Bing hesitated for a moment before clenching his fists in determination.
All right, I'll stay.
But I haven't fully learned my great dragon transformation technique yet. That blue pearl you get it one day, I get it the next. You can't keep it all to yourself.
I'll take 1 or 2 years to master it completely, and then it'll be yours.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Fine, that's not a problem.
2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, on the barren plains of Dragon Snake Mountain, Xiao Huo lay coiled beside them, basking lazily in the sunlight. Ao Bing, however, looked as if he'd just seen a ghost, staring at Shen Mo in disbelief. He saw Shen Mo's blood energy surging. In an instant, a colossal 100-jang-long azure dragon phantom materialized. The azure dragon was vivid and lifelike, its eyes flashing like lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. It looked as if, in the very next moment, it would tear through the heavens and shatter the universe with a single roar. Ao Bing murmured in shock.
2 years?
Ao Bing felt like crying. I'm a flood dragon, he's a flood dragon. So how is a human cultivating true dragon martial arts faster than a flood dragon? This doesn't make any sense. Shen Mo let out a slow breath, and with a mere thought, he retracted the azure dragon phantom. His blood energy flowed back into his body. Seeing Ao Bing's bewildered expression, he smiled.
It makes perfect sense.
He had cultivated the divine elephant suppressing prison technique, and the battle power of ancient giant elephants was on par with true dragons. Even though the azure dragon was considered the head of the true dragons, it only slightly surpassed the ancient giant elephant. Moreover, cultivating the great dragon transformation technique required massive amounts of life energy and essence. Had it been before, Shen Mo wouldn't have been able to devour vast amounts of heavenly treasures daily like a flood dragon. After all, a human's digestive ability was inferior to that of a flood dragon by at least 4 or 5 levels. But 6 months ago, Shen Mo awakened the power of 1,000 giant elephants, unlocking the
Heaven and Earth Grand Furnace.
technique of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. This ability allowed him to refine life essence at an astonishing speed like a whale swallowing the sea. Naturally, his ability to absorb energy skyrocketed. Additionally, the great dragon transformation technique required exceptional comprehension. Ao Bing had been stuck due to his lack of comprehension. No matter how hard he trained, he simply couldn't break through to the 3rd level. But for Shen Mo, this comprehension barrier might as well not exist. So he effortlessly advanced. 1st level, manifest the azure dragon claws. 2nd level, manifest the azure dragon head. 3rd level, manifest the azure dragon phantom. 4th level, manifest the azure dragon's power projection.
The 4th level of the Great Dragon Transformation Technique is the hardest and the most powerful.
But even at the 3rd level, manifesting the azure dragon phantom, it already surpasses the soul-devouring blood spear in power.
If I reach the 4th level and fully manifest the azure dragon's power projection, its power will be 10 times stronger than the soul-devouring blood spear.
Chapter 363, Impossible, Shen Mo's strength can't be this powerful. Chapter 363, Impossible, Shen Mo's strength can't be this powerful. Deep within the 10,000 Demons Nation, a vast desert stretched endlessly, and amidst the desolate wasteland stood a towering, blood-red structure. This was the Blood God Repository. At this moment, millions of demon clans had gathered outside the towering structure, awaiting the arrival of their emperor. Just outside the massive, fortified gates of the Blood God Repository, three figures stood at the forefront. They were the second prince, Hu Yang, the third prince, Qingxuan, and the 10th prince, Ying Ti. 5 years ago, the first prince, Xiang Ju, and the fourth prince, Yuan Kong, were slain by Shen Mo, creating a massive power vacuum. In the chaos that followed, numerous princes vied for power, plunging the empire into turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, the human nations launched multiple southern invasions, plundering numerous valuable resources from the 10,000 Demons Nation. Yet the foundation of the 10,000 Demons Nation remained strong. The demon population was still overwhelming. 5 years was not enough for the Jing Kingdom to march south and completely annihilate the 10,000 Demons Nation. Thus, instead of waging all-out war, the human forces focused on strategic raids, looting resources, and consolidating power. Over time, the second prince, Hu Yang, the third prince, Qingxuan, and the 10th prince, Ying Ti, each backed by their respective clans, rose to prominence and successfully filled the power vacuum, establishing themselves as the three strongest princes of the empire. However, they all knew one undeniable truth. Gu Ming was the true emperor of the 10,000 Demons Nation. Not once did they dare to harbor ambitions of usurping the throne. A few days ago, the Blood God Repository erupted in a sky-piercing crimson light sign that it was about to open. Realizing this, the three princes immediately gathered their most elite forces and stationed themselves outside the repository, standing guard day and night. For a radius of 10,000 miles, every single being present was at least a demon commander. Boom! Suddenly, the crimson light above the Blood God Repository intensified, forming a pillar of blood-colored radiance so dense it almost seemed tangible. Even the air carried the sweet metallic scent of fresh blood. The surrounding demons instinctively took deep, greedy breaths. Just inhaling this air made their blood energy surge wildly, as if they were on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm.
Emperor!
Emperor! A deafening chant erupted from the millions of demon commanders, their voices shaking the heavens. The overwhelming blood energy condensed into storm-like clouds, filling the sky. Rumble! Even the very grains of sand trembled in harmony with the rhythmic war cries. The roars echoed like thunder, shaking the firmament. The three princes lowered their heads in reverence, their expressions filled with awe. Their emperor was about to emerge. Boom! It was as if an invisible hand had pressed against the massive gates of the Blood God Repository. The impossibly heavy doors slowly creaked open, inch by inch. From the darkness of the widening gap, two figures gradually emerged. One led the way, while the other followed closely behind. The leading figure was over 3 meters tall, clad in thick, heavy golden armor, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible beneath the helmet. The figure behind him, though less imposing, was still taller and more muscular than an average human. The three princes immediately prostrated themselves and shouted in unison.
We greet His Majesty, the Demon Emperor.
The 10,000 Demons Nation had many rulers, but only one demon emperor. And that was Gu Ming. Tab. Gu Ming strode out of the Blood God Repository, stepping into the blazing sunlight, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. The gains of his 5-year seclusion had far exceeded his expectations. The Blood God Repository was truly a divine treasure trove, a sacred land bestowed upon him by fate. Though he had yet to ascend to the demon sovereign realm, he was now infinitely close to reaching it. Apart from a handful of elite cultivators, there was no one in the world who could challenge him. Behind him, Yi Yan emerged with a radiant smile. Compared to Gu Ming, Yi Yan's gains from the Blood God Repository were even greater. His blood energy had skyrocketed, and he had now reached the level of a Silver Peak Demon Royal. He was just one step away from becoming a Gold Peak Demon Royal. All he needed was a single opportunity, and he would fully condense Gold-tier blood energy. At this point, his power had already surpassed the fourth prince, Yuan Kong, and was on par with the first prince, Xiangju. Under Gu Ming, he was now the undisputed strongest warrior of the 10,000 Demons Nation. Crushing Shen Mo would be as easy as flicking his wrist. Just imagining it filled Yi Yan's heart with uncontrollable excitement. He couldn't wait to storm into the Yuding sect and prove to those blind fools. He was the true peerless genius. Far greater than Shen Mo. Gu Ming scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed that Xiang Ju and Yuan Kong were absent. Nearly half of the 81 Dragon Blood Guards, whom he had personally trained, were also missing. His brows furrowed deeply. As the emperor of the 10,000 Demons Nation, his emergence from seclusion should have drawn every demon to his side. There was only one possible explanation. They were all dead.
Hu Yang, during the 5 years of my seclusion, what has happened?
Gu Ming asked calmly. Hu Yang stepped forward and spoke in a solemn tone.
The year you entered seclusion, 3 armies were deployed to invade Yuzhou. The fourth prince, Yuan Kong, and the second prince of the Eastern Sea, Ao Sheng, led a force to attack Yuhai City. They were annihilated by Shen Mo, and every last demon in their army was wiped out. The first prince, Xiang Ju, led a force to attack the Pill River Sect. He too was slain by Shen Mo when he arrived on the battlefield.
A coalition of several royal-level demons, carrying the devouring silkworm mother, launched an assault on the Supreme Purity sect only to be slaughtered by Shen Mo as well. Hu Yang lowered his voice.
All of this happened within a month of your seclusion.
The moment he finished speaking, Yi Yan, standing behind Gu Ming, revealed an expression of utter disbelief. Yi Yan immediately shook his head.
Impossible. Shen Mo's strength cannot be that powerful.
Hu Yang glanced at him and spoke gravely.
Over the past 5 years, we have gathered enough intelligence. The results confirm that Shen Mo was responsible for it all. 5 years ago, Shen Mo's power was already sufficient to overwhelm Xiang Ju, Yuan Kong, and other demon royals.
Yi Yan's expression froze in shock. Hu Yang continued.
Your Majesty, according to reports from our spies in the capital, it is highly likely that Shen Mo simultaneously cultivates both spiritual and blood energy techniques. His spiritual power is at least at the divine transformation realm. His blood energy is at least on par with a demon royal. Otherwise, there is no way he could have effortlessly crushed Xiang Ju and Yuan Kong 5 years ago, nor could he have slain the devouring silkworm mother.
Yi Yan's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. For 5 years, he had cultivated with all his might, pushing himself beyond his limits to surpass Yuan Kong and match Xiang Ju. Yet Shen Mo had already surpassed them both 5 years ago. Even the legendary devouring silkworm mother, a being that demons revered, had been erased with just a few moves. Was this someone he could ever hope to surpass? Hu Yang, Cheng'en, and Ying Ti remained silent, secretly observing Gu Ming's expression. Yet Gu Ming's face remained impassive, as still as a deep lake. It was as if none of Hu Yang's words had shaken his will in the slightest.
Interesting. The only person I have ever misjudged in my life.
Gu Ming gazed northward, his scarlet eyes narrowing into a smile. The 3 princes involuntarily shuddered. Gu Ming laughing instead of raging. That was a sign that something even more terrifying was about to happen.
Yi Yan, from this moment forward, you are the 11th prince. If you want greater resources, you must defeat every prince ahead of you, climb step by step. In my domain, there is no place for the weak, and I have no need for cowards who shrink away at the first sign of hardship.
Gu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yan and spoke indifferently.
Understood.
Yi Yan steadied himself, his voice tinged with unwillingness and disappointment. Gu Ming then swept his gaze across the assembled demons and spoke in a commanding voice.
All demon clans hear my order.
His voice was not loud, yet it instantly spread across thousands of miles. Every demon present straightened, their spirits rising. The moment had arrived.
From this day forward, sharpen your weapons and mobilize on the border of Mist Province. The moment I give the command, we march north to war.
Gu Ming's voice was solemn and unwavering.
Yes.
Chapter 364, Taking the Initiative Marching South. Chapter 364, Taking the Initiative Marching South. The news of Gu Ming's emergence from seclusion quickly spread to Jing Nation. After all, most of the demon race was straightforward by nature and not adept at concealment or deception. Gu Ming's return instantly boosted the morale of all demons, sweeping away the sluggishness of the past 5 years. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that Gu Ming had emerged. For a time, dark currents surged through Yuzhou and Qianzhou. Everyone was on high alert, wary of the demon army's arrival. Yet, after a long wait, the demon army merely advanced to the border of Wuzhou, but did not continue northward. It seemed as if they were waiting for something. The cultivators defending the border remained on edge every moment. They feared a sudden attack by the demons. However, day after day passed. The demons never advanced north. The longer the stalemate dragged on, the more oppressive the atmosphere became for the human cultivators. It felt like being stranded on a lone island while witnessing a colossal tsunami rising from the horizon. The massive wave inched closer and closer. Yet there was nowhere to run, no means of escape. Wuzhou Three-Sect Alliance Grand Camp. This stronghold was situated on a vast plain in central Wuzhou. From here, a high-speed march of 10 days could reach Yuzhou, and likewise, 10 days would be enough to cross into the territory of the 10,000 Demons Nation. To ensure efficiency in operations, the stationed cultivators in the camp were all at least at the core formation stage. Even those responsible for logistics and supplies were required to be at the foundation establishment stage at minimum. Additionally, 3 armored cloud ships were hidden in the surrounding mountains. These vessels moved faster than even nascent soul cultivators. As long as they had a steady supply of top-grade spirit stones, they could circle around Wuzhou in just 5 days. At this moment, inside the main discussion tent, Shen Mo, Yang Lang, and Tong Yuan were gathered. Seated beside them were Li Zhendao, Du Kangqing, and other key figures from their respective sects. Tong Yuan frowned.
This situation can't continue. Our numbers are far inferior to those of the 10,000 Demons Nation. Maintaining such high alert every day is merely a waste of energy. If we keep this up, by the time their army actually attacks, we'll be completely exhausted.
Li Zhendao, Yang Ke, and Wan Muchen nodded in agreement. There's an old saying, strike while the iron is hot. If the momentum falters, morale will dwindle. The 10,000 Demons Nation had deliberately deployed its army to the front lines, with its soldiers brimming with vitality, chanting praises to the Demon Emperor each day, shaking the heavens. Yet they did not launch an actual attack. This pressure alone was enough to drain the human cultivators' will to fight. No one knew whether the Demon Emperor Gu Ming was truly among the ranks of the army. Shen Mo chuckled.
They're trying to deceive us so they can act elsewhere.
He turned to Aoyang Lang.
Elder Aoyang, what's the situation?
Aoyang Lang spoke solemnly.
Just as Taoist Shen predicted, the 10,000 Demons Nation has launched an assault on the South Sea Flood Dragons. And the Demon Emperor Gu Ming is personally leading the charge. Their forces are unstoppable.
Tong Yuan, Li Zhendao, and the others were visibly shocked. They hadn't expected Gu Ming to deliberately deploy his army at the border to create pressure. In reality, he had freed up his forces to attack the South Sea Flood Dragons instead.
The 4 Seas Flood Dragons, if united, would be a formidable force. The South Sea Flood Dragons alone are at least equivalent to 3 major sects. However, even with that level of strength, they are still weaker than the 10,000 Demons Nation. Besides, water demons are still demons. They only submit to the flood dragons, but now that Gu Ming's power is at its peak, who knows how many water demons secretly revere him. If a real battle breaks out, the South Sea Flood Dragons will undoubtedly collapse like a crumbling mountain.
Shen Mo spoke gravely.
Before Gu Ming wages war in the north, his first move must be to eliminate the South Sea flood dragons. Otherwise, once he marches north, the South Sea flood dragons will undoubtedly land ashore and attack us from behind, forming a pincer assault.
As soon as Shen Mo finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Shi Jingxuan scratched his head.
Then why didn't Gu Ming wipe out the South Sea flood dragons earlier? Why wait until now?
Shen Mo replied calmly.
No matter how divided the Four Seas flood dragons may be, they are still one family. If Gu Ming were to exterminate one faction, he would inevitably offend the other three. The remaining flood dragons would not take it lightly. The fact that he is acting now means the benefits have already been delivered.
Shi Jingxuan suddenly understood.
So what should we do now?
Du Kanking's eyes burned with intensity. Shen Mo spoke in a deep voice.
We take the initiative march south and attack. While Gu Ming's main forces have yet to return, we should eliminate as many as we can.
The Eagle clan is one of the most powerful among the demon race. According to intelligence, a medium-sized settlement of 20,000 adult eagle demons is stationed here. Shen Mo extended a finger, pointing at a mountain range within the 10,000 demons nation. This mountain range was very close to Wuzhou. With a high-speed raid, they could reach it in just over 10 days. Shen Mo then pointed to several other locations.
Here, here, and here. These are the settlements of the Tiger Clan, the Lion Clan, and the Bear Clan. Surrounding these powerful tribes, there should also be some weaker subordinate clans. We can wipe them out along the way.
Shen Mo drew a circle on the map.
If we can destroy these medium-sized settlements together, it will greatly weaken the morale and fighting spirit of the demon army.
After hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Indeed, this was an opportunity too rare to pass up. In a war between two races, staying on the defensive was not an option. The best strategy was to take the fight to the enemy.
However,
Li Zhendao said solemnly, a settlement with a permanent demon population of over 20,000 was considered medium-sized. Above that, those with a permanent population exceeding 1 million were classified as large-scale settlements. Shen Mo smiled slightly.
That's why we need to notify the other sects. I believe they would be more than happy to join us.
Tong Yuan and Wan Muchen nodded in agreement.
That makes sense.
Cultivators from the northern regions of Jing Nation rarely encountered the demon race. For them, slaying demons was also a way to earn merits. With such an opportunity in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted?
Spread the word, we set out immediately. After taking the demon camp, we split our forces and marched south.
Shen Mo made the final decision.
Yes.
The gathered cultivators responded in unison. That afternoon, the three-sect alliance camp moved out at full speed. All nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators boarded the armored cloudships. Core formation cultivators advanced on the ground. For 3 consecutive days, they marched at full speed. Soon, Shen Mo and the other cultivators spotted the demon army's camp. Even from the sky, the demon camp stretched for hundreds of miles, grand and imposing. The air above the camp was thick with blood-colored energy, swirling like a vicious dragon, warding off any who approached. On the armored cloudship Shen Mo was aboard, the helmsman was Wan Muchen. Wan Muchen hesitated.
Should we continue forward? If we enter the blood energy's range, the armored cloudship will be vulnerable to attacks. We don't have the means to repair the ship if it's damaged.
Shen Mo was resolute.
Keep going, that blood energy is an illusion. Understood.
Wan Muchen took a deep breath and gritted his teeth.
This old man will risk his life charge.
Chapter 365. His Majesty does not speak, but we, as ministers, should be able to guess. Chapter 365. His Majesty does not speak, but we, as ministers, should be able to guess. On the ironclad cloud boat, the cultivators were all extremely astonished. The blood chi dragon that soared into the sky was incredibly realistic. Even from dozens of miles away, it could instill an extreme sense of dread in one's heart. One would instinctively shrink back in fear. Every night they couldn't sleep peacefully and would inevitably have nightmares. So it was actually fake.
Damn the demon race, when did they get such brains?
Yang Qi snorted coldly.
Ordinary demons indeed don't have much brains, but Gu Ming is different. He has read through the history of Jing country and often reads books.
Li Zhen sighed. At critical historical junctures, the emergence of just one great person can be enough to change the course of history. Gu Ming is just such a person. What's more, his rule in the demon kingdom is unquestionable. No demon can shake his rule. At his command, all demons obey. He can maximize the use of his personal wisdom. Even if he orders the demons to commit collective suicide, probably only a few demons would frown. 3 ironclad cloud boats flew over the demon camp, and the old, weak, and wounded soldiers in the camp became panicked at once. The instructions from above didn't mention that the human race would cross the camp.
Leave 1 spirit transformation cultivator, 2 soul infant cultivators, to cooperate with the Foundation establishment cultivators who will arrive later to clean up the battlefield. The rest continue to head south.
Shen Mo said calmly. Wan Mu Chun said seriously.
Then I'll stay. After the battle situation here is over, I will immediately follow you.
With that, he pointed to 2 soul infant cultivators and they flew down from the cloud boat, like 3 huge meteors, crashing into the demon camp. The 3 ironclad cloud boats accelerated and continued to head south. At the same time, 2 other teams were also heading south at a faster speed. One of them was the team of cultivators stationed in Qingxuan. It included many cultivators from the Holy Spirit Sect, the Great Snow Palace, and the Tianhe Sect. The other was the fleet of ironclad cloud boats patrolling the border between Qingxuan and Yuzhou. A total of 10 ironclad cloud boats burst out with astonishing speed. Compared with the 3 ironclad cloud boats that the court provided to the 3 sects alliance, although the shape of these 10 ironclad cloud boats was not much different, their internal structure was obviously different. This allowed them to have higher speed and greater power. On the foremost cloud boat, a young man in golden armor stood majestically. He was surrounded by several spirit transformation cultivators. He was Prince Jing. Now he had changed from his golden-threaded python robe to this golden armor, to show his determination to fight the demons to the end. Prince Jing looked at the gradually clear Wazhu. He couldn't help but recall what Emperor Jing had said to him.
I'm giving you another chance. Those 10 ironclad cloud boats are under your command, but remember, you are only the deputy commander. Brother Emperor, rest assured, I will be well-behaved and strive to atone for my sins by meritorious service. Do not disappoint me, consult the commander more often. He knows when to fight and when not to. Yes.
Prince Jing took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at the old man sitting in the corner of the deck, roasting meat. The old man had white hair and beard, messy like a bird's nest, and was slovenly. A few years ago, he was a frontier official, holding the position of Yu Zhou Mu. Later, because he failed to implement Emperor Jing's grand plan, he was stripped of his position as Yuzhu and exiled to Heizhou. Now, Emperor Jing has reemployed him. However, no matter how Prince Jing looked at him, he couldn't associate him with a great strategist. In his view, the old man was so slovenly that he even seemed to disgrace the royal family's face. But since Emperor Jing had said so, Prince Jing did not show any look of contempt. At this time, he suddenly saw the old man put a piece of roasted meat sprinkled with cumin into his mouth. He shouted and screamed while showing an expression of enjoyment. It was as if he hadn't eaten meat for 100 years. Even the surrounding soul infant cultivators felt a bit disgusted. A royal family member, and he acts like this.
Uncle, what are you doing?
Prince Jing couldn't help but ask. Qingxuan chuckled.
I've been eating fish every day in Heizhou. I'm almost sick of it. Now that I finally have the excuse from the commander to change my taste, I definitely can't waste it.
Prince Jing was speechless. After a while he asked,
Uncle, do you think we can achieve great success this time? Can we atone for our sins by meritorious service?
Qingxuan nodded repeatedly.
Yes, definitely. Didn't the Qingxuan Sect feed us all the intelligence we need? You can achieve success, and so can I, why not?
Prince Jing's eyes showed a longing.
I want to achieve greater success.
Uncle, for this trip, I used up a lot of my family's resources and pulled some strings to buy many treasures from the Shadowless Pavilion.
He immediately listed them all like treasures of his own. After taking a bite of the roasted meat, Qingxuan nodded slowly.
Some are useful, some are not. But it's hard to achieve great success with these. Moreover, His Majesty's requirement for us is not to achieve great success, but to preserve our strength and wait for the right opportunity.
Prince Jing was stunned.
Preserve our strength and wait for the right opportunity. My brother didn't tell me that.
Qingxuan smiled lightly.
His Majesty won't say it, but we, as ministers, should be able to guess.
Prince Jing frowned. He didn't understand all these twists and turns. He just wanted to achieve success. Great success. To conveniently wash away the shame he had at first. And to make his brother happy. From childhood to adulthood, his brother had always doted on him and loved him. As his younger brother, he should do everything to share his brother's worries. Qingxuan took a big bite of roasted meat sprinkled with chili powder, enjoyed it for a long time, and then said,
Our cloud boat is fast. We should be able to reach Wuzhou before the Three Sects Alliance. When to fight, when to retreat, when to achieve great success, and when not to be greedy for success, I will tell you all.
Prince Jing hesitated for a moment and then said,
Okay.
Human cultivator teams from all directions were speeding up to head south. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, they successively broke through the demon camps. Boom! 2 beams of light burst out from the sides of the ironclad cloud boat, like a plow, fiercely raking the ground. The walls and gates of the demon tribe were as fragile as tofu in front of such beams of light. They shattered on the spot. Shen Mo leaped forward, flew on the air, and rushed into the small tribe like a flash of lightning. Just the air wave brought by the landing smashed many demon civilians and soldiers into minced meat. Bang, bang, bang. Behind Shen Mo, more cultivators descended from the sky and appeared in this small tribe. As the saying goes, the jackal and the wolf are in collusion. The jackal tribe has always been a subordinate tribe of the wolf tribe. Even though the jackal tribe is a bit more intelligent, in the demon kingdom where strength is the measure of superiority and bloodline determines nobility, the wolf tribe still occupies the dominant position. Prince Jing took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at the old man sitting in the corner of the deck, roasting meat. The old man had white hair and beard, messy like a bird's nest, and was slovenly. A few years ago, he was a frontier official, holding the position of Yu Zhou Mu. Later, because he failed to implement Emperor Jing's grand plan, he was stripped of his position as Yuzhu and exiled to Heizhou. Now, Emperor Jing has re-employed him. However, no matter how Prince Jing looked at him, he couldn't associate him with a great strategist. In his view, the old man was so slovenly that he even seemed to disgrace the royal family's face. But since Emperor Jing had said so, Prince Jing did not show any look of contempt. At this time, he suddenly saw the old man put a piece of roasted meat sprinkled with cumin into his mouth. He shouted and screamed while showing an expression of enjoyment. It was as if he hadn't eaten meat for 100 years. Even the surrounding infant cultivators felt a bit disgusted. A royal family member, and he acts like this. Uncle, what are you doing? Chapter 366. Seeing this, do you still want to spare the lives of the Bai clan children? Chapter 366. Seeing this, do you still want to spare the lives of the Bai clan children? The blood-colored crystal exploded in midair. It burst into a cloud of crimson powder. The female cultivator hurriedly tried to block it. But she found that the powder only slightly hindered the flow of her spiritual energy. It couldn't truly harm her. The Bai clan child was extremely ferocious, shouting in strange demonic language.
Kill you, despicable human slave.
Shen Mo sighed lightly, flicked his finger, and a thread of spiritual energy penetrated the child's body, directly cutting off its life force.
Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Do you really want to spare its life?
Shen Mo said calmly. The female cultivator from Qingxuan Sect lowered her head in shame.
He is still just a child and hasn't killed any humans, I think.
Shen Mo was about to speak when a nascent soul cultivator rushed over.
Young sect master, we have found the place where the Bai clan is holding the humans. But those people…
He couldn't continue, seemingly finding it hard to say. Shen Mo nodded.
Follow me. Once you see how the demons treat humans, you will know whether they deserve to live or die.
The female cultivator from Qingxuan Sect nodded. A moment later, Shen Mo arrived at the underground dungeon of the small tribe. It was damp and dark, with the faint sound of insects wriggling. In the corner, dozens of human women were huddled, stripped of their outer clothes. Their bodies were dirty and foul-smelling. Even when Shen Mo and the other cultivators arrived, they showed no reaction. Their eyes were numb and empty, like soulless husks. The female cultivator looked at the scene in horror. Shen Mo said calmly,
The Bai clan has some intelligence, but their reproduction is not as good as other races. So they thought of using human women to breed their offspring.
You are a woman, and a female cultivator at that. Your body is stronger and less likely to be destroyed to death.
Have you thought about what would happen if you were captured by the Bai clan?
The female cultivator immediately shuddered, her scalp tingling. Shen Mo continued.
Seeing this, do you still want to spare the life of a Bai clan child?
The female cultivator from Qingxuan Sect looked at Shen Mo with awe, bowed, and said,
Thank you, I understand. These women, I want to take them out and let them live a good life.
She looked at the women huddled in the corner. Shen Mo said calmly,
Those whose eyes still have some vitality have already been taken out.
But them,
Shen Mo pointed.
do you see any of them reacting? Most of them are ordinary people from Wazhu, whose families have been destroyed and who have lost their loved ones. Some were even born and raised here as human slaves, not even knowing what normal human life is like. For them, death is the best release.
The female cultivator was silent, and after a while she nodded.
You are right.
Shen Mo sighed lightly and waved his hand. The cultivator beside him nodded and used the most efficient and painless method to end the lives of these miserable women one by one. As they died, a glimmer of relief flickered in their empty eyes. The female cultivator said firmly,
I will do my utmost to slay the demons.
Shen Mo nodded.
Go ahead.
Shen Mo's heart also grew colder. Having seen too much of what the demons had done to humans, his mind, like the female cultivators earlier, was left with only one thought. That was to completely exterminate all demons. After returning to the surface, more cultivators gathered around Shen Mo.
Young sect master, all the Bai clan members have been slain. Young sect master, a rough estimate shows that this small tribe should have about 60,000 Bai clan members. Please instruct us on what to do next, young sect master.
Shen Mo nodded.
Take all the cultivation resources. As for this place, burn it to the ground. Leave nothing for the demons. Yes.
The cultivators immediately followed the order. At that moment, Shen Mo felt a sense of something and looked up. To his surprise, he saw a fleet of 10 ironclad cloud boats flying overhead. Whoosh! A figure flew to Shen Mo's side. It was Murong Yue.
More, that's the Imperial fleet. They left later but arrived first, trying to get to that medium-sized eagle tribe ahead of us.
Murong Yue's willow-like eyebrows were tightly furrowed. The 3 ironclad cloud boats the court had given them were clearly the emasculated versions. Shen Mo waved his hand.
Let them be. After all, we're all killing demons.
Murong Yue sighed softly.
How shameless.
Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
I bet Gu Ming will have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Let them be the ones to step on that landmine first.
Murong Yue's eyes lit up.
You're right.
No sooner had she spoken than a blinding light flared up thousands of miles away. It was clearly the power of the 10 ironclad cloud boats firing together. Many people witnessed that scene. However, just as the blinding light began to fade, a deafening cry tore through the sky. A surging blood energy rose up and blocked the combined attack of the 10 ironclad cloud boats.
I am the 10th prince of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Yingti. His Majesty anticipated that you might launch a surprise attack from the south. He had already ordered me to lead the dragon blood guard to lie in ambush here. Kill all the human slaves.
Yingti's cry even reached thousands of miles away. Even Shen Mo and the other cultivators could hear it clearly. This was something the demon race excelled at. Especially the demon kings, they didn't need to use their blood energy. Just relying on their physical strength, they could transmit their voices thousands of miles away. Shen Mo shrugged.
It looks like a fight has broken out.
Murong Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. After a while, she stopped laughing.
So what do we do now?
Of course, we go to reap the benefits.
Shen Mo smiled.
Yes, young sect master.
Murong Yue feigned seriousness. The battle resumed. The mighty human army swept through everything in its path. Every demon tribe they passed was devastated, and all demons were slaughtered. Some cultivators had too much sympathy and originally wanted to spare the demon children. But after seeing how humans were treated like livestock by these demons, they became furious, and their hands no longer showed any mercy. The 10th prince of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Yingti, and his dragon blood guard also failed to stop the advance of the human cultivators. In the end, they left behind a large number of eagle demon corpses, and, in exchange for one ironclad cloud boat, they hastily fled south. The human cultivators pressed their advantage and penetrated deep into the territory of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Night. In the 10,000 demon kingdom, on a plain by the mountains and water, the three sects alliance camp. Inside the camp tents, everyone was in high spirits, loudly exchanging their achievements of the day.
Hey, I killed 2 tiger demon kings today. So what? I killed 2 golden crown demon kings. Damn, you're more impressive. You're all nothing. I followed the young sect master and others and surrounded and killed 2 demon kings.
Amazing. Big brother, you go ahead and eat first.
The cultivators excitedly exchanged stories, as if breaking through the capital of the 10,000 demon kingdom was just around the corner. Shen Mo, Li Zhendao, Wan Mu-chun, Aoyang Lang, and other core figures of the sects were sitting around the bonfire having a meal, their expressions filled with joy. According to the reports from our fleet, the main force of the 10,000 demon kingdom is still attacking the South Sea Dragon. Even if they retreat now, it will take them at least a month to get back here.
We can take advantage of this gap to kill more demons.
Yang Lang waved his hand vigorously and said excitedly.
Well said.
Chapter 367, The Jade Cauldron Sect Will Not Participate. Chapter 367, The Jade Cauldron Sect Will Not Participate. During the period when Shen Mo marched south to attack the 10,000 demon kingdom, he would review his life panel every day. For the past few days, the life panel had shown no changes, and everything had been going smoothly. He had thought that today would also be without any unexpected changes. Unexpectedly, the change did come. Shen Mo quickly finished reading the recent opportunities and pondered thoughtfully. Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. It was just that the demon clans reproduced too quickly, producing a litter at a time. Otherwise, Gu Ming probably wouldn't dare to waste the lives of the demon clans so casually.
Shen Mo, what are you thinking about?
Li Zhendao laughed heartily. Wan Muchun teased.
Probably counting how many demon kings he killed today.
You guys didn't see it. With one swing of Shen Mo's sword, 3 silver crown kings died instantly. The power was too overwhelming.
Everyone burst into laughter. Their gazes couldn't help but reveal a bit of admiration for Shen Mo. The combat instinct of the demon clans was too strong, and the rule of survival of the fittest was far more brutal than that of the human race. Therefore, generally speaking, demon clans of the same realm would have a slight advantage over humans. Yet, Shen Mo could continuously kill the silver crown kings of the demon clans in an instant. His strength had clearly soared to a level that was difficult for them to estimate.
By the way, other sects said they would send people over to discuss attacking that large tribe. Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon.
Li Zhendao suddenly said. The others all nodded in agreement. 10,000 miles to the southwest, there was a large bear clan tribe. It was home to over 1,000,000 bear demons. The bear clan was one of the major clans in the 10,000 demon kingdom. It was also one of the important forces for breaking through and overcoming difficulties. If this large tribe could be eradicated, it would significantly reduce the number of troops Gu Ming could mobilize. And if troops had to be mobilized from the heartland of the 10,000 demon kingdom, it would require more time and more provisions. The time would be dragged out even longer. Moreover, the 10th prince of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Eagle Cry, who had fled south, was also recuperating in that large tribe. If he could be killed, it would surely yield a large amount of cultivation resources from him. After all, he was a prince. Shen Mo frowned slightly. He was about to speak up and persuade the cultivators present to turn back. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed several familiar auras arriving at the camp.
There they are.
Ouyang Lang smiled slightly, pointing to the entrance of the camp. Sure enough, several figures passed through the shadows and entered the camp. The first two were the main and deputy leaders of the imperial fleet, Jai Quan and Prince Jing. Behind them were Lin Dongshan, Zhu Ziyi, Zhou Minji, Yue Yingrong, and others. All were key figures of various forces. The two sides exchanged bows, which served as a greeting.
Everyone, I am Jai Quan, the main leader of the fleet. I have dealt with some of you here before.
Jai Quan still had the same slovenly appearance as before. When he said this, his gaze clearly fell on Shen Mo. Although they had secretly crossed paths several times before, this was the first time they were meeting face to face. Now that he saw him, he felt even more impressed by the young man's extraordinary presence. Shen Mo had long known that the main leader was Jai Quan, so he was not surprised.
There is no need for idle talk. Main leader, please tell us, how should the city attack be arranged tomorrow?
Yang Ke spoke up loudly. Jai Quan laughed heartily.
Good, the plan is still very simple. First, my 10 ironclad cloud ships will fire 3 rounds in unison to maximize the weakening of the Bear Clan's defensive capabilities. At this time, we will need your help to protect the safety of the ironclad cloud ships. After all, in this state, the ironclad cloud ships are very vulnerable and easiest to attack.
Subsequently,
Does everyone have any issues? Since that's the case, then let's proceed as planned. We will launch the attack precisely at the hour of the heir tomorrow.
Jai Quan said loudly. Everyone nodded, with no intention of objecting. Most of the sect's cultivators had no experience in leading troops into battle. Even if they were to nitpick, it would be difficult to find any flaws in the plan formulated by Jai Quan. Shen Mo shook his head.
The plan is good, but the Qingxuan Sect does not intend to participate.
As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately caused a round of astonishment among the crowd, especially among the cultivators of the Qingxuan Sect. That is a large tribe. The resources accumulated inside are innumerable. If they could plunder and bring them back to the sect, it would surely elevate the sect's foundation to a higher level. Why abandon it at such a critical juncture? Jai Quan frowned but did not speak. Prince Jing, however, was the first to speak.
Shen Mo, I know you don't like the court, but you don't have to resort to such means, do you? Now is the time for us to unite against the 10,000 demon kingdom. It is a war between humans and demons. Why do you still place your personal interests above the righteousness of humanity?
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Nangong Yun stepped forward and said coldly.
Prince Jing, you are the last person qualified to talk about the righteousness of humanity. When Yuzhou was attacked by 3 armies of the 10,000 demon kingdom, and the people of Yuzhou suffered greatly, I didn't see you come to help at the first moment. Instead, you thought it was the last moment to come out and reap the benefits.
Prince Jing's expression turned angry, and he was immediately left speechless. Lin Dongshan and Zhu Zai, looked at Shen Mo thoughtfully. Yue Yingrong, however, spoke softly.
My great snow palace will also withdraw.
Everyone was astonished. Even Shen Mo was somewhat taken aback. I haven't even mentioned the reason, and you're already withdrawing. Facing everyone's gaze, Yue Yingrong's expression remained calm, without the slightest change. Jai Quan sighed lightly.
Shen Mo, I know what you are worried about. You are worried that this is a trap, worried that Gu Ming's main force will arrive and catch us off guard, right? I can tell you straight away that there is no need for such concern. Gu Ming is still in the South Sea, fighting against the King of the South Sea. The second strongest person in the 10,000 demon kingdom after Gu Ming is Qingxuan, and he is also in the South Sea.
This is the intelligence obtained by the court, and I believe the friends from the Sea God Island should have also received it. Looking at Ouyang Lang behind Shen Mo. Ouyang Lang nodded awkwardly.
Yes.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He naturally knew about this. But he trusted his life panel more. He believed in what he saw. Moreover, he didn't think Gu Ming was a demon who didn't take care of everything. That large Bear Clan tribe is a bait, but it is a deadly bait. Once you want to swallow it, you have to pay a heavy price in casualties.
The Jade Cauldron Sect will not participate, and that's my final word.
Shen Mo said calmly. Li Zhendao, though he didn't know where Shen Mo's confidence came from, firmly stood by his side.
The young sect leader's word is the word of our Jade Cauldron Sect.
Tong Yuan and the Sea God Island exchanged glances, frowned, and finally said seriously.
We will also withdraw.
Chapter 368, Truly the One Eye the Emperor Have Chosen. Chapter 368, Truly the One Eye the Emperor Have Chosen. The Three Sects Alliance had long established a rule, with the Jade Cauldron Sect taking the lead. And ever since Shen Mo single-handedly annihilated the Demon Clan's three-pronged army, the true sole figure of the Jade Cauldron Sect had already become Shen Mo. It could be said that whatever Shen Mo said now, it was the law. Very few people in the Jade Cauldron Sect dared to go against Shen Mo's words. Now, without giving any reason, Shen Mo directly announced that the Jade Cauldron Sect would not participate in this matter. Li Zhendao, as the head of the sect, immediately echoed him to show the Jade Cauldron Sect's firm support for Shen Mo. Seeing the Jade Cauldron Sect, Qingxuan Sect, Sea God Island, and Great Snow Palace all declare non-participation, Jai Quan's expression visibly darkened. However, he still didn't say anything, just letting out a soft sigh. It was Prince Jing beside Jai Quan who now sneered.
Good, it's better that you don't participate. With our capabilities, we can still take down that large Bear Clan tribe, and might even capture the 10th prince of the 10,000 demon kingdom alive. You'll regret it then.
With that, he left without looking back, clearly full of anger. For some reason, Jai Quan also felt a bit of worry rising in his heart. Could it be that, as Shen Mo feared, Gu Ming had set an ambush in that large tribe? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he firmly cast this thought out of his mind. No matter what, he had to achieve great merit. Not for himself, but for his descendants. Otherwise, his descendants would never be favored and would gradually be marginalized, eventually losing their royal status and becoming commoners. This was something he did not want to see.
Let's go.
Jai Quan shook his head, not leaving any harsh words like Prince Jing, but simply turned and left. Lin Dongshan, Zhu Ziyi, Zhou Minji, Wang Lang, and others also followed and left. After they had completely left, Li Zhendao, Yang Ke, Tong Yuan, Ouyang Lang, and others gathered around Shen Mo. They looked at him with strange eyes. Nangong Yun whispered.
Xuaner, now you can tell us, what is the real reason?
Shen Mo shook his head.
Gu Ming is not that foolish. The demons of those small and medium-sized tribes combined are less than 1,000,000. But this large Bear Clan tribe has already exceeded 1,000,000, and there is even a 10th prince, Ying Ti, in it. The bait is too valuable. It's like placing a plate of steaming hot delicacies in front of someone who is starving.
Everyone pondered thoughtfully. Upon reflection, it did seem too smooth. The large tribe plus the 10th prince as bait was indeed too valuable. It seemed more like a poisonous, deadly bait.
No rush, we will know the answer in a few days.
Shen Mo waved his hand.
We won't attack that large tribe. Attacking other medium-sized tribes is the same. All cultivators at the core formation stage turn around and head north immediately. Only those at the soul transformation and infant soul stages will stay in the camp. We can sweep the surrounding demon clans without continuing to delve deeper into the 10,000 demon kingdom. In this way, although the spoils of war will be less, the advantage is safety.
Everyone nodded.
Understood.
In the following days, the Three Sects Alliance began to move according to Shen Mo's plan. All cultivators of lower realms were sent back to the Wuzhu camp. They swept the surrounding demon clans and plundered the nearby cultivation resources. News from the front kept coming non-stop. The team led by Qingxuan marched southward, unstoppable. The demons in the places they arrived at hardly had any ability to resist. Either they died or they fled to the large Bear Clan tribe. In just a few days, the demons in that large tribe had surged to over 1.2 million. Under such a smooth offensive, many people's thoughts changed. The cultivators marching south all believed they had made the right decision and were on the right team. The cultivators of the Three Sects Alliance and the Great Snow Palace were very envious. Some who originally didn't respect Shen Mo even began to secretly harbor resentment towards him. Shen Mo had anticipated all these situations and didn't care. South Sea, the Dragon Palace. The magnificent architecture was razed to the ground. The colorful corals and shells were reduced to drifting fragments and dust. The corpses of dragons, dragon people, and various water demons floated in the seawater. Blood dyed the entire sea red. Gu Ming strode into the Dragon Palace and sat on the crystal throne. From a distance, it looked like a golden armor sitting on a crystal-clear throne, making him appear even more regal and majestic, with an overwhelming demonic aura.
Too hard. Does the king of the South Sea sit in such a place every day?
Gu Ming shook his head and did not linger, slowly rising to his feet. At this moment, a dragon blood guard quickly walked in and respectfully said,
Your Majesty, the king of the South Sea, the crown princess of the South Sea, and the second prince have fled to the northwest. The remaining dragons have either surrendered or died. As for all the dragon people and water demons, they have all chosen to submit.
Gu Ming nodded indifferently.
No problem, let the king of the West Sea deal with it. If all goes well, the king of the West Sea will naturally send someone to bind the 3 fleeing dragons and deliver them to the capital of our 10,000 demon kingdom.
The dragon blood guard continued.
Your Majesty, human cultivators have marched south and attacked the tribe of the Bear Chaos Emperor.
However, according to the reports from the human spies, the Three Sects Alliance and the Great Snow Palace did not participate in the attack. Gu Ming smiled faintly.
It must be Shen Mo who decided not to participate.
The dragon blood guard nodded. Gu Ming sighed slightly.
He is truly the one I, the Emperor, have chosen. Not only does he possess super strength and great potential, but he also has extraordinary wisdom. Unfortunately, if he had decided to join the battle, I would have immediately returned through my avatar and killed him on the spot. But since he chose not to go, I don't need to go either. Send a message to Bear Chaos to proceed according to the plan. For every human soul transformation cultivator he kills, I will grant him a few drops of my essence blood. Also, tell him not to destroy all the human ironclad cloud ships. Leave one intact.
The dragon blood guard respectfully replied.
Yes.
Outside the large Bear Clan tribe, 9 ironclad cloud ships and a large number of cultivators had arrived. They were dark and dense like a dark cloud. Prince Jing looked down at the demon tribe from a high position. He immediately saw the demons inside colliding randomly like headless flies. It seemed they were extremely afraid of the ironclad cloud ships. Those were the demons who had fled from the previously annihilated tribes. They had already become like birds frightened by a bowstring. Prince Jing couldn't help but sneer.
Anyone who has witnessed the power of the ironclad cloud ships will turn into a disorganized mob. Those demons have already been terrified by us. Uncle the Emperor, give the order.
He looked at Qingxuan. Today, Jai Quan was not in his slovenly appearance, but had changed into a shiny set of armor. If a few days ago he was a careless wanderer, today he had become a great commander who planned strategies. His temperament had changed completely. Not just Prince Jing, but even Lin Dongshan, Zhu Ziyi, Zhou Minji, and others were momentarily stunned. It was as if they had seen a general emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood.
The time has come. Attack!
Jai Quan channeled his spiritual energy, and his voice swept across the sky.
Prepare for a round of synchronized firing.
Chapter 369, Full Retreat. Who is willing to stay behind with me? Chapter 369, Full Retreat. Who is willing to stay behind with me? However, within the tribe, a blood-red barrier suddenly rose up. The barrier was like an inverted giant bowl, covering the ground below. Not just the human cultivators, even many of the demon race members were caught off guard. Boom! The energy pillar struck the barrier. Surprisingly, it failed to penetrate and was instead blocked by the barrier. Ripples spread across the barrier's surface, gradually dimming. Yet all 9 energy pillars lost their brilliance, completely exhausted. And still the barrier stood firm. Before the human cultivators could react, 2 massive, terrifying blood-colored beams shot out from within the tribe. Each beam was more than 100 feet in diameter. Lin Dongshan, Zhu Zi, and the others immediately sensed the overwhelming threat. They swiftly activated their defensive martial techniques to resist. Jai Quan's pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted at the top of his lungs.
Activate the defensive array. Hurry!
But his warning was still too late. Boom! The blood-colored beams surged forth. In an instant, they engulfed 9 armored cloud ships and a vast number of cultivators. Within the blinding blood-colored light, agonized screams erupted. Cultivators at the divine transformation stage could still protect themselves. But those at the nascent soul and core formation stages, facing such an attack from a gold-crowned emperor, had no choice but to rely on the armored cloud ships for protection. However, the armored cloud ships had just endured a full round of attacks and had already depleted their supreme-grade spirit stones. Now was precisely the time they needed to replace them. These 2 blood-colored beams came so suddenly that no one had expected them. The main forces of the 10,000 Demons Nation were clearly in the South Sea. At most, this large tribe should have had only 2 demon emperors. How could such a terrifying attack be launched from here? The armored cloud ship carrying Jai Quan, Zhu Zi, and their group was exceptionally disciplined. Whenever their supreme-grade spirit stones were depleted, they replaced them immediately. As a result, they could barely activate their defensive array. But the other armored cloud ships were not as fortunate. Faced with such a sudden and devastating attack, all they could do was watch as the blood-colored beams consumed them. Boom, boom, boom. 4 armored cloud ships exploded violently, plummeting straight toward the ground. Most of the cultivators aboard perished instantly, and only a few divine transformation stage cultivators managed to escape, severely wounded. The casualties were immense. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, 10 figures shot up from within the tribe, hovering in midair. Each of them radiated a surge of overwhelming blood energy, like towering demonic giants. The 2 leading demon emperors had particularly massive bodies, making them the most eye-catching. On the left stood a giant eagle over 50 feet long, its body covered in golden feathers. This was none other than the 10th prince of the 10,000 demons Nation Ying Ti. On the right stood an enormous black bear over 80 feet tall, a white arc-shaped marking stretched across its chest. Around its neck was what appeared to be a string of white beads. There were at least 500 of them. But on closer inspection, they were no mere beads, they were dried, skinned human skulls. Strung together, they formed his necklace. This uniquely gruesome accessory immediately revealed his identity, one of the most notorious demon emperors of the 10,000 Demons Nation. Qingxuan, Lin Dongshan, Zhu Zi, and the others were all struck with shock. Jai Quan's eyes burned with fury. Wasn't Qingxuan still in the South Sea, aiding Gu Ming in his campaign against the sea dragons? How had he suddenly appeared here? It was well known that Qingluan was an extremely powerful gold-crowned emperor. And he was a bear demon. Bear demons were most feared for their sheer brute strength. A single slap from his paw could shatter an entire mountain. In the eyes of many demons, Qingluan had always been the strongest beneath Gu Ming. There were even rumors that he was the one who should have ascended to the throne of the Supreme Emperor, not Gu Ming. But Qingluan himself had admitted he was no match for Gu Ming, so he relinquished his claim to the throne. Qingluan saw the grim faces of the human cultivators and immediately burst into loud laughter.
Humans, you didn't expect this, did you? You must have thought I was still in the South Sea. In truth, the one in the South Sea was just a clone of mine. The real me is right here. These demon emperors had already left the South Sea in batches some time ago and arrived here. His Majesty was right, you cunning humans would surely take advantage of the moment when the 10,000 demons nation's main army was occupied, launching a large-scale offensive to the south.
Prince Jing's expression turned extremely grim.
Commander, what should we do now?
He looked at Jai Quan. Jai Quan's usual carefree demeanor had completely vanished. In its place was unshakable resolve.
Full retreat. Who is willing to stay behind with me to cover the rear?
Jai Quan roared. Prince Jing first sighed in relief, but when he heard the latter half of Jai Quan's words, he was momentarily stunned. Cover the rear. In this situation, staying behind was no different from signing one's own death warrant. Moreover, if Jai Quan, the chief commander, died, then as the deputy commander, he would be the one held responsible.
No, you can't die. Come with me. We still have time to retreat.
Prince Jing grabbed Jai Quan's arm. However, Jai Quan was as immovable as a mountain, refusing to budge.
I can't leave. I'm already a condemned man. We fell into the demon race's trap this time, losing 5 out of 10 armored cloud ships. My sins are unforgivable. Even if I return alive, His Majesty will have me executed. But if I die in battle, His Majesty will at least show mercy to my family.
Jai Quan spoke solemnly.
You are different. You are His Majesty's own younger brother. No matter what, he will never hold you accountable. Run, just run.
He looked toward Qingluan and suddenly let out a bitter chuckle.
Qingxuan.
Prince Jing saw the 10 demon emperors closing in and felt the weight of fear sinking deeper into his heart.
My lord, we have replaced the supreme-grade spirit stones in the cloud ships. We can retreat at full speed at any time.
A cultivator shouted.
Hurry, retreat now.
Prince Jing growled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 4 cloud ships turned around, preparing to escape at maximum speed. Lin Dongshan, Zhu Zi, and the others stood on the deck, watching Jai Quan hover in midair, facing Qingluan. Their expressions were complicated.
Don't let them escape.
Qingluan roared. Like a falling meteor, he charged straight toward the 4 retreating cloud ships.
My lord will help you.
A 5th cloud ship did not retreat. Instead, it accelerated, rushing toward Jai Quan's position. It was aiming to collide head-on with Qingluan. Jai Quan hovered in midair, looking at the approaching cloud ship with a smile.
Good, you are truly worthy of being a golden general.
The captain of that armored cloud ship was one of the few survivors from the Mist Province, a general under the command of Governor Jai Shilong, one of the Golden Generals. During the Battle of Kangaming Valley, nearly the entire army was wiped out. Very few survived, he was one of them. A mere armored cloud ship.
If I have to die, I'll die standing.
The Golden General roared, overloading the ship's speed formation, charging straight toward Qingluan. Jai Quan laughed heartily and leaped onto the cloud ship.
If we die, let's die with style.
Qingluan shrieked in frustration.
Damn it, these humans must be insane.
Chapter 370, The Essence of Demonic Blood Divine Transformation Stage Completion. Chapter 370, The Essence of Demonic Blood Divine Transformation Stage Completion. In the dense forest, a shadow flickered through the towering trees with incredible agility. The humid climate of Mist Province allowed the trees to grow exceptionally well. Even though the demon race frequently cut them down recklessly, the the trees would still regrow at an astonishing speed. After a while, the figure suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the treetop of an exceptionally large tree. There, a massive nest sat prominently. He waited for a moment as two pitch-black giant birds in the nest let out long cries. One flew east, the other west. Once the two dark birds had flown far away, he swiftly approached the nest. Inside the nest lay two pure white eggs. Among the scattered debris were many chaotic objects: human clothing, dried bones, and more.
Found it!
His sharp eyes swept through the messy pile, and at one moment his expression turned razor-sharp. Reaching out, he grabbed what appeared to be an unremarkable object and turned to leave. His movements were exceptionally fast. In just a few blinks, he had vanished into the vast wilderness. Moments later, at a concealed tree branch, Shen Mo finally stopped. He examined the grayish crystalline rock in his hand and revealed a long-lost smile.
The essence of demonic blood.
Shen Mo chuckled. Back in the capital, when he had browsed through Lin Dongshan's life panel, he had memorized all of the man's recent fortuitous encounters. One of them was precisely this essence of demonic blood hidden in the giant tree nest. After Lin Dongshan and his group were ambushed by Qingxuan and other demon emperors, they attempted to flee aboard the armored cloud ships. However, they were soon betrayed from within. The last remaining armored cloud ship was also destroyed. Lin Dongshan fell from the sky and happened to land near this giant tree's nest. By sheer luck, he stumbled upon this essence of demonic blood. But now it was in Shen Mo's hands. Demonic blood continuously released demonic energy, corrupting everything around it. However, once separated from the body, small amounts of demonic blood would eventually exhaust all its energy and dry up. Under the natural forces of the world, it would then condense and compress, transforming into the essence of demonic blood. Those two black giant birds had probably just used it as a building material for their nest. Human cultivators found it difficult to refine and absorb this substance. Only those who had cultivated specific demonic arts would collect the essence of demonic blood to aid their practice. The same was true for the demon race. Some demons who had fallen into the demonic path sought out this essence to absorb and refine. Shen Mo, of course, had no intention of refining it himself. This was meant for Nine Nether Ice Flame. Shen Mo focused inward, inspecting his Danshan. He found that Nine Nether Ice Flame had already sensed the presence of demonic blood and was itching to act. With a single thought, Shen Mo summoned the Nine Nether Ice Flame, which instantly ignited in his palm. As soon as it left his body, it detected the essence of demonic blood. Immediately, like a python, it coiled around it and swallowed it whole.
Sigh!
Shen Mo snorted. The Nine Nether Ice Flame had just been about to retreat into Shen Mo's body when it paused at his words, as if contemplating something. After a moment, it separated a small flame, which reached out and gently stroked his cheek, like a comforting hand. Shen Mo sneered.
That trick won't work on me anymore.
The last time, the Nine Nether Ice Flame had done the same thing. It was reminiscent of the tactics used by manipulative, high-level temptresses when dealing with men. The flame froze in midair for a moment. Then, as if admitting defeat, it curled up into a soft, lifeless ball in Shen Mo's palm. Anyone who didn't know better might have mistaken it for a tiny white kitten.
If you still can't be of use to me today, you'd better go find someone else to mooch off of. See if anyone else will let you freeload like this.
Shen Mo sneered. The Nine Nether Ice Flame hesitated for a while. In the end, a strand of extremely pale white flame extended from its core and reached for Shen Mo's forehead. The moment the pale flame touched his brow, Shen Mo's consciousness suddenly connected with another consciousness, one that carried a faint sense of guilt.
I was wrong. I won't do it again.
Shen Mo. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
So you've already become this intelligent, huh?
This level of wisdom had clearly surpassed both the red lotus flame and the solar essence fire. No wonder, in the beginning, the two of them had ganged up on Nine Nether Ice Flame. But now, Nine Nether Ice Flame had turned the tables, casually knocking them around whenever it pleased. It was truly a case of the highly intelligent elder toying with the lesser flames.
The essence of demonic blood is extremely rare. I can't guarantee I'll find more.
Shen Mo said calmly. Nine Nether Ice Flame responded.
Oh, then don't bother looking for me in the future. I'm gone.
In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. No matter how many messages Shen Mo sent through their connection, Nine Nether Ice Flame remained completely unresponsive, as if it had died. Shen Mo cursed under his breath.
Damn flame!
But after cursing, he actually smiled. Because he could feel a steady stream of energy being fed back into his body from Nine Nether Ice Flame. That was the power of the essence of demonic blood. Ordinary cultivators couldn't refine or absorb it, but Nine Nether Ice Flame could. And since Shen Mo was now deeply connected to it, as Nine Nether Ice Flame refined the demonic essence, a portion of the power naturally flowed into him as well. A true win-win situation. Compared to the solar essence fire and the red lotus flame, Nine Nether Ice Flame was undoubtedly more powerful. If he could merge all three heavenly flames, the great desolate starfall technique would reach an unimaginable level of destruction. It would become his ultimate trump card. For now, Nine Nether Ice Flame was acting uncooperative because it wasn't getting fed. That was fine. In a real crisis, when Shen Mo was in mortal danger, it would have no choice but to help. He didn't dwell on the matter further. Instead, he turned his gaze southward. Even from tens of thousands of miles away, Shen Mo could sense the lingering shockwaves from the fierce battle between the human and demon races.
It should be over by now.
He muttered. Shaking his head, he turned and left. His recent glimpses into fate had revealed that Gu Ming possessed a secret technique that allowed him to switch between his true body and his clone. In the original timeline, if Shen Mo had chosen to join the battle, he would have been ambushed at that large tribe by Gu Ming, Qingxuan, and over 10 demon emperors, suffering a devastating defeat. It was only thanks to the self-sacrifice of Li Zhendao, Wan Muchen, and others that he had barely escaped with his life.
So that clone technique must have come from the blood god's vault.
Shen Mo returned to the Three Sects Alliance's main camp, deep in thought. This predetermined fate confirmed one thing: he was still not strong enough to face Gu Ming head-on. He needed to accelerate his cultivation. His blood energy realm still had a long way to go before breaking through to the next stage. But right now, the fastest improvement he could make was in his spiritual power realm.
I'm so full.
Chapter 371, Fighting While Retreating. Chapter 371, Fighting While Retreating. Upon returning to the camp, Shen Mo saw 4 armored cloud ships hovering in the sky outside. Their surfaces were riddled with scars, and many of the defensive formations were damaged. The entire camp was bustling with activity. Cultivators were so busy that they barely had time to touch the ground. Many of the wounded had no place to rest and could only lie on the ground to receive treatment. Shen Mo had only taken a few steps into the camp when someone shouted loudly.
The young sect master has returned. It's fellow Taoist Shen.
In an instant, Li Zhendao, Tong Yuan, and others gathered around Shen Mo. The looks they gave him were filled with even greater admiration. Tong Yuan sighed with emotion.
I truly didn't expect that Gu Ming actually set up an ambush in that large tribe. A full 10 demon emperors, including Qingxuan, who is second only to Gu Ming in strength within the 10,000 demon kingdom. Moreover, that tribe had set up an extremely rare formation capable of storing blood energy, which could be unleashed all at once when needed. It was by using that formation that they were able to severely damage a large number of armored cloud ships and kill many low-level cultivators in a short time.
Ouyang Lang sighed softly.
The imperial court and the cultivators from other sects have suffered heavy losses, alas. If only they had listened to the young sect master and not launched an attack on that large tribe, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state.
Yang Ke snorted coldly. His words immediately drew hostility from many cultivators of the Shadowless Pavilion, Sacred Spirit Sect, Heavenly River Sect, Mad Blade Alliance, and the Imperial Court. Wang Lang of the Mad Blade Alliance, covered in blood, cursed angrily.
What a load of nonsense! If your sects had joined the battle, would we have fought so bitterly?
I think you're colluding with the demons.
The cultivators of the Mad Blade Alliance hailed from the desert regions of Mo province, where the people were known for their fiery and fierce temperament. After Wang Lang spoke, the Mad Blade Alliance cultivators were riled up, itching to charge at Yang Ke and start a fight. Yang Ke immediately looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected the Mad Blade Alliance to react so fiercely. Lin Dongshan said calmly,
Elder Yang, you can't say that. If your 3 sects and the Great Snow Palace had also joined the battle, perhaps we wouldn't have been driven back by Qingxuan and the other demon emperors, and we wouldn't have lost 4 armored cloud ships. Perhaps we could have even flattened that large tribe and achieved greater results.
Yang Ke was left speechless. He didn't know how to refute this. Zhu Zi said calmly,
I don't want to disrupt the unity among the sects, but what Lin Dongshan just said does make some sense.
Zhou Minji, who was currently healing from his injuries, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing their argument. He was a close friend of Shen Mo, so naturally he shouldn't speak ill of him. But from the perspective of the Heavenly River sect's interests, it was indeed necessary to criticize a little. After all, the Heavenly River sect had also suffered significant losses this time. Shen Mo glanced at Lin Dongshan and Zhu Zi, his expression remaining unchanged. If the 3 sects alliance and the Great Snow Palace had also joined the battle, they would have had to face not only Qingxuan and the other 10 demon emperors, but also the demon emperor Gu Ming himself. In that case, it wouldn't have been a situation where they suffered heavy losses and most managed to escape. Instead, it would have been a complete annihilation, with only a few managing to survive. Shen Mo simply said indifferently,
Qingxuan was supposed to be in the South Sea. Why did he suddenly appear in that large tribe? Have any of you thought about that?
After he said this, Lin Dongshan, Zhu Zi, and other clever individuals seemed to realize something, their expressions changing slightly. Shen Mo continued,
The Blood God's treasury is a treasure land, even a sacred place of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Only a handful of demons are allowed to enter. However, every demon that emerges from the Blood God's treasury becomes incredibly powerful.
Some speculate that it's because the Blood God's treasury enhances their bloodline techniques.
Gu Ming's bloodline technique has rarely been displayed in front of others, but I've found records of it being used twice.
Shen Mo said calmly,
The first time, Gu Ming killed Shi Zhao, who was competing with him for the throne. Some demons witnessed that Gu Ming had a blood-colored shadow appear beside him. The second time, Gu Ming personally took action deep into the heart of Mist Province and slaughtered 5 cities. People from afar saw 5 blood-colored shadows resembling Gu Ming entering those 5 cities. After such a bloodline technique is enhanced by the Blood God's treasury, what exactly will it become?
The expressions of Lin Dongshan, Zhu Zi, and the others completely changed. They were all intelligent people. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. They had also read records of Gu Ming's past actions. Now, with Shen Mo connecting the dots, they quickly realized the implications. Gu Ming's bloodline technique is very likely related to creating clones. After being enhanced by the Blood God's treasury, Gu Ming might very well be able to shift between his main body and his clones. Moreover, he might even be able to create clones for other demons. The cultivators present, such as Li Zhendao, Aoyang Lang, and Tong Yuan, all wore solemn expressions. They hadn't expected Gu Ming to become so formidable. No wonder the demons regard the Blood God's treasury as a heaven-sent sacred land. Some low-level cultivators from the Mad Blade Alliance wanted to speak up, but when they saw Wang Lang shake his head, they immediately fell silent.
Fellow Taoist Shen, your wisdom is truly profound. Z admires you.
Zhu Zi said solemnly.
Z apologizes to you.
With that, she actually bowed to Shen Mo. Soon after, many others also bowed to Shen Mo, apologizing for their earlier irrational behavior. Shen Mo waved his hand.
Everyone, go about your duties. All nascent soul cultivators gather here to discuss the war.
Inside the tent, the nascent soul cultivators assembled. They began discussing their next steps.
I suggest we retreat immediately and return to the territories of Yu Province and Cayenne Province.
Tong Yuan said in a low voice. Wang Lang immediately flared up at this.
No way, so many of our brothers died, how can we just retreat like that? I absolutely refuse.
As he spoke, his wounds reopened and blood spurted out. If Tong Yuan and the others hadn't dodged quickly, they would have been splattered. Zhu Zi said gravely.
If we retreat too quickly, it could lead to a drop in morale.
Once the main forces of the 10,000 demon kingdom gather, it will be even harder to resist them.
Zhou Minji nodded in agreement.
Young Master Zhu is right.
The group continued to argue over whether to fight or retreat, with no consensus reached. The debate grew heated, with faces turning red and sleeves being rolled up. It seemed as though they were about to come to blows at any moment. Lin Dongshan raised his voice.
Everyone hold on, I have a suggestion.
Before he could finish, Yue Yingrong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke.
Why don't we hear what fellow Taoist Shen has to say?
Her words seemed to carry a strange, calming power. The atmosphere in the tent immediately cooled.
Tranquil heart technique.
Zhu Zi's eyes flickered. Wang Lang grumbled.
Don't use the tranquil heart technique on me. I can't even feel my temper anymore.
Yue Yingrong said calmly.
The tranquil heart technique has no side effects. It's only meant to help everyone calm down.
Fellow Taoist Shen successfully prevented us from being completely annihilated by the 10,000 demon kingdom. I think we should let him decide whether to fight or retreat.
All eyes turned to Shen Mo. Lin Dongshan glanced at Yue Yingrong, his gaze cold. Shen Mo looked around the room and said,
Fight, but fight while retreating. Qingxuan and the other demon emperors will certainly pursue us in their victory. Demons, once bloodied, often act recklessly and may directly disobey Gu Ming's orders to continue chasing us. What we've lost before, we might very well reclaim in the coming days.
Chapter 372, Crushing Us Like Ants. Chapter 372, Crushing Us Like Ants. Over the next 10 days, things unfolded exactly as Shen Mo had predicted. Qingxuan and the other demon emperors, emboldened by their victory, pursued relentlessly northward. The cultivators, however, feigned a complete collapse, appearing like startled birds. At the mere sight of demons in the distance, they would immediately flee. In this way, they lured Qingxuan and the other demons further and further north, away from the territory of the 10,000 demon kingdom. At the border between Mist Province and Yu Province, Ying Ti, watching the terrified human cultivators fleeing in panic, frowned slightly. The recent successes had been too smooth, making him instinctively feel that something was wrong. Even Gu Ming held Shen Mo in such high regard, considering him a formidable enemy. How could Shen Mo now seem completely incapable of mounting a counterattack? Qingxuan asked impatiently.
Why aren't we pursuing them? If we can capture Shen Mo alive, it would be a great achievement. Who knows, we might even get a chance to enter the Blood God's treasury.
At the mention of the Blood God's treasury, a flash of greed appeared in Ying Ti's eyes. However, after a moment, reason prevailed. He shook his head.
No, something feels off. Besides, ahead lies the territory of Mist Province. It's possible the humans have already set up an ambush. Qingxuan, His Majesty also gave us orders to pursue while victorious, but not to venture beyond the borders of the 10,000 demon kingdom. I think it's best to withdraw.
Qingxuan snorted coldly.
Withdraw? Impossible. I respect His Majesty's wisdom, but the situation changes rapidly. Now is the time to press the attack. That Shen Mo, I think His Majesty has completely overestimated him. How could he possibly foresee everything? He's not some prophet. Besides, I suspect there's internal strife among the humans. Think about it, Shen Mo proposed not participating in the attack, which led to the four sects staying out of the battle. Many human cultivators probably believe that if those four sects had joined, the casualties wouldn't have been so severe. They must hate Shen Mo to the core.
Ying Ti was taken aback.
That...
Qingxuan's feet surged with blood energy, and in an instant he shot forward several hundred meters, crushing a small hill beneath him which exploded into countless rocks.
Let's make this clear. If I capture Shen Mo, the greatest credit is mine. You get nothing, heh.
Ying Ti gritted his teeth, spread his wings, and resolutely followed. Capture Shen Mo, achieve a great merit, enter the blood god's treasury. This was an irresistible temptation for him. Through normal means, he would never surpass the likes of Hu Yang and Qingxuan. He had to use every possible method to strengthen himself. That was the only way. Besides, with Qingluan, the second strongest under Gu Ming, leading the charge, even if the humans had an ambush, they should still be able to retreat unscathed. Several hours later, in a gourd-shaped valley, the battle had already concluded. The corpses of Qingluan and Ying Ti lay in the mud and blood. Around them were the bodies of several other demon emperors. These powerful and noble demon emperors now lay like dead dogs, utterly lifeless. Li Zhendao and the others stared at the scene, still unable to believe their eyes. They hadn't expected it to actually work. Everything had gone exactly as Shen Mo had predicted. The demons, driven by bloodlust, had charged recklessly without considering the consequences. Even though Gu Ming had given strict orders, they hadn't necessarily followed them. Zhu Zi looked at Shen Mo, who was inspecting the spoils of war, and felt a shiver of fear. Earlier, Shen Mo had single-handedly fought Qingluan and Ying Ti, two demon emperors. He had effortlessly slain them. After the battle, he bore no injuries, only some damage to his clothing. Such combat prowess was terrifying.
It seems.
Zhu Zi couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps only the grand elder of her shadowless pavilion, once he emerged from seclusion, could stand against Shen Mo. It wasn't just her. Zhou Minji, Wang Lang, Tong Yuan, and the others also looked at Shen Mo with increasing awe and respect. Qingluan, the demon emperor revered by countless demons as the strongest beneath Gu Ming, had once even had the chance to compete with Gu Ming for the throne of the demon emperor. Yet he had been so easily slain by Shen Mo. His death was less dignified than that of a dog. Lin Dongshan's gaze toward Shen Mo had completely changed. Back in the capital, he had once believed that with his unparalleled talent, he would inevitably surpass Shen Mo in no time. Yet now, only a few years later, the gap between Shen Mo and himself had not only failed to narrow but had instead grown even wider. At this rate, he wouldn't even be able to see Shen Mo's shadow, let alone catch up to him.
Fellow Taoist Lin.
A voice brought Lin Dongshan back to his senses. He quickly turned toward the source of the sound. To his surprise, it was Shen Mo walking toward him. Lin Dongshan took several deep breaths before managing to adopt his usual tone.
Fellow Taoist Shen, what can I do for you?
He smiled warmly, his expression still as honest and simple as ever. Shen Mo smiled in return. In Lin Dongshan's eyes, there had been a flicker of panic just moments ago. Clearly, Shen Mo's deliberate display of his strength in front of everyone had achieved the intended effect.
I've heard that the Sacred Spirit Sect has a secret technique for creating puppets, called the corpse refining and spirit control puppetry art.
Shen Mo said calmly. Lin Dongshan hesitated for a moment before nodding.
I was just about to discuss this with you, fellow Taoist Shen. There are many demon emperor corpses here, all of which can be refined into puppets. Especially Qingluan's corpse. Once refined, it will likely retain the strength of a golden summit emperor. My Sacred Spirit Sect is willing to offer some sacred spirit eyes in exchange for these corpses.
Shen Mo smiled.
I want this secret technique.
Lin Dongshan was utterly shocked.
No, this is the Sacred Spirit Sect's closely guarded secret.
Shen Mo waved his hand.
I haven't finished speaking, don't be so hasty. I don't need the complete set, just a portion of it. I've heard that your sect's corpse refining and spirit control puppetry art is divided into two parts. The first is the formula for the corpse refining elixir, and the second is the method for controlling the puppets.
Lin Dongshan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but nod. How did Shen Mo know more about the corpse refining and spirit control puppetry art than he did? Shen Mo smiled.
I want the method for controlling the puppets.
Lin Dongshan frowned.
No, if this method is handed over to you, fellow Taoist Shen, you could control our sect's puppets as well. This,
Shen Mo continued.
the spirit control method, is unique. The control method for each puppet is completely different. There's no need to use that as an excuse to brush me off.
Lin Dongshan clicked his tongue. How did Shen Mo even know this? However, without the corpse refining method, the quality of the puppets produced would be poor. He guessed that Shen Mo must have obtained some inferior formula for the corpse refining elixir and hoped to use it to refine puppets on his own. After careful consideration, Lin Dongshan nodded.
I can agree to hand over the spirit control method to you. However, I need the corpses of 5 demon emperors. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain this to the sect. After all, I'm only the Holy Son, not the sect master.
Chapter 373, The Corpse Refining and Spirit Control Puppetry Art, 9 Yin Corpse Refining Elixir. Chapter 373, The Corpse Refining and Spirit Control Puppetry Art, 9 Yin Corpse Refining Elixir. Shen Mo shook his head.
No, that's too much. At most, I can give you 1 demon emperor's corpse.
Lin Dongshan also shook his head.
How about this? Let's both compromise for demon emperor corpses.
Shen Mo's head shook like a rattled drum. The two continued to negotiate. Finally, they reached an agreement. Shen Mo would hand over 2 demon emperor corpses and 3 golden summit demon king corpses in exchange for the spirit control method. Both sides were satisfied. Lin Dongshan quickly left with the demon corpses, fearing that Shen Mo might change his mind. Shen Mo smiled faintly. He truly only needed the spirit control method, because he was about to obtain an even better corpse refining elixir. As night deepened, after a grand victory celebration, almost all the cultivators, except those on guard duty, had fallen into a deep sleep. Cultivators could usually use their spiritual energy to dispel the effects of alcohol. However, after slaying so many demons, there was no need to remain fully alert. Sometimes it was necessary to indulge and get thoroughly drunk. In the darkness, a figure moved swiftly, entering the vast mountain forest. His speed was incredible. One moment he was in the camp, and the next he was hundreds of meters away. Moreover, he didn't alert anyone or any beast. It was as if a drop of water had merged into the ocean, or a ghost had blended into the night. After about half an hour, the figure stopped at a raised mound of earth. There were many ruins scattered around. Moonlight fell on the figure's face, revealing Shen Mo's features.
This is the place. It was once the mountain gate of a sect in Mist Province. Now it's in ruins.
Following the guidance of his life panel, Shen Mo found a passage leading underground through the ruins. After some searching, he indeed found a shattered stone slab. On the slab were carved strange, fantastical beasts. At first glance, one might think it was the whimsical work of a carver. The demons probably hadn't understood what it was either, which was why they hadn't taken it. But Shen Mo knew that what was carved on it was a formula for a corpse refining elixir, created by a genius. Hundreds of years ago, the Sacred Spirit Sect had produced a genius with extraordinary talent in corpse refining. However, he wasn't part of the sect's orthodox lineage, but belonged to a different faction. This led to the genius being frequently ostracized by the orthodox faction. In the end, unable to endure the humiliation, he faked his death by making it appear he had been killed by a demon beast and fled the Sacred Spirit Sect. The genius traveled south and eventually settled in Mist Province, where he gradually grew in strength. Thanks to his talent, he quickly became the young sect master of a local sect. The formula for the corpse refining elixir was the result of countless days and nights of experimentation. He named it the
9 Yin Corpse Refining Elixir.
This elixir was more comprehensive and superior to any of the corpse refining elixirs currently used by the Sacred Spirit Sect. The final product, the puppet, would lose the least amount of blood energy. This meant that the puppet could retain the maximum level of strength it had possessed in life. The Sacred Spirit Sect had spent over 1,000 years trying to improve their corpse refining elixirs, but it was ultimately a genius they had ostracized and driven away who succeeded. If those who had pushed him out knew this, they would surely be filled with regret. However, this eccentric genius ultimately couldn't escape the wheels of history. He died at the hands of the demon Emperor Gu Ming. Shen Mo bowed slightly to the stone slab before taking it, as a gesture of respect to the genius who had come before him. This opportunity had been buried deep within the ruins. If he had come looking for it earlier, it would have been extremely difficult to find. But now, the battles between Qingxuan and the other demon emperors and the human cultivators had caused changes in the surrounding terrain. Frequent small earthquakes had occurred. This had caused the slab to be unearthed from the depths of the ruins, making it possible to discover. According to Lin Dongshan's recent opportunities, he would have come here 2 days later with a handsome man to discuss sword techniques. While lost in the afterglow of their conversation, they would have accidentally discovered the entrance to the ruins and eventually found this stone slab, taking it back to the sacred spirit sect. But now it belonged to Shen Mo.
With this, I can finally refine puppets.
Shen Mo smiled. The corpses of bear demons were exceptionally strong, making them one of the most suitable materials for refining puppets. And Qingxuan, as the second strongest demon beneath Gu Ming, though he had been no match for Shen Mo, possessed a body that was terrifyingly powerful. Once refined, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset in critical moments. Even if it proved less useful, it could at least serve as a meat shield to block a fatal blow. After obtaining the stone slab, Shen Mo quickly left and found a secluded spot. He easily dug a deep hole and began preparing the elixir. Most of the ingredients for the corpse refining elixir were not hard to find. As for the rare ones, given Shen Mo's current status, all he had to do was make a request and someone would willingly deliver them to him. Thus, Shen Mo soon gathered all the necessary ingredients for the elixir. He then submerged Qingxuan's corpse into the mixture and began the refining process. The corpse refining process was slow. It would take at least half a year for the corpse to fully absorb the elixir. However, after this battle, both the demons and humans had suffered significant losses. The demons' losses were even greater. After all, so many tribes had been destroyed, and the nearby resources had been plundered. For Gu Ming to gather millions of demons again, he would need to mobilize forces from the heart of the 10,000 demon kingdom. As for provisions, they would also have to be transported from the core regions. This would undoubtedly slow down the 10,000 demon kingdom's northern campaign. Therefore, Shen Mo could afford to wait the 6 months. 10,000 demon kingdom capital. The eldest prince, Hu Yang, and the third prince, Qingxuan, led a large group of demons out of the city to welcome the returning army. Even though Gu Ming had not yet arrived, they knelt halfway and none dared to rise. After a long while, the ground began to tremble slightly. The demons couldn't help but lift their gazes. Sure enough, a dark line appeared on the southern horizon, gradually growing larger and revealing the figures of countless demons. It was the triumphant main army. At the forefront, on the imperial carriage, stood a figure clad in dark gold. An aura of dominance radiated from him, making it impossible not to bow in submission. Many traitors had surrendered simply because they had glimpsed Gu Ming's kingly demeanor from afar. Before the main army even arrived, the sounds of celebration and excitement could be heard. Hu Yang and Qingxuan even saw that the crystal throne of the South Sea King had been dug up and carried back. Clearly, the battle in the South Sea had yielded great rewards. However, they couldn't bring themselves to smile, because they had to present the grim report from the northern front to Gu Ming. Before long, the army arrived before the gathered demons. Gu Ming stood on the imperial carriage, looking down at Hu Yang, Qingxuan, and the others. He smiled and said,
Why are you still kneeling? Rise!
Hu Yang and Qingxuan didn't dare to speak. After a moment, Hu Yang respectfully said,
Father, this is the report from the northern front.
Chapter 374, Only Awaiting the Emperor's Command to Create Demon Land. Chapter 374, Only Awaiting the Emperor's Command to Create Demon Land.
Qingxuan and Ying Ti disregarded orders, recklessly seeking glory, and were consequently annihilated within the borders of Mist Province. Even the largest tribe in the northern region of our 10,000 demons kingdom has been completely slaughtered. Excellent, it seems my commands hold no weight anymore, not even enough to ensure obedience.
Gu Ming's words were calm, devoid of any noticeable fluctuation in tone. Yet the more composed he appeared, the more it revealed the seething rage within him. The orders he had repeatedly emphasized had been ignored by monarchs like Qingxuan and Ying Ti, treating them as mere whispers in the wind. This negligence led to the complete destruction of a major bear tribe. Previously, the losses of medium and small tribes had been mere bait, sacrifices that could be endured. But this major tribe was a crucial part of his plans, intended to serve as a hub for troops and supplies. Now, with the tribe annihilated and resources plundered, everything had to start anew. This was something he could not tolerate. Hu Yang and Qingxuan both kept their heads down, not daring to speak. At such a time, anyone who spoke would be courting misfortune. Yet Yi Yan's mind began to race. This could very well be a significant opportunity. If seized, he could become a great hero of the 10,000 demons kingdom in the future. Thinking this, he immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply.
Father Emperor, I am willing to take charge of this matter, to rebuild the tribe at once, and establish a new hub for troops and supplies for your majesty.
Hu Yang and Qingxuan were both taken aback. Their gazes towards Yi Yan shifted subtly. Brother, you are truly bold. Gu Ming also raised an eyebrow. The death of Qingxuan and the destruction of a major bear tribe were significant blows to the bear clan. Other major clans, such as the tigers, lions, elephants, and wolves, still had many surviving monarchs, including top-tier monarchs who had once vied with him for the demon emperor's throne. With the bear clan severely weakened and temporarily diminished, these major clans would inevitably carve up the power vacuum left by the bears. If any one clan grew too powerful, it would affect all aspects of the 10,000 demons kingdom. As the emperor of the demon race, Gu Ming had to maintain balance. Thus, he had initially planned to entrust this matter to Qingxuan. To hand this achievement directly to Qingxuan, thereby bolstering the honor of the bear clan and balancing the power of the other major clans. However, Yi Yan's self-recommendation gave him a new idea. The surrendered humans within the 10,000 demons kingdom were also a considerable force. They could be used to counterbalance the powerful clans.
Very well, I shall entrust this task to you.
Gu Ming declared, looking down at Yi Yan with an imperious tone that brooked no refusal. Yi Yan responded solemnly.
Yes. Your Majesty, there is another matter that requires your attention.
Hu Yang suddenly spoke.
Speak.
Hu Yang said gravely.
Many of the demon kings who participated in the hunt against the heavenly ghost clan in the past have either mysteriously disappeared or been found dead in the wilderness in recent years. I suspect that the last descendant of the heavenly ghost clan has reappeared.
A cold glint flashed in Gu Ming's crimson eyes.
I remember now, it's the missing daughter of the ghost king. Find her and kill her. I will not tolerate any unforeseen variables.
Hu Yang replied respectfully.
Understood.
Gu Ming said indifferently.
I give you 3 years. Within 3 years, the new tribe must be established, and the Ghost King's daughter must be slain.
I will be in seclusion for 3 years to digest the gains from the blood god's treasury. Yes.
The princes responded in unison. After the princes left, Gu Ming waved his hand, and all the dragon blood guards immediately departed. Only Gu Ming and the leader of the dragon blood guards remained in the grand hall.
How are things progressing?
Gu Ming asked calmly. The dragon blood guard leader replied gravely.
The items have been delivered to all designated locations. We only await your Majesty's command to create the demon land.
Gu Ming nodded slightly.
No rush, now is not the best time. You may leave. Yes.
Jing Kingdom, capital, Imperial Palace. The Jing Emperor still stood quietly. However, his expression was far from calm. In the corner of the room, a shadowy figure knelt on one knee, silent. He had just heard the report from the Shadow Guard. The Imperial fleet, seeking glory, had advanced recklessly and was ambushed by Qingxuan, Ying Ti, and other demons. Numerous cultivators were killed or severely wounded. Commander Jai Quan took the initiative to cover the retreat and, as a result, died in battle. Only 4 of the 10 ironclad cloud ships remained. The losses were nothing short of devastating. What made matters worse was that Qingxuan, Ying Ti, and other monarchs of the demon race were all killed by Shen Mo while they were pursuing their victory. The military might of the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom suffered a severe setback, forcing them to temporarily recuperate. Shen Mo's reputation among the various sects had risen to an astonishing level. Some even believed that if Shen Mo continued to grow stronger, he might one day confront Gu Ming directly and slay him. Even within the imperial court, many argued that they should no longer oppose Shen Mo. Instead, they should strive to win him over or at least avoid standing against him. The Jing Emperor's mood had now sunk to its lowest point.
Your Majesty, how should we handle Jai Quan's family?
The Shadow Guard whispered. A cold glint flashed in the Jing Emperor's eyes. He had placed great hopes in Jai Quan, which was why he had reinstated him as the commander of the fleet. By the time the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom was on the verge of collapse, this fleet would not only annihilate the core demons of the kingdom, but also serve as a weapon to control the various sects. But now, everything was ruined. Most of the court-raised cultivators had perished, and the survivors were severely injured. His younger brother, Prince Jing, was incapable of commanding respect. Now, those cultivators would inevitably have to follow the orders of the sects. Once again, his plans had failed. Jai Quan, why couldn't you make me happy just once? The princes responded in unison. After the princes left, Gu Ming waved his hand, and all the Dragon Blood Guards immediately departed. Only Gu Ming and the leader of the Dragon Blood Guards remained in the Grand Hall. How are things progressing? Gu Ming asked calmly. The Dragon Blood Guard leader replied gravely, the items have been delivered to all designated locations. We only await your Majesty's command to create the demon land. Gu Ming nodded slightly. No rush, now is not the best time, you may leave.
Yes.
Jing Kingdom, capital, Imperial Palace. The Jing Emperor still stood quietly. However, his expression was far from calm. In the corner of the room, a shadowy figure knelt on one knee, silent. He had just heard the report from the Shadow Guard. The Imperial fleet, seeking glory, had advanced recklessly and was ambushed by Qingxuan, Ying Ti, and other demons. Numerous cultivators were killed or severely wounded. Commander Jai Quan took the initiative to cover the retreat and, as a result, died in battle. Only 4 of the 10 ironclad cloud ships remained. The losses were nothing short of devastating. What made matters worse was that Qingxuan, Ying Ti, and other monarchs of the demon race were all killed by Shen Mo while they were pursuing their victory. The military might of the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom suffered a severe setback, forcing them to temporarily recuperate. Shen Mo's reputation among the various sects had risen to an astonishing level. Some even believed that if Shen Mo continued to grow stronger, he might one day confront Gu Ming directly and slay him. Even within the imperial court, many argued that they should no longer oppose Shen Mo. Instead, they should strive to win him over or at least avoid standing against him. The Jing Emperor's mood had now sunk to its lowest point. Your Majesty, how should we handle Jai Quan's family? The Shadow Guard whispered. A cold glint flashed in the Jing Emperor's eyes. He had placed great hopes in Jai Quan, which was why he had reinstated him as the commander of the fleet. By the time the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom was on the verge of collapse, this fleet would not only annihilate the core demons of the kingdom, but also serve as a weapon to control the various sects. But now, everything was ruined. Most of the court-raised cultivators had perished, and the survivors were severely injured. His younger brother, Prince Jing, was incapable of commanding respect. Now, those cultivators would inevitably have to follow the orders of the sects. Once again, his plans had failed. Jai Quan, why couldn't you make me happy just once? Exile them to Han Province, the Jing Emperor said coldly. Yes, the Shadow Guard nodded.
Also, keep a close eye on Shen Mo's movements. I want to know his every action.
The shadow guard hesitated.
Your Majesty, Shen Mo's strength is too great. We cannot monitor him. We must ask the leader to intervene. But the leader is currently in the Western Sea.
The Jing Emperor said calmly.
Forget about the Western Sea King. Have him focus on Shen Mo at all times. Understood. I will notify him immediately.
The shadow guard vanished like a ghost in the blink of an eye. Western Sea. A furious roar erupted from the Dragon Palace.
You failed to capture the Southern Sea King and his men. What are you all doing?
Terrifying waves surged, crashing against the shore and pounding the reefs. The once clear skies and calm waters were now a raging storm. Many fishing boats capsized, and countless fishermen drowned in despair. Inside the Dragon Palace, a dozen princes knelt on the ground, their faces filled with fear. On the crystal throne, the Western Sea King was seething with rage.
Get out, all of you, get out.
The princes scrambled to their feet and fled like startled birds. One of the lesser-known princes left the Dragon Palace but did not return to his quarters. Instead, he made his way to a remote, uninhabited area. He took out a communication jade, and a voice immediately came through. After listening, he frowned.
Abandon the Western Sea King and focus on Shen Mo. I heard Shen Mo has achieved great feats and is a hero of the human race. Is His Majesty mistaken?
After a long pause, he reluctantly put away the communication jade. He was none other than Mo Lin, the leader of the Shadow Guards. The cultivation technique he practiced was highly unique, allowing him to change his appearance at will, even transforming into other races. For over 30 years, he had been disguised as a prince of the Western Sea Dragon Palace, lurking here to steal a treasure of immense value. It was said to be a relic left behind by the last true dragon before it departed this realm. However, the Western Sea King had hidden it well, not even revealing its location to his most trusted princes. Naturally, Mo Lin had not yet had the chance to access it. Just a year ago, he had finally uncovered some clues. To give up now would be a great pity.
The Emperor's will is as unyielding as the heavens. I dare not disobey.
Chapter 375. A trump card better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Chapter 375. A trump card better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. In the blink of an eye, a year passed quietly. Shen Mo once again arrived at the place where he had been soaking Qingxuan's corpse. The vegetation around the deep pit had withered and died. Even the ground had become dry and barren to varying degrees. This was the effect of the corpse-refining elixir. However, this was an inevitable consequence. Refining corpses into puppets was seen by many as a rather dishonorable practice. It had even been classified as a demonic technique at one point. However, since it had no actual connection to the demon race and was a closely guarded secret of the Holy Spirit sect, it was ultimately not categorized as a demonic technique. Shen Mo, however, didn't care whether it was honorable or not. As long as it provided combat power and enhanced his strength, it was a good thing. Shen Mo approached the deep pit and extended his spiritual energy.
It's done. Every inch of the corpse's skin has absorbed the refining elixir. The corpse's blood essence has only lost 1/10, retaining a full 9/10.
Shen Mo smiled. If it were the corpse-refining elixir currently used by the Holy Spirit sect, the corpse's blood essence would lose at least 3/10. And that would only be achievable by someone who frequently refined such elixirs. If it were a less experienced cultivator attempting the refinement, the loss of blood essence would likely be even greater. For a top-tier Golden Crown monarch like Qingxuan, losing 3/10 of his blood essence would almost drop him to the level of a Silver Crown monarch. But thanks to Shen Mo's efforts, the corpse retained the strength of a Golden Crown monarch.
Next is the soul control process.
Shen Mo sat cross-legged in front of the deep pit and began circulating the soul control technique. Threads of spiritual energy coiled and extended, penetrating into Qingxuan's skull. The soul control technique was somewhat obscure. If one lacked talent in this area, progress would be slow. However, Shen Mo's comprehension was exceptional. By the second day of obtaining the technique, he had already grasped the basics. Now he was extremely proficient. Effortlessly, he took control of Qingluan's corpse. Tum! Qingluan's turbid eyes suddenly opened. A surge of blood essence erupted from his body. The deep pit exploded instantly, and Qingluan's corpse shot into the air. His towering body, dozens of feet tall, stood upright, muscles bulging like small mountains. Blood essence surged like flames around him. He looked like a divine bear god, towering between heaven and earth. It was impossible to doubt that he could shatter mountains with a single punch or sever rivers with a single step. Shen Mo silently commanded.
Shrink!
Qingluan's body immediately shrank, and his blood essence gradually receded. Finally, he was reduced to a little over 10 feet tall. His blood essence was completely contained within his body. Shen Mo thought for a moment and tossed over a set of black robes and a bamboo hat. Moments later, Qingluan's burly figure was concealed beneath the black robes. His blood essence acted like armor, covering every inch of his skin and shielding him from prying eyes. From the outside, it was almost impossible to tell that he was a puppet refined from Qingluan's corpse. He simply looked like an unusually tall and robust man. Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction.
You'll stay hidden here for now. When I need you, I'll call for you.
Qingluan nodded, then leaped away and disappeared into the forest, lying in wait. As long as Shen Mo gave no orders, he could remain motionless for decades, even centuries, until his blood essence was completely depleted. With this backup plan in place, Shen Mo left. No one knew about this trump card. At some point, Qingluan might become the ace that decided the outcome of a battle. Of course, even if he never played a significant role, it didn't matter. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. A trump card is something you may not need, but you must have. Another year passed. In Mist Province, amidst the endless dense forests and heavy mists, Shen Mo sat alone among towering ancient trees. Inside his body, it felt as though countless giant elephants were galloping and roaring. From a distance, he sometimes appeared like a majestic mountain, suppressing all immortals and demons. At other times, he resembled a great river, capable of cleansing all impurities from the world. And yet at other times, he seemed like a meteor shower, ready to obliterate the entire world. Boom! At a certain moment, a deafening roar erupted from within Shen Mo's body. A surge of blood essence erupted uncontrollably in all directions. The surrounding ancient trees were incredibly sturdy, resistant to even the sharpest blades and axes. Yet where Shen Mo's blood essence swept through, all the trees crumbled like tofu. The rumbling roar continued without end. Giant trees fell in waves. Only when the surge reached 1,000 miles away did a single giant tree manage to withstand the overwhelming blood essence, like a waterfall from the Milky Way, and barely remain standing. Shen Mo opened his eyes, filled with excitement.
2,000 giant elephant forces.
A look of joy spread across his face. The blood essence contained within the Azure Phoenix blood crystal was indeed astonishing. Over the past 2 years, he had never stopped refining and absorbing it. This allowed him to advance rapidly, opening another 1,000 giant elephant particles without any hindrance. Now he had a total of 2,000 giant elephant particles, awakening 2,000 giant elephant forces. With his current strength, a single punch from Shen Mo could pierce through an ordinary monarch without even needing to use his blood essence. If he were to use a blood essence martial technique, he could instantly kill a top-tier golden crown monarch like Qingluan. Shen Mo felt a slight surge of joy and was about to stand up when he suddenly sensed an incredibly pure energy emerging within his body. That cool, pure energy rushed into his dantian, so refreshing that he almost cried out in pleasure. This burst of energy was equivalent to 5 years of arduous cultivation.
Could it be the demon blood essence?
Shen Mo quickly focused inward to inspect his dantian. Sure enough, the netherworld ice flame had completely refined and absorbed the demon blood essence. That massive surge of pure energy had come from the demon blood essence. Over the past 2 years, every month or two, the netherworld ice flame would distribute a portion of the demon blood essence. Even without actively cultivating his spiritual energy, Shen Mo's spiritual power had grown rapidly.
I actually feel like I'm about to break through again.
Shen Mo felt the swelling of his spiritual energy ocean and couldn't hide his surprise. This sudden breakthrough had clearly exceeded his expectations.
No time to waste. I must start cultivating immediately.
He sat back down and once again immersed himself in cultivation. This time, however, he focused on his spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surged around him like tidal waves. Even from 1,000 miles away, the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Half a year later, thanks to the humid and hot climate of Mist Province, the surrounding giant trees had once again grown to cover the area. Shen Mo's aura, however, had reached its peak at this moment. Boom! It was as if a massive boulder had been dropped into a calm lake. Instantly, towering waves of spiritual energy erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A pillar of light shot into the sky, but was immediately concealed by the formation Shen Mo had set up earlier. The violent remnants of spiritual energy surged in all directions but were absorbed by the formation. Not a single trace leaked out. Within Shen Mo's body, it felt as though a thin layer of paper had been pierced. He opened his eyes sharply, feeling the roaring flow of spiritual energy through his meridians.
Perfect divine transformation realm.
His expression was one of immense satisfaction.
My blood essence realm has already reached the level of a golden crown monarch. Moreover, I am undoubtedly among the top-tier golden crown monarchs. My spiritual energy realm has now reached the perfect divine transformation realm. I wonder if my current strength is enough to challenge Gu Ming. Is there a chance I could defeat him?
Chapter 376, Gu Ming's Backup Plan: The Minor Teleportation Talisman. Chapter 376, Gu Ming's Backup Plan: The Minor Teleportation Talisman. After reviewing his life panel, Shen Mo fell into deep thought. Destiny had already changed. Not only could he survive, but he could also defeat Gu Ming. However, while he could defeat him, he couldn't kill him. Gu Ming had a backup plan. Realizing he was no match, he didn't even bother with threats. Instead, he immediately used a minor teleportation talisman to flee tens of thousands of miles away.
The minor teleportation talisman is indeed a good thing. I once obtained one myself.
Shen Mo retrieved a palm-sized talisman from his storage ring. This talisman was made by writing with cinnabar on talisman paper. Though it might seem simple, crafting it was extremely difficult. The cinnabar used was not ordinary cinnabar, but a rare type known as spirit-infused cinnabar. This cinnabar had absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, allowing it to channel the spiritual power of a cultivator. The talisman paper was also no ordinary paper. It had to be made by soaking demon beast hide in a special medicinal solution to soften it, then processed into paper. The grade and quality of the demon beast hide would determine whether the talisman paper could withstand more powerful patterns.
The art of crafting talismans has long been lost. All that remains today comes from ancient times without exception.
Shen Mo stared at the talisman with its intricate patterns, furrowing his brow. This also meant that methods to counter talismans were equally hard to find.
However, if I live long enough, I might just figure out how to counter them.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas had extremely long lifespans. The oldest among them was the North Sea King, who had once assisted the human emperor in conquering the Eight Wilds. Second to the North Sea King was the South Sea King. The South Sea King had assumed his position after the human emperor unified the world and established the Great Jing dynasty. As for the East Sea King and West Sea King, both had been replaced once, and their ages were not particularly old, barely over 1,000 years. The South Sea Dragon Palace has suffered heavy losses, and the South Sea King's whereabouts are unknown. Finding him will be difficult.
I can only have people gather information about him.
Thinking this, Shen Mo quickly returned to the camp. His reputation was now extremely high. With just a single order, many people were willing to help him track the South Sea King's whereabouts. Tong Yuan, Aoyang Lang, Zhou Minji, and others didn't even ask for reasons before agreeing. They didn't hesitate at all. Just as Shen Mo was about to leave to practice his martial skills, he noticed Wang Lang, a cultivator from the Mad Blade Alliance, pacing back and forth with a worried expression. Not far away, Tong Yuan and Aoyang Lang were whispering to each other.
I heard the West Sea water demons have also intensified their attacks on Mo province. Look at Wang Lang, he's so anxious he's scratching his head, wishing he could go back and help.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. For now, these were just small-scale raids. But soon, a full-scale invasion would come, pressing deep into the heartlands of the Mad Blade Alliance and the Sea God Island. This was one of Gu Ming's tactics. Shen Mo said nothing. Some things he couldn't change, nor did he need to. If he changed them, the predetermined fate would shift, leading to a future he couldn't predict. The unknown was the most terrifying.
Big Brother Shen, the person you asked me to find, Awu Wu.
Shi Jingshan's loud voice echoed outside the tent. However, before he could finish, someone else covered his mouth. Shen Mo smiled wryly.
Come in.
Two figures, one tall and one short, quickly entered. They were Du Kangqing and Shi Jingshan. Shi Jingshan glared at Du Kangqing, clearly displeased that the latter had covered his mouth. Du Kangqing expressionlessly wiped his hand on Shi Jingshan's clothes.
Your saliva is disgusting.
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh at the two clowns.
Did you find him? Yes, the South Sea King has arrived. He's hiding in the dense forest outside and hasn't revealed his whereabouts.
Du Kangqing nodded.
Good, thank you both.
Shen Mo clasped his hands in gratitude. Shi Jingshan grinned.
No need to thank me, no need. Big Brother Shen taught me a lot during our sparring sessions. This is the least I could do.
Du Kangqing said expressionlessly.
It wasn't your Sea God Island that found him. It was my Qingxuan Sect. What are you being so modest for?
Shi Jingshan retorted angrily.
It's practically the same. Why bother splitting hairs?
Du Kangqing replied coldly.
Last time you stole food from the Tianhe sect and immediately blamed it on me, saying Sea God Island is Sea God Island, and Qingxuan Sect is Qingxuan Sect. Back then, you were very meticulous about drawing the line.
Shi Jingshan snorted.
You're no better. Last time you took me to peek at the female cultivators of the Great Snow Palace bathing.
Du Kangqing immediately covered his mouth. The two of them instantly started wrestling. Shen Mo clicked his tongue and let them brawl, turning to leave. These two had been rivals for a long time. They argued every 3 days and fought every 5. Everyone was used to it. With a flash, Shen Mo appeared in the dense forest outside the camp. After a moment's thought, he slightly activated the blood energy within his body. Sure enough, he soon sensed 3 powerful blood energies hidden deep in the forest. Shen Mo used his movement technique and arrived in the depths of the forest in an instant. There stood 3 figures. An old man, a young man, and a woman. The old man was tall and robust, with a kind face full of wrinkles. However, he occasionally showed signs of pain, clearly still bearing injuries. The young man was tall and sturdy, with cold and aloof features, his face filled with vigilance as if danger lurked everywhere. The woman had a graceful figure, curvaceous and elegant, like a lotus emerging from water. Though her face was beautiful, there was a hint of heroism in her brows. Clearly, she was no delicate lady. However, all 3 had dragon horns on their heads, revealing their identities. Shen Mo's sudden appearance put the 3 on high alert. Especially the young man, who nearly unleashed a martial technique on reflex.
Zio Yi, mind your manners.
The old man scolded. The young man relaxed his blood energy, but still watched Shen Mo warily. Shen Mo wasn't offended. After all, these 3 had been on the run for a long time. It was only natural for their nerves to be on edge. The old man smiled.
Young friend, you truly are a dragon among men with extraordinary strength. None of us noticed your approach.
Shen Mo clasped his hands.
You flatter me, South Sea King. Let me introduce you.
The old man said, pointing to the young man behind him.
Ao Yi, the second prince.
He then pointed to the woman.
Ao Jia, the eldest princess.
Aoyi looked somewhat proud. After all, the dragon kings of the four seas were usually respected wherever they went. Even nascent soul cultivators would respectfully address them as princes and princesses. Aojia, however, said calmly,
What princes and princesses? That's all in the past. Now we're just exiled dragons from the South Sea.
Shen Mo looked at Aojia with some surprise. This dragoness clearly understood the current situation better than her brother. And she was more accepting of their current status.
How is third brother?
Aojia asked.
He's doing well, and his strength has improved significantly.
Shen Mo nodded. After some small talk, the South Sea King spoke solemnly.
Young friend, we hope to take refuge here for a while. In light of the great transformation dragon art, we ask for your assistance.
Chapter 377, 3 Methods to Counter the Minor Teleportation Talisman. Chapter 377, 3 Methods to Counter the Minor Teleportation Talisman. Upon hearing the South Sea King's request, Shen Mo agreed without hesitation. The South Sea King was clearly a reasonable dragon. Long ago, he had prepared for the worst and sent his direct descendants away. He had even gifted Shen Mo the great transformation dragon technique in advance, showing great sincerity. Now, Shen Mo naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the South Sea Dragon had already become mortal enemies with Gu Ming. Shen Mo had even more reason to accept these three. As for how the dragons of the West Sea and East Sea would react, that was not within Shen Mo's considerations. Other cultivators might still harbor illusions, thinking that the dragons of the West Sea and East Sea were merely friendly with Gu Ming and would remain neutral. But Shen Mo had long known that these two sea dragons had already colluded with the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. The reason they hadn't openly broken with Jing Kingdom was simply a strategy of Gu Ming. Is a warrior who brandishes weapons under the sun more fearsome? Or is an assassin lurking in the shadows, constantly watching the battlefield more fearsome?
Does the South Sea King understand talismans?
Shen Mo suddenly asked. The South Sea King was taken aback and laughed.
Why do you ask, young friend?
Shen Mo smiled.
I happen to acquire a talisman and am quite curious about it.
The South Sea King casually replied.
Existing talismans are extremely rare nowadays, and most of them have been passed down from ancient times. As for those talismans, the majority come from the Lingbao Zhengfa sect.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Lingbao Zhengfa sect?
The South Sea King nodded.
Indeed.
That sect was one of the first established by humans, far older than most sects today. During that ancient era, the continent was dominated by demons and monsters, with almost no territory for humans.
Now, the longest existing sect should be the Great Snow Palace, but when the Lingbao Zhengfa sect fell, the Great Snow Palace had not yet appeared. The founding ancestor of the Lingbao Zhengfa sect was just an ordinary person who, by chance, obtained a heavenly scripture and thus made his fortune with talismans, establishing the Lingbao Zhengfa sect.
During that period, the Lingbao Zhengfa sect almost became a beacon for humanity, leading the resistance against the demons. Shen Mo pondered.
What happened later? How did the Lingbao Zhengfa sect disappear?
The South Sea King sighed lightly.
The Lingbao Zhengfa sect created too many talismans, allowing low-level cultivators to unleash high-level combat power through them. Naturally, they became a thorn in the side of the demons.
The founding ancestor was ambushed and killed by the demons, the heavenly scripture vanished, and the Lingbao Zhengfa sect gradually declined.
Then, it took only a little over 200 years for it to completely vanish.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Such short-lived sects were not uncommon.
Do you know of the minor teleportation talisman?
Shen Mo asked again. The South Sea King nodded.
Of course, the minor teleportation talisman is one of the most popular talismans among the many created by the Lingbao Zhengfa sect.
This talisman only requires the infusion of spiritual power to teleport at least 5,000 miles to a random location.
The more spiritual power infused, the farther the teleportation distance.
It was the go-to escape tool for human cultivators back then.
It was also the talisman most hated by the demons.
Have you obtained a minor teleportation talisman?
He asked with a smile. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Since he was asking how to counter the minor teleportation talisman, there was no need to lie about it. Shen Mo countered.
How is the minor teleportation talisman used? Can it be interfered with, interrupted, or countered?
The South Sea King laughed.
The method of using talismans is the same. You just need to infuse them with spiritual power. As for whether the minor teleportation talisman can be interfered with, I can tell you with certainty, yes. Moreover, there are at least 3 methods to interfere with the minor teleportation talisman.
Shen Mo's heart stirred.
Please enlighten me, South Sea King.
The South Sea King nodded and spoke seriously.
First, there is demonic energy. I heard you killed a demon in Jiangsu, so you should know the terror of demonic energy. The essence of demonic energy far surpasses spiritual and blood energy, thus it counters both. Within demonic territory, the range of the minor teleportation talisman is greatly reduced, possibly to just a few hundred or even tens of miles. If a demon locks down your entire body with demonic energy, the effectiveness of the minor teleportation talisman will be severely limited. Second, there are spatial arrays. As long as a spatial array is used to lock down a certain area in advance, the minor teleportation talisman will be directly disabled, and no amount of spiritual power infusion will help. However, spatial arrays are extremely difficult to create. The larger the area they cover, the harder they are to make. To my knowledge, there is only one array called the Black Tortoise Chaos Void Array that can lock down a space within a 100-mile radius. There is no larger spatial array than this.
After hearing these 2 methods, Shen Mo couldn't help but frown inwardly. Demonic energy, he certainly didn't have that. Spatial arrays, they were too difficult to find, and he didn't have one capable of covering a large area either. The South Sea King smiled.
The first 2 methods are almost impossible to come by nowadays, so you need not worry about being countered by them.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked.
What about the third method, to counter the minor teleportation talisman?
The South Sea King nodded.
The void-locking talisman. Void-locking talisman.
The South Sea King smiled.
This talisman was initially created by the founding ancestor of the Qingxuan Sect to counter demons capable of tearing through the void.
Later, cultivators discovered that this talisman could also have the same effect on the minor teleportation talisman, though its effectiveness against the major teleportation talisman is extremely limited. If there is a significant gap in cultivation levels between the users, it can be said to have almost no effect. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. The void-locking talisman. It seemed he might be able to work with this.
Are there many void-locking talismans in the world?
Shen Mo asked again. The South Sea King laughed heartily.
Young friend, there's no need to be so cautious. Talismans are rare to begin with. How would ordinary cultivators have the chance to obtain them? The minor teleportation talisman is already very rare, and the void-locking talisman is even rarer.
To my knowledge, it seems only the Sword Sovereign of Jing Kingdom has preserved some rare talismans.
The Sword Sovereign has a close relationship with you and naturally wouldn't act against you, so you can rest assured.
Shen Mo was even more delighted upon hearing this. The Sword Sovereign. He hadn't expected him to collect talismans as well. How thoughtful.
Good, thank you, Senior.
Shen Mo said sincerely, cupping his hands in gratitude. The other party had been so patient in answering his questions, so it was only right to express his thanks.
No problem, we may need to rely on you a lot in the future, young friend Shen Mo.
The South Sea King also bowed to Shen Mo, showing no heirs of a dragon who had lived for thousands of years. After seeing them off, Shen Mo flashed away, soaring through the air toward the northeast. His speed was extremely fast. In 5 days, he reached the border between Wuzhou and Yuzhou. After another 3 days, he arrived at Jade Sea City. Upon arriving in Jade Sea City, he didn't need to search carefully before hearing a familiar voice from the side.
Well, young friend, what brings you to Jade Sea City to see me? Shouldn't you be diligently cultivating in Wazhou? Wait your aura now.
Chapter 378. The Demon Emperor will unify the 8 desolates and 4 seas. Chapter 378. The Demon Emperor will unify the 8 desolates and 4 seas. Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
Sword Sovereign, it's been a while.
Ping quickly waved his hand.
Don't change the subject. Have you advanced in your cultivation again? Moreover, I feel like both your spiritual power and blood energy have improved.
Shen Mo knew that Ping harbored no ill will toward him and was instead full of goodwill, so he didn't hide anything and nodded affirmatively.
I've indeed made some small breakthroughs.
Ping clicked his tongue.
Small breakthroughs. You're not even releasing your aura, yet I can sense a hint of threat from you. If you were to go all out, I'm afraid I might no longer be your match.
Shen Mo smiled without responding. Ping's intuition wasn't wrong. Although Ping's cultivation was at the peak of the divine transformation stage, his body had aged significantly, and his lifespan was nearing its end. In contrast, Shen Mo was still in his ascendant phase, with his spiritual power reaching the perfection of the divine transformation stage and his blood energy achieving the level of a golden crown sovereign. Against ordinary peak divine transformation cultivators, Shen Mo could completely dominate and kill them with ease. Even against a seasoned and formidable peak divine transformation cultivator like Ping, Shen Mo could firmly hold the upper hand. Relying on his powerful martial skills and nearly inexhaustible spiritual and blood energy, Shen Mo could wear down his opponent to death. From the very beginning of a fight, Shen Mo stood in an invincible position.
Good, excellent. I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
Seeing Shen Mo's affirmative response, Ping exclaimed excitedly like a child. It was as if it wasn't Shen Mo who had advanced in cultivation, but himself. Shen Mo was both amused and exasperated.
Come, let's talk somewhere else. It's too crowded here.
Ping said, pulling Shen Mo along. In an instant, the two disappeared from the streets. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on a high mountain outside Jade Sea City. The mountain wind was strong here, and in the distance, one could see the endless expanse of the East Sea. The current calm seemed to foreshadow the coming storm. Ping handed over half a roast chicken.
You must have something important to discuss since you came to see me so suddenly. Speak.
Shen Mo took the roast chicken without hesitation and began eating heartily. In just a few bites, he devoured the half of the glossy, succulent roast chicken.
I heard that the Sword Sovereign enjoys collecting talismans.
Shen Mo suddenly asked. Ping nodded.
Indeed, I've always wanted to study something from those talismans.
Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded. The power of talismans is immense, capable of crossing a major realm to fight enemies, so I carry all my talismans with me. What talisman do you need? Speak.
Shen Mo smiled and got straight to the point.
The void-locking talisman. I need a void-locking talisman.
Ping looked curious.
The void-locking talisman. That's one of the most useless talismans.
I thought you might need something like the Divine Martial Talisman, which can temporarily enhance martial techniques, or the Divine Shield Talisman, which can block attacks of any level.
Shen Mo coughed lightly.
If the Sword Sovereign is willing to give me the Divine Martial Talisman or the Divine Shield Talisman, I wouldn't refuse. I could reluctantly accept them.
Ping burst into laughter.
Sure, of course. However, Gu Ming must have ways to counter the Divine Martial Talisman and the Divine Shield Talisman. Are you sure you still need them?
Shen Mo chuckled lightly. In fact, based on the current trajectory of his life panel, whether Gu Ming also possessed talismans like the Divine Martial Talisman or the Divine Shield Talisman, Shen Mo could still defeat him. However, after defeating him, Shen Mo couldn't kill him, as Gu Ming would use the minor teleportation talisman to escape instantly. What Shen Mo needed most now was the void-locking talisman.
If you're willing to give them, I'm willing to take them.
Shen Mo said with a slight smile. One could never have too many good things. Nor too many trump cards. Ping pondered for a moment, then took out 3 talismans and handed them to Shen Mo. The talisman papers of the three talismans were similar, but the blood-colored patterns on their surfaces were completely different. Looking at them for a while could even make one feel dizzy. Ping said solemnly,
These three talismans are the Divine Martial Talisman, the Divine Shield Talisman, and the Void-Locking Talisman. I'm giving them all to you.
Shen Mo accepted them with some surprise. He truly hadn't expected Ping to be willing to hand over all three talismans. Ping smiled faintly.
The power of these three talismans has significantly diminished after lying idle for thousands of years.
Now, they can only exert about 1/5 of their peak effectiveness.
However, that's still enough. As long as the timing is right, they can still deal a heavy blow to Gu Ming.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
What does the sword sovereign need from me?
Ping gazed into the distance toward the east. His vision seemed to stretch beyond the East Sea, reaching the farthest eastern lands.
I have never forgotten the words left by our ancestor. He said that the demons are the root cause of the destruction of this world. He hoped that the royal family of Jing Kingdom, the descendants of the Jai clan, would shoulder the responsibility of protecting humanity and resisting the demons for generations. Unfortunately, I am too old, and the royal family has not produced another figure capable of taking on this great task.
Ping sighed softly.
Consider these three talismans my final gift to you. In the future, you will inevitably be summoned by the heavenly Tao to go to the demon-suppressing sea. When that time comes, slay a few more demons there, and it will be enough to repay the three talismans I've given you today.
Shen Mo felt a slight stir in his heart. This request was almost no request at all. After all, by that time, Ping would have long since exhausted his lifespan. Whether Shen Mo fulfilled the promise or not would make no difference to Ping. Yet Ping had still done this, not only giving him the void-locking talisman, but also the divine martial talisman and the divine shield talisman. Clearly, Ping trusted him. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
I promise you. Good.
Ping showed a sincere smile.
Go now, I will wait for your climactic battle with Gu Ming.
Shen Mo bowed to Ping, then soared into the air, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ping smiled leisurely, sitting alone and drinking by the vast, boundless sea. Jing Kingdom capital. The largest city in Jing Kingdom was still bustling with lights and revelry. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of powder and rouge. The city guards, who should have been stationed on the walls and patrolling the capital, were now lying drunk and unconscious at their posts. Shadowy figures clad in black moved through the night. They converged, as if by unspoken agreement, at an unremarkable residential house. Through the cellar of the house, they descended into a massive cavern 100 zhang underground. At its center lay a massive purple-black arm. The arm's skin was covered in scales and fur, unlike a human's or any known beast's. A transparent barrier encased the arm, isolating it from the outside world. If one looked closer, they would see countless wisps of black energy brewing and swelling within the barrier. It had reached its limit and was on the verge of exploding. The black-clad figures removed their cloaks in unison, revealing their true faces. Their identities varied. Some were street vendors, some tavern owners, some city guard commanders, and even some were members of the royal family. Under normal circumstances, these individuals with their vastly different statuses would never gather together. But now, they had come together for a common purpose. At this moment, their eyes all shone with the same fanatical and devout light.
The Demon Emperor will surely unify the 8 desolates and 4 seas.
Chapter 379, 379 Chapter 379, Now, only 1 in 10 cultivators remain steadfast here. 8 months ago. Chapter 379, Now, only 1 in 10 cultivators remain steadfast here. Chapter 379, Now, only 1 in 10 cultivators remain steadfast here. Everyone uniformly took out a small knife and slit their right hand. Then they pressed their palm against the surface of the bronze bell. Their blood was absorbed by the pitch-black arm through the bronze bell. In the blink of an eye, these figures collapsed to the ground, turning into mummies. However, the pitch-black arm covered by the bronze bell seemed to have gained life. The black aura within it became more surging, as if it were about to burst out at any moment. Cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the bronze bell. Crack, crack. The cracks spread like a spider web. Eventually, it shattered completely. Boom! Infinite black aura suddenly gushed out from within. The pitch-black arm was the source of the black aura. Wherever it passed, the land, rocks, and houses were immediately corrupted and eroded. The pitch-black arm clearly had no mouth. Yet there was an eerie and absurd whispering surrounding it. It seemed that if one listened for a few more moments, their head would explode and their spirit would collapse. Buzz! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely expelled. Within a radius of 1 mile, it became demonic land in the blink of an eye. All living beings were demonized. Couples who were just kissing each other began to bite each other the next moment, with flesh and blood blurred. Good friends and relatives who were just hanging out turned against each other on the spot, fighting and tearing each other apart. Brothers fighting in the same room, fathers and sons becoming enemies.
Father!
And
Mother.
everywhere, and roars from demonized beings everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators immediately flew out, gazing at the demonic land with solemn expressions. Emperor Jing, dressed in a brocade robe, looked at the capital shrouded in black smoke, his whole body trembling with anger. Beside him, the shadow guards quickly reported the situation.
Overnight, in our prestigious capital, demonic land erupted in 4 places simultaneously. What about the city guards? What are they doing? What are you shadow guards doing?
The shadow guards fearfully lowered their heads, not daring to speak.
What's the current situation?
Emperor Jing asked again. The shadow guard said in a deep voice.
Cultivators at the divine transformation realm can barely consume spiritual energy to stop the spread of the demonic land, but it's only a temporary solution. A cultivator at the divine transformation realm said that we must delve into the demonic land and destroy its root to completely eliminate it. But
Emperor Jing took several deep breaths.
convey my order, open the treasury, and take out all the demon-suppressing items left by the ancestors, and hand them over to the cultivators at the divine transformation realm. Anyone who can eliminate the demonic land, I will enfeoff him as a king, with a fief of 3,000 lei.
The shadow guard respectfully replied.
Yes.
Emperor Jing looked at the chaotic capital, his face gloomy. As Emperor Jing, he naturally knew about the demon race, demonic land, and demonic aura. But he never expected that the capital would have demonic land.
Could it be?
Emperor Jing's gaze was profound as he suddenly tapped the jade pendant on his waist. A new shadow guard quickly appeared, waiting respectfully for orders. Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing looked at the chaotic capital, his face gloomy. As Emperor Jing, he naturally knew about the demon race, demonic land, and demonic aura. But he never expected that the capital would have demonic land. Could it be?
Your Majesty, I have just received intelligence that demonic land has erupted in all the states and various sects, and it all happened within the past 2 days.
Emperor Jing's breath caught for a moment, and his expression turned extremely grim.
If other sects are also threatened by demonic land, they will inevitably have to recall their cultivators from outside. In that case, the number of cultivators on the border will be greatly reduced, making it difficult to withstand the onslaught of the Wanyao kingdom. This is an open and shameless scheme by Gu Ming. Damn it!
Jade Sea City. The eastern sea, which had not seen waves for several years, suddenly became turbulent. The waves grew larger and larger. The people on the shore were terrified. Some even couldn't help but kneel on the ground, praying devoutly that the Dragon King would not be angry. Jaiping squinted his eyes and looked towards the east. He was astonished to see that among the undulating waves, there appeared numerous wave-cutting battle platforms. They were densely packed with aquatic demons such as fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs. Boom, boom. Dozens of figures burst out of the sea and hovered in the sky. ordinary people and cultivators looked up and saw that they were dozens of python dragons. The leading python dragon was particularly enormous, with a body length exceeding 100 zhang. Its scales were a deep blue, almost turning black. The cultivators of Jade Cauldron Sect stationed in Jade Sea City swallowed their saliva and tightened their weapons. Anyone could see that the Eastern Sea Python Dragon Palace had revealed all its trump cards. Even the Eastern Sea King had made an appearance. At that moment, a figure in white suddenly rose into the air from the crowd. Seeing his appearance, ordinary people and cultivators immediately felt relieved.
Can't hold back any longer.
Jai Ping looked at the Eastern Sea King and said indifferently. The Eastern Sea King let out a shocking dragon roar.
My direct descendant dragon son was killed, and I have suppressed this grudge for far too long. Today, I will return it all to the human race. My son's life is not enough to be compensated by a whole Jade Sea City. Kill!
The Eastern Sea King roared fiercely, and all the Eastern Sea aquatic demons immediately charged forward on the wave-cutting battle platforms.
Cultivators of Jade Cauldron Sect, follow me and fight.
Jai Ping's expression remained calm as he advanced with his sword. The battle instantly became fierce. At the same time, Shen Mo quickened his pace and hurried back to the Three Sects Alliance camp in Wuzhou. Traveling south, he saw crowds of refugees everywhere. The atmosphere in the air seemed to gradually become stagnant. When Shen Mo arrived at the camp, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere of the entire camp had become tense and anxious. Moreover, the camp, which was usually crowded with people, seemed to have lost quite a few.
Young Sect Master is back.
A cultivator of Jade Cauldron Sect saw Shen Mo and immediately shouted loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many cultivators immediately poured out from various tents. They all looked at Shen Mo with eager eyes. Shen Mo scanned the area and immediately noticed something was wrong. Cultivators of Jade Cauldron Sect and Qingxuan Sect were still there, but not a single cultivator from Hai Shen Island remained. They had vanished without a trace. Before anyone could speak, Nan Gong Yun said in a deep voice.
Haizhou was heavily invaded by Eastern Sea aquatic demons, and the three island leaders who had gone deep into the Eastern Sea rebelled and joined the ranks of the Eastern Sea aquatic demons, leaving the main island of Hai Shen in a precarious situation. Just 3 days ago, Ouyang Lang, Shi Jingshan, and other cultivators from Hai Shen Island apologized to us and then left at the fastest speed possible.
Tong Yuan continued.
Moreover, Mozhou was heavily invaded by Western Sea aquatic demons, and the cultivators of Guangdao Alliance have also withdrawn.
Wan Muchen let out a bitter smile and said,
There's an even more critical issue. Demonic land has appeared in all the states. Shangling Sect, Wu Ying Pavilion, and Tianhe Sect have all had to recall their cultivators.
Only Qingxuan Sect and Dezhou Palace have not withdrawn.
Now, only 1 in 10 cultivators remain steadfast here. Chapter 380. He wasn't afraid that Emperor Jing would take this opportunity to use Gu Ming to eliminate him. It is said that the number of wave-cutting battle platforms appearing on the sea has exceeded 2,000.
Senior Sword Respected can only deal with the Eastern Sea King, but has no power to help the common people and cultivators of lower realms. Our sect leader has also returned with Elder Yang to assist in the defense.
Yue Yingrong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up at this moment, her tone cold and clear.
The main force of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom is marching rapidly and heading towards Wuzhou.
It is estimated that in another 6 days, the advance guard will reach the border of Wuzhou. Shen Mo nodded slightly. There was not much surprise on his face. He had known all of this long ago. Gu Ming's methods were extremely sophisticated. He was walking a perfectly legitimate scheme. Before these things happened, the human race's strength was focused in one place, gathered together. Even if Gu Ming could defeat the human cultivators, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. But now it has dispersed the strength of the human race. What remains are only the forces of Jade Cauldron Sect, Qingxuan Sect, and Dezhou Palace. It is completely impossible to withstand the iron cavalry of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Gu Ming can also use this opportunity to eliminate his archenemy in his heart, and from then on there will be no hidden dangers. He can march northward and flatten the continent.
Young sect master, should we?
A cultivator of Jade Cauldron sect couldn't help but ask.
Yes, we are definitely no match for the main force of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Let's retreat.
A cultivator of Qingxuan Sect said anxiously. As soon as someone took the lead in speaking, it immediately caused a stir among the people. For a moment, many people turned their gaze to Shen Mo, hoping to hear the word.
Retreat!
From his mouth, Shen Mo looked around, and there was not a hint of fear on his face. He said calmly,
Everyone need not worry, just do your own job. The advance guard of the 10,000 demon kingdom is overeager for quick success. If we can deal with it properly, we will surely be able to give them a heavy blow. If we can annihilate the advance guard of the 10,000 demon kingdom, it will be a huge blow to the demon race. We should not only not retreat, but we should also do our best to eliminate the advance guard of the demon race.
After the demonic land in various places is extinguished, and the Western Sea and Eastern Sea aquatic demons are repelled, the cultivators of various sects will definitely come to our aid in the first place.
At that time, we may be able to fight our way through Wuzhou and into the heart of the 10,000 demon kingdom. I, Shen Mo, will definitely not retreat. I will stand here until I have killed the last demon of the 10,000 demon kingdom.
After Shen Mo finished speaking, the cultivators began to whisper among themselves.
It seems to make sense.
I heard that young sect master once eliminated the demonic land in Jiangzhou. It seems that the demonic land is not something difficult to deal with.
Yes, once the demonic land in various states is eliminated, they will definitely come to our aid.
However, there were still some unpleasant voices in these exchanges. But Shen Mo's current prestige was enough to overshadow these unpleasant voices. As long as he gave the order, the vast majority of cultivators would follow his command instead of fleeing northward in disarray. After taking the reassurance, many cultivators felt much more relieved. Since Shen Mo and other prestigious cultivators at the Divine Transformation realm didn't retreat, they didn't need to retreat either. Don't look at the cultivators at the Divine Transformation realm running faster than those at the Nascent Soul and Foundation Establishment realms. In fact, in the hands of the Demon King Gu Ming, they are all just ants. It's just that some ants are small and run slowly, while others are big and run fast. The cultivators dispersed. Shen Mo led a group of cultivators at the Divine Transformation realm and key figures to the tent. Du Kanking couldn't help but ask,
Brother Shen, are you really going to stay? It's already very dangerous here. If we don't retreat now, we probably won't have the chance to retreat later.
Tong Yuan sighed softly.
Yes, moreover, Shen Dayu is different from us. Your potential is what Gu Ming fears the most. As long as you can continue to grow, you will eventually surpass Gu Ming in the future. Keep the green hills, and you won't worry about firewood.
The other cultivators also couldn't help but speak up, all persuading Shen Mo not to stay. Zhu Nu Yue Yingrong of Dezhou Palace stood quietly in the corner. She seemed to have known that Shen Mo would stay here, so she kept silent. Only Murong Yue didn't speak, but just held Shen Mo's hand tightly, not wanting to part. Faced with the persuasion of everyone, Shen Mo shook his head firmly again.
I will stay here.
Seeing Shen Mo's firm determination, everyone sighed softly and gave up persuading him.
Since Brother Shen is staying, I will stay too. The attack of the 10,000 demon kingdom is a disaster for the human race. If others leave, I can't leave.
Du Kanking said solemnly.
I will stay too. I am old and haven't made any contributions. I might as well spend the rest of my life here.
Tong Yuan said in a deep voice. The other cultivators also spoke up one after another. No one shrank back, no one retreated, all stayed. Their eyes had already revealed a bit of determination to die. It was obvious that they knew staying here would be a matter of life and death. Shen Mo nodded heavily, but he did not speak. Everything was understood without words. In fact, only he knew that the advance guard of the 10,000 demon kingdom was not a disorganized rabble eager for quick success. It was an elite corps composed of Gu Ming, numerous princes, and dragon blood guards. Days passed by one. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but the atmosphere in the camp became increasingly oppressive. It was as if even the air had become unusually heavy, pressing down on people and making it hard to breathe. During this period, every night, some people took advantage of the darkness to flee northward one after another. They felt desperate about the huge disparity between the enemy and themselves. Even though Shen Mo could slightly boost their morale, he could not bridge the vast gap in strength. Given this, it was better to retreat northward quickly and look for a chance to fight again, rather than stay here and wait to die. Why bother staying and risking their lives? The capital. After the loss of a cultivator at the divine transformation realm, 2 at the nascent soul realm, and a large number of cultivators at lower realms and ordinary people, the demonic land was finally eliminated. However, the wounds brought by the demonic land still affected this prosperous city. In the royal palace, after the shadow guards reported the situation of the 3 Sects alliance camp, they quickly disappeared. Emperor Jing frowned slightly.
They haven't retreated north. Interesting. He wants to intercept the advance guard of the 10,000 demon kingdom and wait for the various sects to eliminate the demonic land and threats before coming to their aid.
He suddenly laughed.
This is a good opportunity. I really didn't expect that Shen Mo would be such a stubborn person. I might as well take this chance to use Gu Ming's hand to get rid of him.
Shangling Sect. Lin Dongshan heard the news.
Shen Mo didn't retreat. What is he thinking? Doesn't he understand the principle of keep the green hills and you won't worry about firewood?
Lin Dongshan shook his head, and in his heart he had already considered Shen Mo as good as dead. Wu Ying Pavilion. Zhu Ziyi read the battle report and was unable to calm down for a long time.
He didn't retreat. Why not? Does he believe he can hold out until the various sects come to his aid? Isn't he afraid that Emperor Jing will take this opportunity to use Gu Ming's hand to eliminate him?
In my impression, Shen Mo is not a stubborn person.
Chapter 381. Why are you acting like certain Emperor of Xi, Gu Ming? The cultivators stood on the ramparts of the camp, gazing into the distance. They immediately saw several enormous tower ships striding across the sky. Vast blood energy rose from the tower ships, blocking out the sun and sky, as if it were about to cover the entire world in a blood-red hue. The tower ships were similar to the ironclad cloud boats, but their design was far more rugged and violent. It seemed as if countless huge pieces of timber had been forcibly gathered together. However, their size was clearly much larger than that of the ironclad cloud boats. The cultivators were all so shocked by this sight that they were speechless. Wasn't the ironclad cloud boat considered a precious treasure of the imperial court? It was extremely difficult for various factions to study and attempt to replicate an ironclad cloud boat, even in secret. At most, they could only produce inferior imitations. Why then could the demon realm create even more massive tower ships? Did the demon realm actually have such skilled craftsmen? Tong Yuan gazed at the terrifying tower ships and murmured.
It must be.
Wan Muchen sighed softly.
Indeed, the only wise one in the demon realm is probably the demon Emperor Gu Ming.
No wonder they targeted the ironclad cloud boats first. It turns out they had the idea of dragging one away to study it themselves.
Murong Yue spoke in a deep voice.
We don't know how these tower ships compare to the ironclad cloud boats. Perhaps they are just empty shells. If that's truly the case, with the capabilities of our camp, it wouldn't be difficult to withstand these tower ships.
All the cultivators nodded in agreement. There was no need to be overly fearful of the demons because of this. After all, this was just a vanguard force. Shen Mo strode out of the tent and declared loudly.
Prepare to activate the formation and face the enemy. Yes.
The cultivators quickly took their positions. The formation required top-grade spirit stones to maintain its energy. Once the energy of the top-grade spirit stones was exhausted, They had to be replaced immediately. Moreover, the formation flags in various places might also be damaged, which required the cultivators to maintain them. The formation was just an inanimate object. It couldn't function without the cultivators. Soon, each cultivator was in their proper place. They were just waiting for Shen Mo's command to activate the defensive formation that protected the camp. This formation was generously contributed by the Qingxuan Sect and was of the highest grade, reaching the level of an Earth-class superior formation. It was already considered a rare defensive formation. It could withstand 3 rounds of simultaneous firing from 6 ironclad cloud boats. Therefore, the cultivators were almost all full of confidence. At that moment, a calm voice came from the foremost tower ship.
Shen Mo, I have arrived. For a genius of your caliber, I have always been willing to give several chances. Now, I will give you another opportunity. If you submit willingly, I will grant you the position of Crown Prince. Once I have pacified the 8 desolates and 4 seas, you will be the king of humans. Leave the camp now, and I will personally destroy it. I only want you. The lives of the others are as worthless as pigs and dogs.
This voice was not loud, but it quickly spread with the wind. It reached the ears of everyone present. The cultivators first showed disdain, then their expressions turned to astonishment. Me, the Emperor. Who in the demon realm dared to call themselves?
Me, the Emperor.
For a moment, those cultivators who realized their situation immediately turned pale. The demon emperor Gu Ming. He had come in person. This was clearly not a vanguard force. It was the dragon blood guard protecting the demon emperor. Thinking of Gu Ming's formidable reputation and the fact that he had arrived in person, the cultivators couldn't help but feel intimidated. Their hands trembled, their legs shook. They could hardly hold their weapons steady. More cultivators instinctively looked towards Shen Mo. Their gazes were complicated. Gu Ming wanted only Shen Mo. The lives of the others were as worthless as pigs and dogs in his eyes. If Shen Mo were to step out now, he would surely be fine. But they are all likely to die. How would Shen Mo choose? Abandon them. Whoosh! Shen Mo stamped his foot hard and suddenly rose from the ground, hovering in midair.
Human and demon races can never coexist, Gu Ming. You needn't use such words to disrupt the morale of our human forces.
He spoke indifferently.
Ha ha ha, good, you are truly Shen Mo.
Gu Ming's voice came with the gale.
Then let me put it another way.
Gu Ming said indifferently.
Human cultivators in the camp, listen carefully. Whoever can capture Shen Mo alive will be granted the title of King of Humans, and will be rewarded with 10 drops of my royal blood. Whoever can slay Shen Mo will be granted the title of King of Mist Province, and will be rewarded with 3 drops of my royal blood. My promise stands forever.
After these words, the cultivators who had close relationships with Shen Mo immediately changed their expressions. They moved towards Shen Mo in the first place. After all, Gu Ming's promise was too substantial. Probably few people could resist such temptation. Before today, no one had anticipated that Gu Ming was actually in this so-called vanguard force. The pressure Gu Ming exerted was immense. So immense that as long as they could survive, they would do anything. However, those who remained now were almost all cultivators who wished to contribute to the human race. Even those who felt fear had already fled under the cover of darkness some time ago. Therefore, even after Gu Ming finished speaking, no one made any moves.
Humans are indeed somewhat interesting,
Came Gu Ming's indifferent voice from the tower ship. The next moment, a figure clad in thick golden armor gracefully floated out. He was about 10 feet tall, with his whole body wrapped in armor, except for a pair of blood-red eyes that were exposed. Gu Ming smiled and said,
Shen Mo, you are the most astonishing genius I have ever seen in my life. I have wished countless times for you to become my royal son. What a pity.
Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent.
I don't have the habit of recognizing a demon as my father.
Gu Ming laughed heartily.
That's too bad. Do you know that after Yi Yan accepted my royal blood, his cultivation soared and has now reached the rank of Golden Summit Monarch?
Shen Mo's expression still remained indifferent.
He is just a shameless person. There is nothing more to say about him.
Gu Ming's laughter gradually subsided.
Do you know why the main force hasn't arrived, but I have come in person?
Shen Mo.
You want to kill me with your own hands. Kill me, and there will be no obstacles in sweeping through Jing country from then on.
Gu Ming smiled.
You are right. Let's begin the ultimate battle between you and me.
On the tower ship, the leader of the Dragon Blood Guards roared.
Fire!
The tip of the tower ship immediately began to frantically accumulate energy. Inside the camp, Tong Yuan shouted.
Activate the formation, face the enemy.
Chapter 382, I cultivate the 9-Dragon Emperor's art, the royal cultivation technique of your Jing country. Chapter 382, I cultivate the 9-Dragon Emperor's art, the royal cultivation technique of your Jing country. As soon as this move appeared, it caused a huge fluctuation in Gu Ming's calm gaze.
Divine elephant prison subduing technique. Where did you learn this from?
Gu Ming asked urgently. He had never expected that Shen Mo's blood energy cultivation technique would be the divine elephant prison subduing technique. He himself had discovered during his cultivation that the divine elephant prison subduing technique was an extremely domineering and powerful blood energy cultivation technique. Even just a fragment of it was enough to surpass all the cultivation techniques in this world. If one could obtain the complete version, it would definitely enable one to climb to a higher demon race venerable realm. Unfortunately, he had searched throughout the demon realm and only obtained the first 3 layers of the divine elephant prison subduing technique. Moreover, even though he was the emperor of emperors, ruling over the vast territory of the demon realm and not having to worry about the life essence needed for cultivating the divine elephant prison subduing technique, he had only managed to cultivate the first 3 layers. Namely, the soul-annihilating blood spear, the immovable holy king's body, and the heaven and earth blast furnace technique. The move that Shen Mo had just used was clearly the immovable holy king's body. He was all too familiar with it. He also found that the immovable holy king's body that Shen Mo had displayed was even more domineering than the one he had cultivated, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. This was obviously due to the difference in comprehension between them. Shen Mo's comprehension was extremely outstanding, with very few errors in his understanding of the moves.
I, the Emperor, can spare your life, as long as you are willing to teach me the divine elephant prison subduing technique in its entirety. All the promises I made to you before will remain the same.
Gu Ming said in a deep voice. The cultivators were shocked to hear this. What exactly was the divine elephant prison subduing technique? It was so impressive that even Gu Ming was moved.
No wonder the young master's blood energy realm has advanced so rapidly. It seems that the divine elephant prison subduing technique must at least be a heavenly grade cultivation technique.
Wan Muchen couldn't help but say.
That's true, only a heavenly grade cultivation technique could excite Gu Ming so much.
Tong Yuan marveled. In the sky, Shen Mo's expression was indifferent.
Gu Ming, you are overthinking.
Humans and demons can never coexist. Today, either you die or I die. There is no third outcome.
Gu Ming sighed.
This time, I truly do not wish for your death. Your comprehension is obviously above mine. If you teach me the divine elephant prison subduing technique in its entirety, my power will surely increase greatly. This is a win-win situation. Unfortunately, why are you so unperceptive?
After speaking, blood energy surged from Gu Ming's hands. He forcefully pulled it and condensed it into a blood spear that was ancient and desolate. Although Gu Ming's understanding of the divine elephant prison subduing technique was inferior to Shen Mo's, he was very certain that his blood energy realm had the upper hand. As long as the quantity was large enough, it could crush quality. Shen Mo smiled indifferently.
Using this move to clash with me, you are probably overthinking.
He also pulled his hands, and a blood spear that was even more desolate suddenly appeared. To Gu Ming's surprise, the size of the blood spear was actually a whole circle larger than his own. He looked astonished.
Your blood spear!
Gu Ming did not speak, because Shen Mo had already launched the attack and thrown the blood spear. Gu Ming's gaze turned gloomy, his right arm muscles burst, and he also threw the blood spear. The two soul-annihilating blood spears were initially more than 1,000 zhang apart. Yet they collided in an instant. Needle tip against wheat on. Meteor colliding with volcano. Boom! An earth-shattering scream exploded in the sky. Blood red filled the sky. It almost completely obscured the vision of everyone.
What happened? Could that be the blood energy martial techniques of Gu Ming and Shen Mo? They are exactly the same. Who will have the upper hand? I can't see anything.
The cultivators shouted and screamed. On the tower ship, the dragon blood guards were also extremely anxious, staring intently at the sky. Whoosh! A gale force wind roared. The blood light was instantly blown away. It revealed the figures of Shen Mo and Gu Ming. One human and one demon, neither had retreated even an inch. Gu Ming lowered his head and saw a dent on the armor over his chest, causing his pupils to contract immediately. He had actually been injured. Without this Dragon Majesty battle armor, his chest would have been struck. Shen Mo's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. However, the dent on the surface of the armor was not very noticeable and had not been observed by the human cultivators or the dragon blood guards. Neither side could tell who had the upper hand after this clash of moves. However, Gu Ming had come with an unstoppable momentum, yet he had failed to instantly kill Shen Mo with 2 consecutive moves. This already put him at a disadvantage. For a moment, the human cultivators all showed expressions of joy. No one had expected that Shen Mo could maintain an even match against Gu Ming. Shen Mo spoke calmly.
Using the moves of the divine elephant prison subduing technique to kill me, the demon emperor is a bit too ambitious, isn't he?
Gu Ming took several deep breaths and quickly regained his composure. After all, he had grown from a lowly-blooded wolf demon to what he was today, step by step. Every step was soaked in blood and trampled over corpses. It was just that for a long time he had been accustomed to having the advantage and overwhelming others. Suddenly encountering an even match was somewhat unexpected. But he quickly recovered. Instead, he even smiled.
The fact proves that I haven't underestimated you. You are indeed a worthy opponent for me to exert my full strength.
Gu Ming put away the words.
I, the emperor.
And instead used.
I.
This represented respect. It represented giving his all. Gu Ming spoke calmly.
Do you know what spiritual energy cultivation technique I practice?
Shen Mo smiled but did not speak. Of course he knew, he had seen it long ago in the life panel. He was also very clear about its strengths and weaknesses. Gu Ming said indifferently.
I practice the 9-Dragon Emperor's art, the royal cultivation technique of your Jing country.
Upon hearing this, Shen Mo was not shocked. But the cultivators below were extremely astonished. What nonsense! The 9-Dragon Emperor's art was the most famous heavenly-grade cultivation technique of Jing country. The royal family had strictly ordered that it must not be passed on outside the family. Only the direct descendants of the royal family were allowed to cultivate it. If someone was expelled and became a commoner, they would be subjected to a secret technique to erase all memories of the 9-Dragon Emperor's art from their mind. Therefore, the 9-Dragon Emperor's art could never fall into the hands of ordinary people, not even in fragments. How did Gu Ming obtain it?
Where did it come from?
Shen Mo casually asked. Gu Ming smiled and said,
The human emperor of Jing country rose to power in a mine of my demon race. His 9-Dragon Emperor's art was not created by himself, but was dug out from the depths of the mine.
He thought no one knew, but in fact, at least 3 people had memorized the content of that stone tablet. When the human emperor left, he took the stone tablet with him, but he couldn't take away the memories in other people's minds.
The successive demon emperors of my demon race had those contents copied down, and by observing the moves of the direct descendants of the Jing country royal family many times, gradually perfected them, thus forming this nine-dragon emperor's art.
Gu Ming said indifferently.
I know that the spiritual energy cultivation technique you practice must also be a heavenly grade technique, but what spiritual energy technique can be compared with the nine-dragon emperor's art? Shen Mo, watch carefully.
Chapter 383, The Power of the Princes Will Replenish Me. Chapter 383, The Power of the Princes Will Replenish Me. These 8 giant dragons, each over 100 zhang in length, exuded a surging power. They seemed like the heavenly emperor's dragon carriage, the mounts of immortals and demons. As soon as the 8 dragons appeared, they immediately stunned the human cultivators on the ground. Many had not seen the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique with their own eyes, but had a vague idea of what it looked like through hearsay. Now seeing it with their own eyes, they were utterly terrified. The majestic dragon aura was almost enough to shatter their livers and gallbladders. Among these cultivators, Wanmu Chun had the most intense reaction. Because he was originally a royal remnant, having changed his name and hidden his identity to serve as the 10th elder of the Qingxuan Sect. He had not cultivated the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique, but had cultivated the inferior 5-dragon emperor's ultimate technique. It is said that if an extremely talented cultivator could refine the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique to its highest depths, they could simultaneously condense 9 giant dragons. Even at his peak, Sword Sovereign Jiaping could only condense 7 dragons. But Demon Emperor Gu Ming could condense 8 dragons. What did this mean? Gu Ming possessed an astonishingly exceptional spiritual energy cultivation aptitude, far surpassing many of the royal bloodline's descendants. More crucially, the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique was entirely distinguished by the number of dragons. The power of 8 dragons was more than 5 times stronger than that of 7 dragons. It is said that the human emperor once cultivated 9 dragons. When the 9 dragons emerged together, their might was overwhelming, surpassing that of 8 dragons by tenfold.
Shen Mo, can he withstand it?
Wanmu Chun muttered. Gu Ming clasped his hands and pushed towards Shen Mo's direction.
8 dragons together, annihilate.
The 8 dragons roared and charged straight towards Shen Mo, as if they were going to swallow up the entire sky. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He shook his body and his spirit realm was automatically activated. He flipped his palm and the spiritual sword Tei appeared in his palm.
Tei sword Qi.
Gray sword Qi suddenly appeared. And above and below the sword Qi, slightly smaller but equally domineering gray sword Qi emerged.
Slash!
Shen Mo suddenly struck a sword. The vast gray sword Qi was unleashed from his spirit realm. Originally only over 20 zhang in length. By the time it left the spirit realm, it had astonishingly expanded to over 200 zhang. The overwhelming gray sword Qi almost dyed the entire world gray. Everyone was stunned by the power of this strike, and even more amazed by the strength of Shen Mo's spirit realm. That spirit realm seemed to be a purely enhancing martial technique realm. This kind of simple and direct enhancement of power was precisely the most powerful type. No matter how fancy you are, I will break it with one move. This is the true essence of brute force overcoming all methods. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. During this period, he had not stopped the refining of the infant garment. He had already refined the golden infant garment. The size of the spirit realm had expanded from 100 zhang to 200 zhang. When it was 100 zhang, it could enhance the power of martial techniques by 5 times. Now that it had reached 200 zhang, it could enhance it by 10 times. Looking at the 3 gray sword Qi that were tearing apart the sky and earth, Gu Ming's crimson eyes also narrowed. The power of this move was far beyond his expectations.
Blood explosion, dragon transformation technique.
Without hesitation, Gu Ming immediately slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of his own vital blood. This was the vital blood he used to reward the princes. the rarest and most precious. Only one drop would be produced on its own each year. This drop of vital blood flew into the sky. In an instant, it condensed into a small dragon. Although not as huge as the other 8 giant dragons, it also displayed an extremely powerful aura. Wan Muchun's eyes widened.
He has also learned this move.
The blood explosion dragon transformation technique is in the same lineage as the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique. It was specifically left by the human emperor for the descendants of the Jai family. No matter how well one understands the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique, using this kind of secret technique can condense a small dragon out of thin air. Do not underestimate it. If the 9-dragon emperor's ultimate technique is cultivated to the level of 7 or 8 dragons, using this technique can enhance the power of this move by 5 to 10 times. Gu Ming was clearly prepared for this.
The power of his attack has already been enhanced tenfold. Who will win in this clash?
Wan Muchun clenched his fists. Nan Gongyun, Tong Yuan, and the others were also staring intently at the sky, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 dragons collided with the sword Qi. 10 colors interwove in midair. Entwining, colliding, annihilating. From the ground, it seemed as if the sky itself had been shattered. Rumbled. The light almost tore the sky apart, causing temporary blindness. A moment later, the deafening roar finally followed.
Oh!
The cultivators at the core formation level screamed in agony as their ears were instantly ruptured, blood flowing out. They lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Even the cultivators at the nascent soul level were not spared, groaning and retreating step by step. Only the cultivators at the divine transformation level, with their deeper cultivation, could ignore the terrifying noise. Whoosh! In an instant, a gale arose, dispersing the residual power in the sky. Shen Mo and Gu Ming still stood in midair. It seemed that neither side was injured. But only Gu Ming knew that in the previous exchange, he had already been at a disadvantage. His dragon-weary armor had another astonishing gash. And this time, the gash was enormous, stretching from his left shoulder all the way down to his right waist. This scene was witnessed by many cultivators and dragon-blooded guards. The cultivators were overjoyed. The dragon-blooded guards, however, had grave expressions. They never expected that the arrogant demon Emperor Gu Ming could actually be injured.
Good, very good.
Gu Ming laughed in anger. A chilling laugh echoed from beneath his armor.
I didn't want to use this move, but since your strength has become so formidable, I have no choice but to act.
Gu Ming took a deep breath and suddenly slapped his chest fiercely, as if he had activated some secret technique in the void.
Do you know why I am so keen on bestowing vital blood upon powerful demonic races?
He laughed maniacally. Shen Mo remained indifferent and silent. Of course he knew, his life panel had already provided a detailed description.
The power of those princes will be replenished to me.
He suddenly spread his arms wide, and a surge of blood energy erupted from his body. Not far away, the princes Hu Yang and Qing and suddenly screamed in terror. The vast blood energy within their bodies was inexplicably being drained by an indescribable, immense force. In the blink of an eye, the 2 demons became emaciated. It seemed as if a gust of wind could knock them down and turn them into dust.
No!
The 2 demons were not foolish. The demonic races that could become princes were far more intelligent than the others. Combining Gu Ming's words, they could easily guess that the vital blood Gu Ming had given them was both a gift and a shackle. Whenever Gu Ming needed it, he could instantly drain all the blood energy from the princes to enhance himself. Tens of thousands of miles away, within the main force of the demonic races, many princes screamed in agony at this moment. Their blood energy was being inexplicably drained. One by one, they fell, completely unaware of what was happening to them. Yi Yan coughed up blood and fled. He had long discovered the problem with the vital blood, pretending to be utterly loyal to Gu Ming on the surface while secretly contemplating a way to break free.
Damn it!
Chapter 384, The day I was forced to this extent by a human genius. Chapter 384. The day I was forced to this extent by a human genius. This drop of vital blood was not the one Gu Ming had initially bestowed upon him. Instead, it was a new drop of vital blood that had condensed in his heart after refinement. However, this drop of vital blood still bore the mark of Gu Ming. If he were to directly remove it, Yi Yan's blood energy realm would plummet significantly. But if he didn't remove it, all his blood energy would become food for Gu Ming. Weighing the two options, he chose the lesser evil. The reason Yi Yan hadn't acted before was simply that he couldn't bring himself to do it. But now he had no choice but to take action.
Ugh!
Yi Yan growled lowly, digging out the vital blood and tossing it into a bottle he had prepared in advance. His entire body immediately became withered and emaciated to varying degrees. His cultivation level also dropped sharply from the Golden Apex Demon Emperor level, all the way down to the Golden Apex Demon King level. It was utterly devastating.
Damn Gu Ming!
I thought he genuinely cared for me, that he truly intended to enfeoff me as a human king.
Yi Yan gazed resentfully towards the north. Then he took the various treasures he had obtained from the Demon Realm's treasure vault long ago and fled eastward. The eastern sea was filled with numerous islands, more than enough to serve as his temporary refuge. At the Mist Province 3 Sect Alliance camp, an endless stream of blood energy converged from the south. It merged into Gu Ming's body. Gu Ming's body kept swelling. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to over 2 zhang in size. The dragon aura armor on his body was truly peculiar. It enlarged itself seamlessly to cover his entire body. This scene, witnessed by the cultivators, was like a stormy wave crashing over them.
Heaven!
It seems his injuries have vanished without a trace.
Gu Ming now appears even more powerful than at his peak. It's over, we're doomed.
The cultivators muttered to themselves. Some were scratching their heads in frustration, others were burning with anxiety inside, and still others had faces ashen with despair.
It's too terrifying.
Tong Yuan was stunned.
There were 2 screams of agony from the tower ship, just now, seemingly from the Demon Realm's princes. Perhaps Gu Ming has some way to control those princes.
Wan Mu-chun whispered. In midair, Gu Ming was currently being infused with a vast amount of blood energy, feeling almost ecstatic. A huge blood-colored shadow even appeared around him. It was Gu Ming himself. The shadow, standing 100 zhang tall, seemed like a blood-colored giant connecting heaven and earth. It was almost tangible, capable of blocking any external attack. Shen Mo casually slashed out a sword chi. As expected, the sword chi immediately vanished like a mud ox entering the sea. This was the technique of the divine elephant prison strength, the ultimate defensive method, the immovable saintly king body. From within the blood energy shield, Gu Ming's laughter echoed.
Useless, my blood energy is extremely abundant now, and the immovable saintly king body I'm using is incredibly powerful. No matter what means you use, you won't be able to break it. I will absorb all the blood energy and crush you like a mere ant.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently.
Oh, no means can break it, I don't think so.
With that, he suddenly stretched out both hands. His left hand burst into red flames, while his right hand burst into golden flames. They were the red lotus earth heart fire and the solar essence fire. Without hesitation, Shen Mo slapped the 2 kinds of strange fire together. Instead of exploding, they harmoniously merged into an even stronger high-temperature fluid. Like a mass of flowing molten iron. Shen Mo reached out and pulled to the left and right. Clang! A huge spear suddenly took shape. It seemed to be forged entirely from blazing flames, with waves of heat rolling off it. Even before it was thrown, it had already evaporated all the moisture in the surrounding air. The cultivators in the 3 Sect Alliance camp all felt parched. Those cultivators with water affinity felt immense pressure and had to retreat step by step. Even the dragon-blooded guards, renowned for their robust physical bodies, were forced to activate the tower ship and retreat over 100 zhang. Sensing the extremely intense flame fluctuations outside, Gu Ming let out a soft. He couldn't see what was happening outside, but he could sense it. Shen Mo seemed to be building up an extremely powerful move.
What is that move? I've never received any intelligence about it.
Gu Ming's eyebrows furrowed slightly.
Great Wasteland Star Meteor.
Shen Mo roared and hurled the huge spear, which was wreathed in surging flames. Boom! The spear roared as it flew forward. At first glance, it seemed to move incredibly slowly. But in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Gu Ming. It was as if it were a divine punishment spear cast down from the heavens. The moment the spear approached, Gu Ming finally sensed an intense threat. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately stopped absorbing blood energy, instead activating the power of the giant elephant within him. Roar, roar, roar. Over 1,000 giant elephants roared within him, pouring their power into the immovable saintly king body. The immovable saintly king body grew larger once again, swelling even more. At this moment, the strange fire spear finally struck. Boom! Blinding light burst forth suddenly. The surging flames shot out in all directions. The brilliance of this place was clearly visible, even tens of thousands of miles away in Yu Province. Countless demonic beasts and wandering cultivators were terrified and scattered, watching this scene from afar with fear and astonishment. After a long while, the dazzling light gradually subsided. The cultivators were then able to see the battle situation in midair. They were shocked to see that Gu Ming's golden armor had been blasted into pieces, flying in all directions. Although Gu Ming was still floating in midair, most of the black wolf fur on his body had been burned off, revealing an unusually slender figure. There was a huge charred mark on his chest. It seemed as if a huge spear had pierced through it. If one looked from Shen Mo's perspective, there was already a huge hole there, through which one could see the scenery behind Gu Ming.
So this is what a demon emperor looks like. No wonder he always wears armor. Demonic races are naturally ugly. He must have realized this. It seems like the young master has won.
The cultivators began to chatter excitedly. Their tones finally carried joy and excitement. However, cultivators like Tong Yuan, Wan Mu Chun, and Nan Gong Yun sensed something was amiss. If Gu Ming had no more trump cards and was at the end of his strength, he should have been knocked down by Shen Mo long ago. Why, even with his heart pierced, could he still float in midair? Shen Mo gazed quietly at Gu Ming, his expression unchanged. He had long known what Gu Ming's final trump card was. Now he was just waiting for the opponent to make a move. After a while, Gu Ming finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant.
I never thought that one day I would be pushed to such an extent by a human genius, even forcing me to use my last trump card. Shen Mo.
Gu Ming suddenly raised his head, and to everyone's shock, he was holding a withered purple heart in his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it completely. The flesh around his pierced chest began to grow on its own. In just a moment, a new heart had regenerated, completely filling the hole. However, that part was entirely purplish-black. Neither demonic nor human, it seemed more like a demon.
Die!
Chapter 385, Demonic Heart, My Demonic Heart. Chapter 385, Demonic Heart, My Demonic Heart. This scene immediately and violently shocked both the human and demon races present. Although some people did not know what the purple-black sinister energy was, this did not prevent them from feeling its incomparable power and terror. The purple-black power seemed to contain a horrifying aura capable of destroying everything. Spiritual power and blood chi were pale and mediocre in comparison, even inferior. Wan Muchen and Tong Yuan, cultivators who had been famous for a long time, recognized it at a glance. Wan Muchen exclaimed,
Demonic chi, it's demonic chi.
Tong Yuan murmured,
Has Gu Ming actually swallowed a demonic heart hole? Has he gone mad?
After their words, the other cultivators also reacted. This was actually the legendary demonic heart and demonic chi. No wonder Gu Ming had suffered such a fatal injury, yet still had not died. A Qingxuan Sect cultivator swallowed.
I've heard that the demonic qi used by the demon race can produce an overwhelming advantage against human spiritual power and demon race blood qi.
A Jade Cauldron Sect cultivator sighed softly.
I have also seen related records in the ancestral classics.
In the ancient times when the demon race was still rampaging across the continent, the demon race and the human race were competing, and humans were just an insignificant group. At that time, it would take 3 cultivators of the same realm to fight against one demon race cultivator.
I thought it was terrifying back then.
A female cultivator could not help but say,
Can Senior Shen Mo still be a match for Gu Ming? If even Senior Shen Mo is not Gu Ming's opponent, then what about us?
Everyone fell silent. It seemed the outcome was already predetermined. They involuntarily looked up toward the sky. In the sky, the demonic qi unleashed by Gu Ming had already approached within 10 zhang of Shen Mo. Shen Mo could almost smell the familiar foul odor of the demonic qi.
Too far.
Shen Mo slightly furrowed his brow, pressing his hands virtually, and spiritual power immediately gushed out from within his body, forming a vast and majestic giant cauldron. On the cauldron's surface, a divine dragon wound around, breathing clouds and mist. Lifelike as if it would fly out of the cauldron the next moment, roaring at the sky, howling across the 9 provinces. This was the Earth-grade supreme defensive martial skill that Shen Mo cultivated, the immovable Dragon King Cauldron. The crowd tensed. They could only watch whether Shen Mo could block this attack. Boom! The demonic qi completely struck the surface of the immovable Dragon King Cauldron. The immovable Dragon King Cauldron was almost instantly severely corroded, emitting a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, this seemingly robust and solid spiritual power giant cauldron had been corroded by more than half. Gu Ming saw this and laughed maniacally.
Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous, actually trying to block demonic qi with a spiritual power martial skill. How naive.
The cultivators on the ground were also stunned. How could they fight this? The gap between demonic qi and spiritual power was too large. They were not even from the same world of power. It was like a dimensional strike. Shen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, immediately injecting more spiritual power into the immovable Dragon King Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon King Cauldron that had just been corroded restored to its previous appearance. Not only that, Shen Mo also activated the power of the giant elephant within his body. Instantly, he condensed a blood-colored giant standing between heaven and earth. This was the immovable sacred king body. Gu Ming's laughter paused. This guy's spiritual power and blood qi were too abundant. There was not even a hint of exhaustion.
My demonic qi is enough to exhaust you to death. Let's see how you block it.
Gu Ming sneered and increased the output of demonic qi. The 2 sides immediately fell into a stalemate. Even though the immovable Dragon King Cauldron and the immovable sacred king body were like winter snowmen gradually melting away, every time the demonic qi was about to break through these 2 martial skills, Shen Mo's body would surge with more spiritual power and martial skills. He was actually able to maintain the immovable Dragon King Cauldron and immovable sacred king body without dispersing. Not only was Gu Ming stunned, but even the human cultivators and the dragon blood guards of the demon race were left in shock. For the first time, they saw someone maintaining equilibrium with demonic qi using spiritual power and blood qi.
This level of demonic qi cannot harm me. Gu Ming, is this all you've got?
Shen Mo's expression was calm. He was deliberately provoking Gu Ming, forcing him to use a demonic qi martial skill. Gu Ming would only come close when using that particular move. And Shen Mo was also ready to deploy his true trump card. Gu Ming took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. Normally, he would never be provoked by Shen Mo's words. But now, after revealing multiple trump cards and still failing to harm Shen Mo, even his composure was being tested. Moreover, consuming the demonic heart would cause irreversible damage to his body. If the duration was short, he could potentially mitigate or eliminate the residual demonic qi using rare treasures. But if too much time passed, he might truly be demonized, turning into a soulless walking corpse. Proud as he was, how could he tolerate such an outcome? At this point, he had no choice but to use the demonic chi martial skill he had collected. The demonic chi stored in the demonic heart was only enough for one use of this martial skill.
Shen Mo, you deserve to die.
Gu Ming growled, stomping his foot, demonic chi erupting as he lunged forward with ghostly speed. Demonic chi spurted from every pore of his body, instantly forming over a dozen massive tentacles. Each tentacle was dozens of zhang long, as thick as towering trees. All tentacles writhed, like demons dancing, threatening to tear the sky apart. As Gu Ming approached, the tentacles twisted together, attempting to bind Shen Mo. Shen Mo's body compared to these tentacles was like an ant to an elephant.
Die in my embrace, you can be proud of that.
Gu Ming sneered, accelerating towards Shen Mo. At this moment, the distance between them had narrowed to 10 zhang.
Enough!
Shen Mo revealed a smile. Gu Ming was stunned. Enough, what did he mean? He saw Shen Mo slowly raise his palm. A white flame, seemingly rising from the 9 depths of the underworld, suddenly appeared in his palm, burning quietly. For some reason, the moment he saw the white flame, he felt a chill from head to toe. As if encountering a natural predator, a top-tier predator in the food chain. After brief shock, he realized the one feeling fear was not him, but the demonic chi within him. Demonic chi could actually feel fear. Gu Ming was utterly astonished. Then he saw Shen Mo lower his head, seemingly speaking to the white flame. The flame, almost human-like, nodded and suddenly burst forth. In an instant, the dozen massive purple-black tentacles were like pork on a cutting board or fat fish in hot oil, immediately emitting sizzling sounds. A fearful consciousness emanated from them, instinctively trying to retract. But the white flame, like a bone-clinging maggot, wrapped around the purple-black tentacles and rapidly burned towards Gu Ming. Before Gu Ming could react, the white flame entirely enveloped him. Pain. A pain that penetrated his marrow and pierced his soul. It felt as if something in his chest was being directly devoured. Gu Ming let out a terrified cry.
The demonic heart.
Chapter 386. I have no interest in explaining to a dying demon. Chapter 386. I have no interest in explaining to a dying demon. The cultivators and dragon blood guards all stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed at this scene. The demonic heart.
Never thought I would die in a place like this.
Gu Ming's despairing wail emerged from the dust. The cultivators were excited, clapping and cheering. No one had expected the invincible demon Emperor Gu Ming would end up like this. In the crowd, Zhu Yue Rong from the Great Snow Palace was anxious. She was the most talented diviner in the Great Snow Palace's history. Even before this battle began, she had already divined that Gu Ming was not Shen Mo's match. So during every exchange between Shen Mo and Gu Ming, she showed no surprise. Her only concern was Gu Ming's ultimate fate. Her divination showed that Gu Ming would not die but disappear. No remains, no trace.
My countless divinations targeting him have failed. What about this time?
Yue Rong looked at Shen Mo, seemingly anticipating something. Shen Mo's expression remained calm, but his inverted palm had already activated a space-locking talisman. An invisible wave spread out from him, instantly sealing the space within a radius of 10 li. Cultivators at the divine transformation realm suddenly felt a heart palpitation. They couldn't help but look around. The mountain was still that mountain, the trees were still those trees, the birds were still those birds. Yet they felt the surrounding scenery was heavier, as if frozen for eternity. Even the color seemed more monotonous. Extremely strange. Cultivators below the divine transformation realm barely noticed anything. They continued to stare fixedly at the dust, expecting to see Gu Ming like a dead dog. Whoosh! Shen Mo flashed, appearing above the dust. He gently waved his hand, and a strong wind blew away the dust concealing Gu Ming's body. As the dust cleared, Gu Ming's shocked and angry face was revealed.
You.
Gu Ming clutched a talisman, his voice trembling, both shocked and furious. He had deliberately fallen from the sky and raised a large dust cloud to buy time to activate the minor teleportation talisman. Yet after injecting spiritual power, the talisman showed no effect at all. It was as if locked by some force. Shen Mo shook his head.
I have no interest in explaining to a dying demon.
With that, he casually struck with a sword. Clang! The sword light fell. The wolf head flew up. Gu Ming's eyes were wide open, filled with confusion and unwillingness. Thud, thud, thud. The head bounced a few times on the ground before stopping. His headless body sprayed fresh blood and also collapsed.
He's dead. Gu Ming is dead.
No one knew who shouted first. All human cultivators began screaming as if going mad. Incomparably excited, incomparably joyful. It was even more thrilling than breaking through a major realm after cultivating for over a decade or suddenly learning that one's partner had given birth to a child. Yue Rong's suspended heart finally relaxed. It seemed Shen Mo had changed fate once again. This young man appeared to be born with a miraculous ability to defy destiny. The dragon blood guards on distant ships were petrified upon seeing Gu Ming beheaded. Having undergone the dragon blood refinement and been brainwashed by Gu Ming, they had become his most loyal subordinates. Now, witnessing Gu Ming's death, their inner faith had completely collapsed. They were now in utter panic and terror, not knowing where to go. Shen Mo casually commanded.
Kill them all. It's time to end this.
Whoosh! A robust black shadow suddenly burst from the crowd, charging into the ships like a small mountain. The black shadow was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever it passed, dragon blood guards were instantly punched to pulp, exploding into masses of flesh. In just a few dozen breaths, all dragon blood guards on 3 ships were massacred.
Wow, who was that guy? Such incredible physical strength.
Looks like someone who cultivates blood chi techniques. Maybe a cultivator from Sea God Island.
The cultivators discussed animatedly, none knowing the identity of the black shadow. Only a few present might have guessed the identity, but they tacitly kept silent. Shen Mo beckoned, and the black shadow returned to his side. Entirely shrouded in black robes, like a towering iron pagoda standing quietly, emanating a cold aura that warned others to keep their distance. Shen Mo turned to face everyone, finally revealing a smile.
Everyone, we have won.
Tong Yuan bowed.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Shen.
Wan Muchen bowed, thank you, fellow Taoist Shen. The assembled cultivators bowed, calling out in unison.
Thank you, Senior Shen.
The subsequent events required little involvement from Shen Mo. With Gu Ming dead, the backbone of the myriad demon nation had been removed. This towering tree of a nation would immediately begin to collapse. The human race's sole task was to pursue victory and exterminate the demon race. Moreover, since most other sects had already returned to their respective mountains, only cultivators from Jade Cauldron Sect, Qingxuan Sect, and Great Snow Palace remained. The greatest benefits of invading the myriad demon nation's capital would be divided among these 3 sects. Any later arriving cultivators would, at most, receive only meager remnants. 5 days later, the 3 sects defeated the myriad demon nation's main army. 10 days later, they conquered 29 cities in succession, winning battle after battle. 1 month later, they approached the myriad demon nation's capital. In 3 days, the capital was destroyed, with countless demon race members killed. That day, the capital ran with rivers of blood, smoke billowing to the sky. Surviving demon race members retreated to the South and West Seas, seeking refuge with the West Sea King to continue resisting. The South Sea King, Ao Ga, and other South Sea dragon cultivators had returned to the South Sea, counterattacking the demon race with human cultivators' help. The remaining demon race could only struggle to survive. In Jade Sea City, the sea surface was filled with fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs. The city was strewn with fallen human corpses. In the high sky, the confrontation between Jai Ping and the East Sea King had not yet ended. In the initial days, Jai Ping had originally held the advantage. But now the East Sea King had reversed the tide, suppressing Jai Ping. The East Sea King said disdainfully,
Why persist? You don't have many years left to live. Why waste your life for this city and country? It's not worth it. This king promises that if you leave, we can act as if nothing happened. You can go wherever you want.
Jai Ping, covered in wounds, even his beloved sword cracked, remained unchanged.
I will not retreat.
The East Sea King sneered.
Stubborn to the end, then go die.
At that moment, joyful shouts from human cultivators rose from below. Great victory, great victory! Senior Shen Mo has slain the demon Emperor Gu Ming. Chapter 387. The Fall of the Sword Sovereign and Shen Mo's Breakthrough to the Peak of the Divine Transformation Realm. Chapter 387. The Fall of the Sword Sovereign and Shen Mo's Breakthrough to the Peak of the Divine Transformation Realm. Note, I know I have messed up cultivation realms in past chapters, and I will try to edit them as soon as possible. But here they are in order: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and peak. The words, imbued with spiritual power, immediately fell into the ears of Jai Ping and the East Sea King. One person and one dragon both revealed an expression of shock. After his shock, the East Sea King immediately sneered.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. I know exactly what level Gu Ming is at. He is an unprecedented genius of the demon race, the king among kings. If he had been born a few thousand years later, I would have respectfully addressed him as the demon emperor. How could he have died at the hands of a junior like Shen Mo?
Jai Ping, on the other hand, burst into loud laughter.
I knew it, Shen Mo did not disappoint me. He indeed beheaded Gu Ming, I believe in him. The Dragon Blood Guard has been exterminated. The 3 warships created by the 10,000 demon nation have all been captured by us. The main army of the 10,000 demon nation has been completely annihilated. Their capital city has long been running with blood, with smoke of war rising to the sky. Sword Sovereign, we have won a great victory. From now on, the 10,000 demon nation will be erased.
The remaining cultivators and mortals of Jade Sea City heard this and showed joyful expressions, then excitedly began to cheer.
Is it true? We won. The 10,000 demon nation is destroyed.
My God, such a powerful 10,000 demon nation, gone in just over a month. Long live Senior Shen Mo, long live the human race.
Amidst these thunderous cheers, the East Sea King also became bewildered. Could Gu Ming really be dead? The 10,000 demon nation is gone. At this moment, a heavily wounded swordfish king quickly approached him, reporting the war situation of the 10,000 demon nation with an ugly expression. After hearing the report, the East Sea King's eyes widened, his expression unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, he gritted his teeth and growled lowly.
Retreat!
With the East Sea King's order, all water demons withdrew completely. The cultivators and mortals of Jade Sea City saw this scene and became even more excited, cheering wildly.
We won, we won.
Damn East Sea water demons, get lost.
Jai Ping slowly descended from the sky, his entire body covered in wounds but his face radiant with a joyful smile. He had guessed correctly and bet correctly. This old man had probably reached the end of his life. This world would ultimately be handed over to the younger generation. After landing, Jai Ping was like a drop of water merging into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace.
Your Majesty! Quickly!
The Jing Emperor growled.
Yes!
The shadow guard swiftly left. However, he had only left for the time it takes to burn an incense stick before appearing again. The Jing Emperor felt surprised. The Sword Sovereign should still be in Jade Sea City. How could the shadow guard return so quickly? The shadow guard said in a low voice.
Your Majesty, the Sword Sovereign.
A sudden jolt. The Jing Emperor's body violently swayed, almost falling to the ground. The shadow guard did not dare to support him. In the past, the Jing Emperor had ordered that all shadow guards could only touch his body upon receiving his command. Otherwise, it would be considered treason. Once during an inspection of all shadow guards, the Jing Emperor had deliberately pretended to fall. When a shadow guard rushed forward to help him up, the Jing Emperor immediately ordered his execution. The reason was treason.
Why now of all times?
The Jing emperor seemed to have aged decades in an instant. The sword sovereign was the royal family's last trump card. With the sword sovereign dead, who could stop Shen Mo? The Jing emperor with a hoarse voice asked again.
What about the leader? Where is he? Didn't I tell him to closely monitor Shen Mo's every move?
The shadow guard shook his head.
After the leader left the West Sea and arrived at the Three Sects Alliance camp, he disappeared without a trace. Perhaps.
Chapter 388. The Jing emperor has yet to pay respects to the sword sovereign. Chapter 388. The Jing emperor has yet to pay respects to the sword sovereign. At the moment Shen Mo broke through to the peak of the divine transformation realm, his shocking aura surged in all directions. The entire Yu province, and even half of Cayenne province, Mist province, and Sea province could feel this tsunami-like aura. People instinctively looked in that direction, born with an innate sense of reverence.
It's the young sect master breaking through again. What realm is the young sect master in now? I don't know, completely don't know.
The elders of Qingxuan Sect exchanged words, none knowing exactly what realm Shen Mo had reached. The Qingxuan Sect disciples were even more excited, chattering away. Their faces were full of joy. They felt proud by association. After all, the stronger Shen Mo was, the more face they had. More critically, no one would dare bully them now. All because their Qingxuan Sect had Shen Mo, a world-saving supreme powerhouse. Shen Mo flashed and pushed open the door, feeling the warm sunlight and revealing a smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen figures arrived from all directions, appearing before him. They were Murong Yue, Li Zhendao, Hai Kainkun, Mo Lingxiao, and others. Shen Mo nodded, looking pleasantly surprised.
Master, you've opened your primordial spirit.
Murong Yue smiled.
During your closed-door cultivation, I also had some fortunate encounters.
Li Zhendao laughed heartily.
Elder Murong has indeed had continuous fortunate encounters. The treasures she refined during this period have made even us jealous.
The others burst into laughter. Shen Mo nodded slightly, then asked.
What about my senior brother and senior sister? Any news of their whereabouts?
Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. Shen Mo sighed lightly. Zhao Yaoqing and Lu Dongxian, according to their predetermined fate, would have been killed by Gu Ming. But now that Gu Ming was dead, the two had vanished without a trace. Mo Lingxiao suddenly spoke.
Young sect master, there's something I must tell you. Speak! The sword sovereign Jai Ping exhausted his life force and fell over a month ago.
Shen Mo's gaze momentarily froze. Jai Ping was a good man who had provided him crucial help. However, even having reached the peak of the divine transformation realm, life force was not infinite, and ultimately could not prevent its own end. After a moment's reflection, Shen Mo smiled.
Sect master, please convey to all sects that in 1 month, we shall gather at the capital to pay respects to the sword sovereign.
Li Zhendao's spirit lifted.
Excellent, rest assured, I will ensure the message reaches every sect.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Very good.
Then he took Murong Yue's hand.
Master, let's take a walk outside.
Murong Yue sweetly smiled.
Okay.
The news of Shen Mo inviting various sects to pay respects to the sword sovereign at the capital spread quickly. Cultivators from north and south were discussing hotly, speculating on Shen Mo's true intentions behind inviting sects to gather, given his momentum of having killed Gu Ming. Paying respects seemed false, issuing commands seemed the real purpose. Various analyses flew everywhere. Of course, these analyses could not escape one major topic. The imperial court, the Jing kingdom's royal family. Qingxuan Sect had never had a good relationship with the royal family. If not for the 10,000 demon nations' massive invasion, the royal court might have first sought to destroy Qingxuan Sect. Under such circumstances, how could Shen Mo not deal with the royal family? Moreover, the sword sovereign had already passed away. What was meant to come would ultimately come. How the royal family would respond became a topic of discussion among many cultivators. Even many ordinary people discussed this over tea and meals. Some even wondered if a change of dynasty was imminent. The Jing emperor, upon receiving this news, fell into constant anxiety. Restless day and night, afraid that Shen Mo might appear before him and kill him the next moment. This waiting was a torment, especially unbearable. Days passed, but related discussions did not diminish. Instead, they grew more intense. The rebuilt capital seemed peaceful on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. Everyone knew Shen Mo was not coming for sightseeing.
Everyone, it's been a while.
Shen Mo swept his gaze across the assembly, speaking calmly. With just a glance, he could discern who harbored fear and who stood with clear conscience.
Greetings, Senior Shen.
The crowd cupped their hands in respect, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Given Shen Mo's current level of cultivation, the title
Senior
was well-deserved. To address him as a peer would have been presumptuous.
No need for formalities. I've only come to pay my respects to Senior Jai Ping.
Shen Mo's expression remained placid as he approached Jai Ping's tombstone and stood in silent contemplation. After a long pause, he finally turned.
The kingdom of Jing suffers under the tyranny of the 10,000 demons nation because its internal factions are divided, breeding chaos. From this day forth, the 8 sects must unite under the imperial court and heed its commands. Does anyone object?
His words left the crowd stunned. Not just Lin Dongshan and Zhu Zi, even Li Zhendao and Ouyang Lang widened their eyes in disbelief. Unite under the imperial court. Obey its orders.
That.
Wang Lang coughed awkwardly.
The Shadowless Pavilion has no objections.
Zhu Zi nodded.
The Jade Cauldron Sect has no objections.
Li Zhendao scratched his head and also nodded. Nor do we, the other sects voiced their agreement one after another. Shen Mo gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward the imperial palace and called out in a clear voice.
Jing Emperor, will you not come to pay your respects to the Sword Sovereign?
His voice, infused with spiritual power, surged forth like a raging river. In the blink of an eye, it traversed thousands of feet, reaching straight into the palace. The Jing Emperor, already unsettled, trembled at the sound.
Shen Mo, where's Shen Mo?
He immediately shouted. Several shadow guards appeared at once.
Your Majesty, Shen Mo is at the summit of Maiden. He wishes for you to pay respects to the Sword Sovereign as well.
The Jing Emperor froze, pointing at his own nose.
Me, why should I listen too?
He trailed off, realizing the futility of his words.
Fine, I'll go.
Chapter 389, The Old Dragon Awakens. Chapter 389, The Old Dragon Awakens. At the summit of Mei Mountain. This time, Emperor Jing did not ride in the dragon sedan chair, but came here under the protection of 2 shadow guards. The crowd parted to make way for him. The looks everyone gave Emperor Jing were different. Some were gloating, some were disdainful and sneering, and some were filled with sighs. Emperor Jing took in all these gazes, his heart filled with immense resentment. He was the emperor of a nation. In normal times, who would dare to look at him with such expressions? With just a glance from him, countless cultivators would kneel in submission. But now,
Your Majesty, we have reached the summit.
the shadow guard beside him reminded. Only then did Emperor Jing hurriedly raise his head. As soon as he looked up, he met the gaze of the young man at the end of the path. The young man's eyes were very calm. But Emperor Jing felt as if they were soaked in the eternal, unmelting ice of 10,000 years. It seemed to freeze his very soul. The cultivators around watched Emperor Jing, deep in thought. The fate of Jing country had, at some point, already slipped away from Emperor Jing. That was why the once high and mighty Emperor Jing, who seemed like a true son of heaven, now appeared like a jester in a tangerine-yellow dragon robe. Without the slightest imperial demeanor.
Shen Mo, why did you summon me to mourn the Sword Sage?
Emperor Jing slowly spoke. Shen Mo directly interrupted him.
I called you here for only one thing. Abdicate.
Emperor Jing's eyes widened.
Abdicate. You want me to abdicate? Never.
Lin Dongshan, Zhu Zi, and others finally began to understand Shen Mo's meaning. What Shen Mo had said earlier about uniting under the court and obeying the court's orders did not seem to refer to obeying Emperor Jing or the Jing royal family's commands.
Whether you abdicate or not is not up to you, but up to me. This time I called you here is not to discuss with you, but to inform you.
Shen Mo looked directly into Emperor Jing's eyes and spoke indifferently. Emperor Jing angrily said,
No, I absolutely will not.
Shen Mo casually waved his hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged over. Emperor Jing immediately felt as if his mouth had been sealed shut. No matter how hard he tried, turning red with anger and exerting all his strength, he couldn't make a sound. It was as if an invisible hand had tightly covered his mouth. Everyone could only see Emperor Jing jumping around on the spot like a jester. Shen Mo continued.
You are all bark and no bite, good at plotting but indecisive, reluctant to take risks for great matters, and willing to risk your life for small gains. You are not fit to be Emperor Jing anymore. Do you have any objections?
Shen Mo glanced at the two shadow guards beside Emperor Jing. The shadow guards looked at each other and shook their heads repeatedly.
We dare not, we have no objections.
Shen Mo calmly said,
Let the royal family choose a prince to serve as Emperor Jing. In addition, the court will form a cabinet to assist Emperor Jing in governing the country. Each sect will assign a cultivator at the divine transformation stage to serve as a cabinet member.
The elder of Qingxuan Sect will serve as the chief, with greater responsibilities.
After saying this, Shen Mo looked around.
I have finished speaking. Are there any objections?
Everyone lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. When your fist is strong, your words are the truth. Who would dare to object?
Very well, then I leave this place to you.
Shen Mo nodded, and with a flash he disappeared. After Shen Mo left, the crowd dared to raise their heads and whisper to each other. Any sensible person could tell. This was not about the 8 sects uniting under the court and obeying the court's orders. It was about choosing a puppet to serve as Emperor Jing. The cabinet was a tool to monitor the puppet emperor. On the surface, the 8 sects obeyed the court, but in reality, they obeyed the orders of Qingxuan Sect. However, they still dared not voice any objections. After the destruction of the 10,000 demon nation, half of the vast territory in the southern part of the continent fell into the hands of Qingxuan Sect. The remaining parts were divided among Qingxuan Sect, Great Snow Palace, Sea God Island, and Tianhe Sect. As for the Sacred Spirit Sect, the Shadowless Pavilion, and the Mad Blade Alliance, they didn't even get a taste. Qingxuan Sect had the largest area, the deepest heritage, and the strongest power. The combined strength of the other 7 sects could not compare to that of Qingxuan Sect now.
Strange, why didn't Brother Shen just kill Emperor Jing?
Shi Jingshan couldn't help but mutter. Du Kanking whispered.
Brother Shen doesn't need to. Naturally, there are people who will do it for him to ingratiate themselves. Speaking out in public would just give them ammunition.
Shi Jingshan's eyes widened.
So that's how it is. Brother Shen truly is something. He's got a mind full of cunning schemes.
Du Kanking was left speechless.
Do you even know how to speak properly? Be careful or your father will give you a good slap.
Shi Jingshan quickly covered his mouth.
I was wrong.
A few days later, the new policies were implemented. Emperor Jing issued an edict, voluntarily abdicating without any coercion. The new Emperor Jing was to be the 18th prince, who had never been favored by Emperor Jing. This prince had no mother. He was merely a child born to Emperor Jing and a palace maid. The poor maid had thought she would become a consort, but after giving birth she was framed and killed. Such a new emperor clearly suited the interests of all parties involved. Moreover, the court established a cabinet, with each sect assigning one person to serve as a cabinet member. The chief of the cabinet was to be a cultivator from the Qingxuan Sect. The cabinet would assist the new Emperor Jing in handling state affairs and unite the 8 sects. The common people were all abuzz with discussion. In every street and alley, before and after meals, everyone was talking about it. Everyone knew that things had clearly changed. Anyone with a bit of sense could understand the hidden implications behind the voluntary abdication and the cabinet. However, these discussions quickly died down over time. With a new emperor, the lives of the common people didn't change much. So it was just like usual. The only benefit was that people no longer had to worry about the 10,000 demon nation launching a northern invasion, nor did they have to fear becoming slaves or livestock for the demon race. Another year passed. The Western Sea King died in battle, and the Western Sea Water Demons submitted. The Northern Sea King came to the mountain gate of the Qingxuan Sect and pledged allegiance to Shen Mo. The Eastern Sea King gathered a large number of surviving demons and water demons from the 10,000 demon nation and launched a desperate attack on the Qingxuan Sect once again, only to be annihilated by Shen Mo on the coast of the Eastern Sea. With this, the demon race was pacified and the four seas were cleared. All the noise from the outside world was irrelevant to Shen Mo. At this moment, he sat alone above the Eastern Sea, gazing into the far east. Even though he had reached the peak of the divine transformation stage, he still couldn't see the end of the Eastern Sea. It was still a seamless blend of water and sky, a vast expanse of blue. There wasn't a trace of the demon-subduing sea in sight. In Shen Mo's mind, the description of the Spirit Palace stage from the Divine Thunder demon-subduing scripture emerged. He couldn't view it before when his cultivation was insufficient. Now that he had reached the peak of the divine transformation stage, the subsequent content revealed itself naturally.
To enter the Spirit Palace stage, one must forge a Spirit Palace to protect the divine soul. Every Spirit Palace of a Spirit Palace cultivator is not exactly the same, but one thing is certain: the bigger, the better. To forge a Spirit Palace, one must first lay a solid foundation. One must separate a part of the divine soul to build the foundation. This is a task that requires great patience and effort.
Shen Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had already tried to lay the foundation. However,
Such a powerful aura.
Shen Mo suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively turned around, only to find an astonishing aura bursting above the Qingxuan Sect. The aura was incredibly familiar.
It's the old dragon awakening.
Chapter 390, The Will of the Heavenly Tao Summons Ao Yan's Gift. Chapter 390, The Will of the Heavenly Tao Summons Ao Yan's Gift. Above the Qingxuan Sect, the old dragon's enduring laughter echoed.
Ha 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 ha, I've reached the 7th rank, I'm truly amazing, phew, like a real dragon.
Cultivators like Li Zhendao, Hai Qingxuan, and Mo Lingxiao rushed over to congratulate him. The old dragon looked puzzled.
You too, aren't you the leaders of Pill River Sect and Supreme Purity Sect? Why are you here at my Qingxuan Sect, looking for trouble?
He bared his teeth and grimaced. It seemed that if they didn't have a good answer, he would give them a good thrashing. Hai Qingxuan and Mo Lingxiao gave an awkward smile. Li Zhendao, with a wry smile, quickly explained the unification of the three sects. The old dragon's face was full of surprise.
There's such a thing, I didn't expect so much to happen while I was in slumber. Where's Shen Mo? He did a great job, I've missed him so much.
He stirred his divine consciousness, scanning the entire sect, and didn't find Shen Mo but was very pleased.
Not bad, Li Zhendao. The number of people in the sect has increased a lot compared to before, and it seems like our territory has also expanded a bit.
When he said,
A bit?
he seemed a little hesitant. Hai Qingxuan chuckled.
It's more than just a bit.
Li Zhendao smiled.
The entire 10,000 demon nation has now been destroyed. Half of the land in the southern part of the continent belongs to us, the Qingxuan Sect.
The old dragon's face was full of astonishment.
What? You're not joking with me, right?
Li Zhendao and the others exchanged glances, then recounted the death of Gu Ming and the destruction of the 10,000 demon nation in detail. After listening, the old dragon was unable to calm down for a long time, and after a while he said,
Wow!
As he was speaking, a streak of light appeared on the horizon. Shen Mo's cheerful laughter followed.
Protector of the sect, long time no see.
The old dragon was overjoyed.
Shen Mo, you've given me such a pleasant surprise.
Shen Mo just smiled. He was also happy for the old dragon. Originally, the old dragon's predetermined fate was to be consumed by the third incarnation of Ao Huang. However, now that the old dragon had reached the 7th rank, the third incarnation of Ao Huang, which had yet to appear, should still be at the 6th rank and might even have died at some point. After all, the number of dragons that Shen Mo had slain recently was countless. The old dragon's inevitable death had long been averted. That
Ao Huang,
probably no longer had a chance to be resurrected. Shen Mo was about to speak when he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety for no reason. Not just him, but Li Zhendao, Mo Lingxiao, and Hai Qiangkun beside him also instinctively started, all looking up at the sky. The old dragon sighed softly.
what has to come will come, but
Shen Mo seemed to be thinking. Could it be the will of the heavenly Tao? In the next moment, the clear sky suddenly filled with golden light. The golden light quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge golden scroll. On the golden scroll, there were characters written with the flourish of dragons and phoenixes. Each stroke seemed to be imbued with the rules of the universe, in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. It made people involuntarily bow in worship and immerse themselves in it.
Dragon Ao Yan, having reached the 7th rank, is now summoned to serve as a demon-subduing guard in the demon-subduing sea. No disobedience is allowed. Disobey the order and be erased.
In the sky, an ancient and ruthless voice slowly sounded. It was grand and powerful, echoing through the heavens.
Yes, Ao Yan accepts the order.
The old dragon sighed softly and said in a low voice. He turned to Shen Mo and the others.
Everyone, I've been summoned. Let's meet again in the demon-subduing sea.
Li Zhendao and the others nodded solemnly. Shen Mo said earnestly,
Senior Ao Yan, take care.
All right, I'll be waiting for you in the demon-subduing sea. I guess it won't be long before you reach the Spirit Palace stage.
Ao Yan laughed heartily.
Oh, and in my place of residence, I've left something for you. Remember to use it well. And my son, take good care of him.
After Ao Yan finished speaking, his figure was enveloped by the golden scroll and disappeared in an instant. Shen Mo's eyebrows twitched. What did Ao Yan leave for him? Could it be something that could speed up the advancement to the Spirit Palace stage? Shen Mo was lost in thought, about to ask Li Zhendao and the others, when he saw them all momentarily dazed. After a moment, Mo Lingxiao said strangely.
Why are we standing here?
Hai Qiangkun was surprised.
Didn't we come to find the protector of the sect? Why did the protector disappear?
Li Zhendao shook his head.
I don't know.
Shen Mo turned around and looked at the other cultivators in the sect. They also didn't know what had happened and looked bewildered. Shen Mo seemed to be thinking. It seemed that the memory of that moment had been collectively erased by the will of the heavenly Tao. But why could he still remember it clearly? Shen Mo couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He went straight to the place where the old dragon had slept for many years. There was a huge pit here. There were very few things at the bottom of the pit. Shen Mo scanned around and finally found what Ao Yan had left here. A bottle. Inside the bottle was a drop of still warm blood.
The essence blood of a 7th rank beast.
Shen Mo's heart moved. This should be the essence blood that Ao Yan had condensed after just reaching the 7th rank. He didn't expect that Ao Yan had forced it out at the fastest speed and left it behind. He must have guessed that the will of the heavenly Tao would not give any leeway and had to leave this drop of essence blood as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Shen Mo took a deep breath, looked to the far east, and bowed deeply. This drop of 7th rank beast's essence blood, although it didn't help much in improving the spirit power level, was greatly beneficial to the improvement of the blood chi level. If he could break through the blood chi level to the respected 1 level, it would be equivalent to the level of a spirit palace cultivator. At that time, he would also be summoned by the will of the heavenly Tao and sent to the demon-subduing sea. During this period of cultivation, Shen Mo had already felt that since both his spirit power level and blood chi level had reached the current peak, it had become extremely difficult to continue growing. The quality of the spiritual energy in the world was too low, and it required a huge amount of spiritual energy to condense into a wisp of spirit power and improve the spirit power level. The rate of absorbing life essence was also too slow, which similarly affected the improvement of the blood chi level. This meant that he had to go to the demon-subduing sea.
I will focus on cultivating now. I must make good use of this drop of essence blood.
Chapter 391, Eating Hot Pot and Singing When Suddenly Taken by Heaven's Will. Chapter 391, Eating Hot Pot and Singing When Suddenly Taken by Heaven's Will. Boom! A pillar of blood-colored light shot up from the ground, straight into the sky. The light pillar was magnificent and vast, completely lacking the evil and domineering aura of the demon race. At the moment the light pillar appeared, cultivators across the entire continent, regardless of what they were doing, stopped and looked in that direction. Such earth-shattering commotion clearly indicated that someone had advanced from the Emperor realm to the Venerable realm. At first, many cultivators worried it might be surviving demons who had encountered some fortuitous opportunity and advanced to the demon Venerable realm. But after sensing that the light pillar didn't contain the brutal aura of demons, they breathed sighs of relief. Not demons, humans were good. So who was it? Cultivators everywhere gazed toward the direction of the light pillar. They roughly pinpointed Yu province. A figure rose in everyone's mind. Is it him? No way this quickly. At Holy Spirit Sect. Lin Dongshan's face showed pleasant surprise as he quickly stood up. During this period, he had been cultivating day and night, and with several fortunate encounters, he finally reached the perfection of the divine transformation realm.
I've reached the perfection of divine transformation. Shen Mo should be at the pinnacle of divine transformation, so the gap between us isn't that great anymore. Give me 10 years, and I'll definitely catch up to him.
Lin Dongshan felt a moment of joy. Just then, he suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. He looked around but found nothing unusual. As he was about to shake his head to dispel this strange feeling, from the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glimpsed the blood-colored pillar of light outside the window.
That is...
Just one glance was enough for him to sense the terrifying blood energy. He could never be a match for the owner of that blood energy. That blood energy was far stronger than ancient darkness. It couldn't be merely the Emperor realm, it must be the Venerable realm above Emperor.
Where did that light pillar come from?
Lin Dongshan leaped several times to reach the highest point of the Holy Spirit Sect's entrance. Looking into the distance, he discovered the light pillar was coming from Yu province. His heart became even more unsettled.
There aren't many people in Yu province who cultivate blood energy techniques. It must be Shen Mo.
Lin Dongshan felt a wave of despair in his heart. We're both supposed to be geniuses, but compared to him, I seem like a mediocrity.
However,
Lin Dongshan's thoughts suddenly took a turn. He also knew about the existence of the demon suppression sea. Moreover, he knew that once someone reached the divine palace realm or venerable realm, they would be summoned by heaven's will and dispatched to the demon suppression sea. This meant,
everyone, don't worry, I've prepared for this long ago. The divine transformation realm and nascent soul realm cultivators on this list have excellent aptitude and character, all capable of shouldering important responsibilities. Some can be cultivated as sect seeds, others are suited for combat. What you need to do is nurture them well.
Shen Mo lightly flicked his finger, passing a list to Li Zhendao. He had already examined the life panels of these people in his spare time, which was why he could confidently entrust it to Li Zhendao.
Good.
Li Zhendao nodded firmly. This was indeed valuable. Since Shen Mo believed these people could handle important responsibilities, he had no worries and could employ them immediately. Shen Mo continued.
I've previously obtained many cultivation techniques, combat skills, and precious materials, but they're of no use to me now.
He took out a storage ring and handed it to Murong Yue.
Master, I give this to you.
Murong Yue solemnly replied.
All right, I'll ensure they don't go to waste.
Shen Mo smiled. The Jade Cauldron Sect was like his second home, so naturally he wanted to settle everything before leaving. At that moment, numerous golden lights appeared in the sky. In an instant, they condensed into a golden scroll. Golden characters manifested on the scroll. An ancient and vast voice followed.
Human Shen Mo, having advanced to the venerable realm, is hereby summoned to serve as a guardian at the demon suppression sea. No defiance permitted. Violation means annihilation.
Shen Mo laughed lightly.
Everyone, I'm leaving. Young sect master, farewell.
Li Zhendao, Hai Qingxuan, Mo Lingxiao, Wan Muchen, Murong Yue, and others cupped their hands toward him from a distance. Tears welled in their eyes. Shen Mo smiled. However, he suddenly noticed more golden light appearing at the horizon. More and more golden scrolls materialized in the sky.
Human Li Zhendao, at divine transformation realm perfection, is hereby summoned to serve as a guardian at the demon suppression sea. No defiance permitted. Violation means annihilation. Human Mo Lingxiao, at divine transformation realm perfection, is hereby summoned to serve as a guardian at the demon suppression sea. No defiance permitted. Violation means annihilation. Human Wan Muchen, at divine transformation realm perfection, is hereby summoned to serve as a guardian at the demon suppression sea. No defiance permitted. Violation means annihilation. Elder Hai, Elder Murong, the sect is now in your hands.
Murong Yue and Hai Qingxuan were still bewildered. What? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures, including Shen Mo, were instantly enveloped by golden light, disappearing without a trace.
Has heavens will lowered its summoning threshold to divine transformation realm perfection now?
Hai Qingxuan was astonished. Murong Yue shook her head.
I'm not sure, but this situation is likely happening beyond just our Jade Cauldron sect.
Hai Qingxuan was startled and immediately ordered.
Quick, gather intelligence from all other sects.
Chapter 392, First Arrival at the Demon Suppression Sea. Chapter 392, First Arrival at the Demon Suppression Sea. Shen Mo's consciousness gradually cleared. When he regained his vision, he discovered himself standing on unfamiliar ground. The surrounding terrain was flat and unobstructed. Numerous dwellings stood upon the earth. On streets paved with thick stone slabs, many pedestrians came and went. These people had varying cultivation levels. But at minimum, they possessed foundation establishment realm strength. They seemed unsurprised by Shen Mo's confusion. Their clothing styles were ancient, resembling fashions from 1,000 years ago. Moreover, everyone was busy with their own tasks, rarely stopping to rest. After a short while, Shen Mo witnessed two people getting into a conflict, coming to blows. The reason for the conflict was trivial. It was merely because one person's combat technique practice disturbed another who was cutting vegetables and cooking. The two began fighting, and soon blood was flowing from their heads. People around them showed no concern, completely indifferent. Before long, both combatants were injured, dragged away by their respective relatives, ending the farce.
Oh, you look like a newcomer just arrived.
A strong voice sounded behind Shen Mo. Shen Mo looked carefully and saw a bald, muscular man approaching, standing 10 feet tall. He wore purple-black armor, with a fierce tiger head carved on the breastplate. Even just standing still, he exuded an extremely fierce aura. Shen Mo sensed that, like himself, this person was also a cultivator of a blood energy technique, having reached the venerable realm. The bald warrior stepped forward, nearly pressing his large head into Shen Mo's face.
You're the only cultivator summoned by heavens will in several hundred years. Tell me, how is Jing Nation faring now?
Shen Mo stepped back.
Jing Nation is doing well. The 10,000 demons nation is gone, and people live in peace.
The bald warrior's eyes widened.
What? The 10,000 demons nation is gone?
He quickly lowered his voice.
SHH, whether it's true or not, never spread such words loudly, or you'll suffer the consequences.
Shen Mo was puzzled but didn't immediately question this. Instead, he asked another question.
When I was summoned by heaven's will, several divine transformation realm perfection and peak cultivators were also summoned. Where are they?
The bald warrior raised his eyebrows.
Even divine transformation realm perfection and peak cultivators are being summoned now.
He waved his hand.
If they were summoned, they must be at the demon suppression sea, and heaven's will ensures their safety, so you can rest assured about that.
However, the demon suppression sea is vast and boundless. They might not be in this demon suppression fortress.
Don't worry, you'll eventually meet them.
Demon suppression fortress. More than one. Shen Mo's confusion grew. On the continent, information about the demon suppression sea was extremely limited. Everything required questioning to get answers.
Your teleportation location by heaven's will was somewhat off. Theoretically, you should have been sent directly into the demon suppression fortress, or at least to the guardian barracks.
The bald warrior scratched his head.
Anyway, come with me, I'll take you there.
Shen Mo nodded.
Thank you, friend.
The bald warrior smiled.
We've all started as low-level guardians, so helping is natural.
Speaking, he pointed to the gigantic wall in the distance that almost reached the clouds.
See that? That's our Black Tortoise Fortress, 800 zhang high.
Shen Mo gazed at the massive, towering fortress, showing surprise. The two headed toward the Black Tortoise Fortress, conversing as they walked. Through this, Shen Mo learned the bald warrior's name and identity. His name was Shi Dingyu, currently a profound rank guardian of the Black Tortoise Fortress. Being summoned by heavens will all started as guardians. Guardians were divided into 4 ranks: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. One had to bravely slay demons and accumulate military merits to advance in rank. Above guardians were demon suppression generals. However, demon suppression generals were extremely rare. Each general was the leader of a demon suppression fortress. Unless exceptionally powerful demons attacked the fortress, they would not take action. Before long, under Shi Dingyu's guidance, Shen Mo arrived at the guardian barracks below the fortress. This military camp covered a vast area. The surrounding buildings were diverse. Taverns, tea houses, pastry shops.
We've arrived. This is the Demon Suppression Guard camp.
Shi Dingyu smiled.
Since you've been conscripted as a Demon Suppression Guard, you'll need to register with the commander on duty today.
Shen Mo nodded. The two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at the camp's entrance. At the entrance, 2 cultivators in black armor stood guard. The aura they exuded was fierce. Their 4 eyes scanned the surroundings menacingly, enough to deter any troublemakers. Seeing Shi Dingyu approach, their expressions subtly changed. There was even,
Brother Shi, aren't you off duty today? What are you doing at the camp? Yeah, Brother Shi, we only get 1 day off a month. You should cherish it, go have some fun at the brothel.
The two chuckled. Shi Dingyu laughed heartily.
I was supposed to be off today, but after a few drinks, I saw this guy standing in the middle of the road. He's a demon suppression guard conscripted by the will of the heavenly Tao. There was a slight issue with his teleportation location, so I figured I'd bring him straight to the camp.
Only then did the 2 guards glance at Shen Mo. They didn't see anything unusual about him, so they withdrew their gazes.
You sure are kind, Brother Shi.
They laughed. Shi Dingyu waved his hand.
Who's the duty commander today?
The demon suppression guard on the left replied.
Commander Zhang Beisheng.
Shi Dingyu nodded.
All right, I'll head over then.
Shen Mo followed. The 2 of them entered the demon suppression guard camp. Stepping inside, Shen Mo felt as if he had entered another world. Even the air here seemed filled with an intense, battle-hungry energy. Everyone had bulging muscles and sturdy physiques. Completely different from the cultivators of Jing Kingdom, who focused solely on spiritual power and neglected physical training. Shi Dingyu noticed his gaze and laughed.
Surprised, huh? Let me tell you, most demon suppression guards here practice blood energy techniques to some extent. You have to, otherwise, you won't last on the battlefield against demonic energy. But you seem strong and well-built. You've trained in blood energy techniques, right?
Shen Mo nodded.
That's good. Your survival rate will be much higher.
Shi Dingyu laughed carelessly. Shen Mo's mouth twitched. Was the survival rate of demon suppression guards?
Look, that's the commander's tent.
After walking a bit further, Shi Dingyu pointed at the imposing tent ahead with a grin. Shen Mo nodded.
She squad leader, what business do you have?
The two soldiers at the tent entrance didn't waste words and asked directly. Shi Dingyu explained the situation.
She squad leader, please wait outside. You go in alone.
Chapter 393. Am I not just a conscripted demon-suppressing guard, yet I can't even protect my subordinates? Chapter 393. Am I not just a conscripted demon-suppressing guard, yet I can't even protect my subordinates? The furnishings inside the tent were very simple. On both sides were 2 rows of weapon racks. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, every type of the 18 weapons was present. Directly ahead was a large desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man poring over documents. Behind the middle-aged man's seat hung a massive map. The map depicted the demon-suppressing sea. Hearing footsteps, the middle-aged man spoke without looking up.
The new conscripted demon-suppressing guard, what's your name? Shen Mo. Where are you from?
Jing Kingdom, Yu Province, Qingxuan Sect.
Oh, Qingxuan Sect? Never heard of it. Must be a sect that popped up later. What's your cultivation realm? Venerable realm.
Only then did the middle-aged man stop flipping through documents, raising his gaze to carefully study Shen Mo for a moment.
You cultivate a blood chi technique. Yes. Not bad, finally, someone who isn't a useless fool cultivating spiritual power techniques.
The middle-aged man said calmly.
My name is Zhang Beisheng, the forward army commander of this Qingxuan fortress. It's been hundreds of years since the will of the heavenly Tao last conscripted anyone. You're the first.
Are the cultivators of Jing Kingdom so pathetic these days? It's been ages, and no one's broken through to the divine palace realm, only reaching the venerable realm.
Shen Mo didn't respond. If Jai Ping had lived a bit longer, he might have had a chance to step into the divine palace realm, but alas. Looking further back, there were plenty of cultivators who'd had the potential. But nearly all of them had died in the internal strife of the sects or been assassinated by the demon race. Zhang Beisheng tossed over a document.
Fill it out, saves me the trouble of asking you one by one.
Shen Mo took the document and glanced at it. It listed a series of questions. At first, it was just basic things like name and age. Later, it asked about his physique, the techniques and martial skills he practiced. Shen Mo frowned as he read. These were all critical secrets that shouldn't be revealed.
If you don't want to disclose them, just give a rough outline. Everyone's got their secrets.
Zhang Beisheng said casually.
Thank you, Commander Zhang.
Shen Mo nodded. A moment later, he finished filling out the document and handed it back to Zhang Beisheng. Zhang Beisheng skimmed it briefly, finding nothing particularly noteworthy.
We're short on people everywhere right now. I can't decide your assignment on my own. In a bit, I'll gather the centurions to discuss and decide who you'll end up serving under.
Zhang Beisheng said indifferently. Shen Mo nodded, showing he understood. Zhang Beisheng tossed over a wooden token.
Take this to the logistics department to claim your bracelet, armor, and weapon. You only get one set. If it breaks, you'll need to exchange military merits for a new one.
With that, he waved his hand, clearly signaling Shen Mo to leave on his own. Shen Mo nodded, gave a slight bow, and turned to depart. Zhang Beisheng watched his retreating figure, glancing over the details he'd filled out and shook his head slightly.
No conscripts for centuries. I thought they were saving up for someone impressive, but this guy doesn't seem all that strong.
After a long pause, Zhang Beisheng let out a soft sigh.
Alas.
Such negative thoughts lingered only for a moment before he brushed them aside. With so many duties piling up, there was no time for self-pity. Shen Mo stepped out of the tent. Shi Dingyu was still waiting outside.
Hey, you're out.
He chuckled.
Commander Zhang didn't immediately assign you to anyone, did he?
Shen Mo nodded. Shi Dingyu smiled lightly.
Every unit's short-staffed right now. Just wait by tomorrow at the latest, you'll have a posting for sure. Come on, let's head to my place to rest first. I've got a bunch of questions for you.
The two walked for a while and arrived at the southeast side of the barracks. There, 4 soldiers were idly playing cards, chatting sporadically. The moment they saw Shi Dingyu appear, they shot to their feet, hurriedly stuffing the cards away, their faces breaking into sheepish grins.
Captain, you're back. Yeah, boss, weren't you on leave? We've all been thinking about you, didn't expect you to show up, haha.
Shi Dingyu gave a half-smile, half-smirk.
Don't try to butter me up, hand it over. I told you before I left, no slacking off today, keep training.
The 4 of them instantly wilted like frost-bitten eggplants, reluctantly surrendering their crude homemade cards.
Let me introduce you, this kid's a new demon-suppressing guard conscripted by the will of the heavenly Tao. Name's Shen Mo.
Shi Dingyu said casually. The 4 soldiers perked up the moment they heard Shen Mo was a conscripted demon-suppressing guard, staring at him with wide-eyed curiosity.
Badass, first time I've ever seen a conscripted demon-suppressing guard. Isn't our boss one too? Look at that brain of yours. Oh crap, I forgot.
Young man, you look so young, how old are you?
Hey there, I'm Li Haitan. Hi as in black, tan as in charcoal. I'm Li He, these two are Sun Kong and Zhao Xin.
Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Facing their curious gazes, he struck up a casual conversation. After some back and forth, Shen Mo learned that demon-suppressing guards conscripted by the will of the heavenly Tao were actually a rarity in the demon-suppressing sea. Most demon-suppressing guards were instead selected from the cities outside the demon-suppressing fortress. As for the people in those cities, some had been chosen by the will of the heavenly Tao from various places long ago. Others were descendants of demon-suppressing guards. Shen Mo suddenly understood. No wonder people kept disappearing from all over the continent. It seemed a good chunk of them hadn't really vanished. They'd been snatched away by the will of the heavenly Tao. And since the will of the heavenly Tao erased memories each time, hardly anyone remembered that those missing people had actually been taken by it. Just then, a voice rang out from the neighboring tent.
Shi Dingyu, I heard you dragged a conscripted demon-suppressing guard off the street. What's he look like? Let us take a peek.
Shen Mo turned his gaze and immediately spotted a bald, burly man leaning against a nearby railing, smirking faintly. The man had only one right arm, his left sleeve hanging empty. Even more striking was his face. The skin on the entire left side was wrinkled and scarred, as if it had slowly regrown after a severe burn. It was unsettling. The moment he spoke, the 4 soldiers on Shi Dingyu's side fell silent, glaring at him with hostility.
Don't look at me like that. Isn't Shi Dingyu himself a conscripted demon-suppressing guard, and he couldn't even protect his own men? Now it looks like you've got another conscripted demon-suppressing guard. Seems like more of you might die protecting him in the future.
The bald man let out a creepy, guttural laugh. The laugh tugged at his grotesque left cheek, making it even more unnerving. Shi Dingyu said coolly.
Sha Rilling, our squad's business doesn't need your input.
Sha Rilling roared with laughter.
Fine, in a few days, it's the routine lesser demon siege. Your demon-suppressing guards are all greenhorns, let's see how many of them survive.
With that, he spun around and strode back into his tent. Shen Mo's expression turned puzzled.
You and that Sha Rilling.
Shi Dingyu let out a long sigh.
I...
With that, he walked into his tent. Shen Mo grew even more confused.
Can you 4 tell me what's going on?
Chapter 394, No one wants to take the risk of claiming him. Chapter 394, No one wants to take the risk of claiming him. The 4 exchanged glances. Finally, the dark-skinned Li Haitan lowered his voice and said,
Brother Shen, I'll tell you.
He let out a soft sigh.
There are 2 types of demon-suppressing guards. One type is like you and the boss conscripted demon-suppressing guards. You have to reach the divine palace realm or venerable realm to be conscripted. But sometimes the standards are lowered, usually only when the war gets intense. The other type is us ordinary demon-suppressing guards born and raised in the demon-suppressing sea. As long as your realm reaches the peak of the divine transformation realm or the silver crown emperor realm, you can enter the demon-suppressing fortress. So, everyone assumes conscripted demon-suppressing guards are stronger.
Li Haitan continued.
The boss was initially held in high regard. The commander personally trained him and even made him a personal guard. But
Worse yet, there's something strange about his body. His realm fluctuates wildly.
at its peak, he reached the heavenly crown venerable realm. At its lowest, he barely held onto the silver crown venerable realm.
Li Haitan gave an awkward smile.
Now, after over 500 years, his realm still swings up and down. The only good news is that he can more or less maintain it around the silver crown venerable realm.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. For most cultivators, breaking into the venerable realm from the emperor realm, forming a blood crown was essential. The better the cultivation technique, the stronger the blood crown formed. The lowest was 1 layer, the highest 9. Shen Mo cultivated the divine elephant prison-suppressing strength, so he didn't need to form a blood crown, just steadily awaken the body's particles. He also knew the minor divisions of the venerable realm. Ordinary venerable realm, silver crown venerable realm, gold crown venerable realm, heavenly crown venerable realm. As blood chi cultivation progressed, the blood crown would take on different hues. These corresponded to the minor realms. When he'd been around Shidingyu, he'd noticed Shidingyu's aura fluctuating, lacking stability. Now, hearing Li Haitan's explanation, it made sense. There was something odd about Shidingyu's body. It could be an innate constitution, a unique cultivation technique, or maybe some strange natural treasure he'd consumed. Zhao Xin picked up the thread.
That Sha Rileng used to be a demon-suppressing guard under the boss's command. Once, on their way back from a victory, they were ambushed by a horde of demons. A lot of demon-suppressing guards died, and at a critical moment, the boss's realm suddenly dropped. Sha Rileng lost half his face and an arm because of it. He's hated the boss ever since, thinking he's all reputation and no substance.
Shen Mo nodded in understanding. With a cultivator's recovery abilities and miraculous elixirs, healing injuries wasn't hard. But Sha Rileng's face had healed poorly. His left arm hadn't regrown either. That meant it had to be demonic qi that injured him. Shen Mo sighed lightly. Looked at this way, Sha Rileng was being a bit unreasonable. Shidingyu never spoke harshly to Sha Rileng, likely out of guilt. Zhao Xin shook his head.
Let's drop it. Brother Shen, tell us about the continent. What's it like?
Li Haitan chimed in eagerly.
Yeah. We grew up in the demon-suppressing sea and really want to know what the continent's like.
Sun Kong said excitedly.
What's Jing Kingdom like? My grandpa said our ancestors came from Jiang province. What's that place like? Is it really a land of fish and rice?
Li He asked shyly.
Brother Shen, my ancestors were from Wu province. What's Wu province like? Can you tell me?
Suddenly, all four crowded around Shen Mo. Shen Mo chuckled helplessly.
All right, one at a time. No rush. Jing Kingdom is divided into 9 provinces, which are.
Inside the forward army commander's tent, Zhang Beisheng sat with 16 centurions lined up on either side of him. The 16 centurions varied in expression, but each had a broad, muscular build and a powerful physique. Next to each of them were 3 documents. Each corresponded to one of 3 people. 3 conscripted demon-suppressing guards.
You've all read them, right?
Zhang Beisheng said calmly.
Pick now.
No sooner had Zhang Beisheng spoken than a burly, bear-like man raised his hand.
Commander, I'll take this Lin Dongshan. We're both from the Holy Spirit sect after all.
Zhang Beisheng nodded slightly.
Fine, Lin Dongshan's yours.
After a while, a lean, wiry man raised his hand and said,
Commander, I'll take this Zhou Minji. He seems like an honest guy.
Zhang Beisheng nodded.
Good.
Then a long silence followed. No one spoke. Zhang Beisheng frowned.
There's still one left. No one wants him.
The centurions exchanged glances but remained silent. After a while, one centurion finally spoke in a low voice.
Commander, we're worried this guy might be like Shidingyu.
As soon as he said this, more centurions nodded in agreement.
Who knows what Shen Mo's real strength is? What if he's just someone who got lucky and broke through to the venerable realm? Compared to him, those conscripted demon-suppressing guards who haven't yet reached the divine palace realm or venerable realm are more worth training. At least we can see what kind of divine palace or blood crown they'll end up forming.
Another centurion said impatiently.
Commander Zhang, you should know how we all feel. Shi Dingyu only broke into the venerable realm back then because he consumed a 10,000-year deep-sea dragon ginseng, getting conscripted by the will of the heavenly Tao out of nowhere. But his blood crown is only 6 layers, not exactly impressive.
According to the rules set by the will of the heavenly Tao, we have to do everything we can to keep conscripted demon-suppressing guards alive for the first 10 years.
How many lives were lost protecting Shi Dingyu back then? Are the lives of conscripted demon-suppressing guards the only ones that matter? Don't the lives of us ordinary demon-suppressing guards count? No one knows what Shen Mo's strength really is. No one wants to take the risk of putting him under their command. I don't care what the others think, but Qingxuan will say this. He's definitely not joining my squad.
The centurion finished in one breath, heedless of the others' stares. Zhang Beisheng sighed lightly.
I understand your concerns.
Here's the deal. Whoever's willing to take him under their command will get priority access to combat supplies for the next 5 years. If he underperforms within 3 years, the centurion can request to transfer him to another squad. How's that?
After Zhang Beisheng's words, the 16 centurions' expressions softened considerably. Priority replenishment for 5 years was already a significant concession.
I'll do it. My unit lost too many people in the last big battle. We're short-handed.
A rugged, broad-shouldered figure stepped forward. If not for the slight curve at her chest, no one would have pegged her as a woman.
Good Ning Tianying, he's yours.
Zhang Beisheng let out a breath of relief and waved his hand. The 16 centurions filed out. As they left the commander's tent, Qingxuan shook his head.
Ning Tianying, you've already got Shi Dingyu under you, and now you want Shen Mo too. What if he's like Shi Dingyu? Won't you end up with 2 deadweights?
Ning Tianying smiled.
Who isn't a deadweight when they first arrive at the demon-suppressing sea? As for Shi Dingyu, I can tell he wants to get stronger and wash away his shame. It's just a pity.
Chapter 395. Your rank symbolizes your identity. Chapter 395. Your rank symbolizes your identity. The next day, just as dawn broke faintly, Shen Mo heard a loud, resonant voice from outside the tent.
Everyone up, Centurion Ning has arrived.
Inside the tent, Shi Dingyu, Li Haitan, and the others jolted awake, scrambling to their feet. Shen Mo paused confused.
Who's Centurion Ning?
Shi Dingyu said gravely.
My direct superior, Centurion Ning Tianying. It seems you've indeed been assigned to her command.
Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully. He followed Shi Dingyu and the others outside the tent. Outside, the demon-suppressing guards were already standing like cedar trees, not daring to move an inch. Shen Mo could see the neighboring tent, where Sha Rileng was also leading his men to stand solemnly, not slacking in the slightest. Thud. Footsteps approached. It felt as if the ground itself was trembling. Shen Mo immediately spotted a towering, burly figure striding toward them. Broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, and powerfully built. The sheer size alone exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. But then,
Shen Mo!
Ning Tianying's gaze swept over Shi Dingyu and the others, finally landing on Shen Mo.
Yes.
Ning Tianying said calmly.
I don't know what you were before the will of the heavenly Tao conscripted you. I don't care if you were once a sect leader above millions, a king ruling a nation, or a wealthy merchant tycoon. Once you're here, you're just a demon-suppressing guard, a lowly yellow-rank demon-suppressing guard. Your military rank is what symbolizes your identity.
Your battle merits are what represent your wealth.
From now on, you're a demon-suppressing guard under my command, led by Shi Dingyu. Understood.
Shen Mo nodded earnestly.
Centurion Ning, I understand.
Ning Tianying gave a slight nod, scanning the group.
5 days from now, the lesser demons will launch a siege, and the main attack will hit our Qingxuan fortress.
Many of you have just arrived at the demon-suppressing fortress. Some of you have never even stepped onto a battlefield or faced the demon race. While the demons haven't arrived yet, Do everything you can to make yourselves stronger. Don't die easily on the battlefield.
Yes.
Ning Tianying said calmly, I don't know what you were before the will of the heavenly Tao conscripted you. I don't care if you were once a sect leader above millions, a king ruling a nation, or a wealthy merchant tycoon. Once you're here, you're just a demon-suppressing guard, a lowly yellow-rank demon-suppressing guard. Your military rank is what symbolizes your identity. Your battle merits are what represent your wealth. From now on, you're a demon-suppressing guard under my command, led by Shi Dingyu, understood? Shen Mo nodded earnestly. Centurion Ning, I understand. Ning Tianying gave a slight nod, scanning the group. 5 days from now, the lesser demons will launch a siege, and the main attack will hit our Qingxuan fortress. Many of you have just arrived at the demon-suppressing fortress. Some of you have never even stepped onto a battlefield or faced the demon race. While the demons haven't arrived yet, do everything you can to make yourselves stronger. Don't die easily on the battlefield. Yes, the group responded in unison, their voices booming. Ning Tianying didn't waste more words. After saying this, she strode off. Once her figure disappeared, Sha Rileng from the neighboring tent sneered.
Look at that. Seems Centurion Ning's playing the good guy again, taking in this new conscripted demon-suppressing guard.
Several nearby squad leaders cast glances toward Shen Mo, their expressions varied. News of a new conscripted demon-suppressing guard had spread like wildfire in just one day. Everyone had been guessing who he'd end up under. No one expected he'd land with Ning Tianying. Shen Mo felt the stares from all directions and frowned slightly. These people were too quick to judge. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of him, blocking the gazes.
No training to do. Bullying a new demon-suppressing guard, is that fun?
Shi Dingyu said calmly. Sha Rileng let out a strange laugh.
Let's just wait for the siege in 5 days. Shi Dingyu, how about a bet? If this kid can perform at the level of a normal venerable realm, I'll apologize to him on the spot, no questions asked. I'll even give him 20 D-grade battle merits.
Li Haitan, Li He, Sun Kong, Zhao Xin, and the others were visibly shocked. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, after collecting his bracelet, armor, and other items, he'd gotten a rough idea of what battle merits were and how much purchasing power they held. The bracelet on his wrist was a demon-suppressing bracelet, forged by the will of the heavenly Tao. It couldn't be removed voluntarily, only shattering upon death. After slaying demons, the bracelet would automatically absorb demonic qi to record battle merits. As Ning Tianying had said, battle merits were the currency of the demon-suppressing sea. D-grade merits were tied to Earth-tier treasures. 20 D-grade merits were enough to exchange for 2 top-quality Earth-tier treasures. For a newcomer like Shen Mo, 20 D-grade merits were undoubtedly a substantial windfall. Sha Rileng noticed the expressions on Shen Mo and the others' faces and let out a sly chuckle.
But if this kid can't perform at the level a venerable realm should, Shi Dingyu, you'll owe me 1 C-grade merit.
The merit system in the demon-suppressing sea wasn't decimal, it was based on hundreds. Generally, it took 100 D-grade merits to exchange for 1 C-grade merit. Clearly, Sha Rileng's so-called bet wasn't aimed at Shen Mo, it was aimed at Shi Dingyu.
Boss, don't take the bet. It's not fair at all.
Li Haitan said urgently. Zhao Xin snorted.
Yeah, 20 against 100. Who do they think is the fool here?
And C-grade merits are way rarer than D-grade ones. Li He chimed in.
Even if Brother Shen has the strength, he might not be able to show it. Too many factors could get in the way.
Sun Kong muttered.
Plus, he didn't specify what counts as venerable realm performance. That's a loophole.
Shen Mo pondered. He had full confidence in his own strength. Letting 20 D-grade merits slip away for nothing would be a shame. But if he lost, the loss would fall on Shi Dingyu. Shen Mo couldn't bring himself to do that. Before Shi Dingyu could respond, Shen Mo called out to Sha Rileng from a distance.
I'll take your bet, but the stakes need to change. The wager will be 1 C-grade merit. If I perform at a normal venerable realm level, you lose and give me 1 C-grade merit. If I fail to perform, I lose and give you 1 C-grade merit.
Sha Rileng froze, The demon-suppressing guards behind him froze too. Then they burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, kid, you sure know how to talk big. 1 C-grade merit, do you even know how long it takes to earn that? On average, you need to kill 5 lesser demons for 1 D-grade merit. You'd have to slay 500 lesser demons to earn 1 C-grade merit.
Sha Rilling sneered.
Kid, you don't even have a C-grade merit to your name. I'm not betting with you.
Shi Dingyu looked at Shen Mo's confident expression and suddenly remembered his younger self. Back when he'd first been conscripted by the will of the heavenly Tao, he'd been just as brimming with ambition. Shi Dingyu said firmly,
Shen Mo doesn't have one, but I do. I'll lend it to him. Sha Rilling satisfied now.
Sha Rilling blinked, then laughed heartily.
Good, great, it's a deal then.
All these squad leaders heard it, Shi Dingyu. No backing out when the time comes. Shi Dingyu said solemnly.
Don't worry, I Shi Dingyu am not one to break my word. But you still haven't clarified what counts as performing at the Venerable Realm level.
When the time comes, won't it just be up to your word?
Sha Rilling smirked.
Relax, I'm not that shameless. Let's set 1 true demon as the standard. If he can kill a true demon in the battle 5 days from now, relying on no one else, that'll count as normal Venerable Realm performance.
Shi Dingyu glanced at Shen Mo. Shen Mo nodded slightly, showing no objections. Shi Dingyu then nodded.
Fine, it's a deal.
Sha Rilling sneered.
I'll be waiting for that day.
Chapter 396. Stepping onto the wave-splitting battle platform to face lesser demons for the first time. Chapter 396. Stepping onto the wave-splitting battle platform to face lesser demons for the first time. The other squad leaders either sneered or shook their heads before dispersing. Clearly, they thought Shi Dingyu and Shen Mo had fallen into Sha Rilling's trap. A C-grade merit wasn't a small sum by any means.
Sai boss, Brother Shen.
Li Haitan and the other 3 let out soft sighs. They too felt that Shen Mo and Shi Dingyu had been a bit too hasty. Shen Mo's mind recalled information about the demon race. These were details Shi Dingyu, Li Haitan, and the others had shared with him during last night's chat. The demon race was divided by bloodline into ranks of nobility and inferiority. The lowest were the lesser demons. Lesser demons were roughly the size of ordinary humans. Limited by their inferior bloodlines, they could only grow to the level of a demon commander at most. However, lesser demons reproduced at an astonishing rate, making them the cannon fodder of the demon race. As long as their numbers were sufficient, a massive swarm of lesser demons could play a decisive role. Above lesser demons were true demons. The term meant true members of the demon race. True demons typically served as mid to high-ranking officers within the demon race. Their intelligence far surpassed the savage, bloodthirsty lesser demons. They could cultivate up to the demon lord level, equivalent to the Venerable Realm. If a true demon achieved significant feats in battle, they might earn a reward of demon blood from a more powerful demon, further purifying their bloodline. If they succeeded, a true demon could evolve into a greater heavenly demon. At the greater heavenly demon level, they were considered the elite core of the demon race. Each greater heavenly demon was akin to a true disciple of a sect. They rarely entered the battlefield to fight humans directly. Most often, they led their subordinate true demons to guard key secret realms, preventing human cultivators from entering. Greater heavenly demons had no bloodline restrictions, so there was no upper limit to their cultivation realm. As long as they absorbed enough demonic qi, they could recklessly advance their realm. Beyond greater heavenly demons were the legendary undying demons. A persistent legend in the demon-suppressing sea claimed that the deepest depths housed the corpse of an undying demon emperor. The vast demonic qi permeating the demon-suppressing sea was said to originate from that undying demon. However, the demonic qi in the sea's extreme depths was too dense, and demon-suppressing guards dared not venture there lightly. Whether undying demons truly existed remained unconfirmed. 5 days from now, the attackers would be lesser demons led by true demons. The demon race's goal was clear. Through harassment and attrition tactics, They aimed to wear down the demon-suppressing fortress's living forces as much as possible. Injuring one was breaking even, killing one was a profit. It was that simple. Sun Kong said quietly.
Brother Shen, you've never faced the demon race before. You don't know how hard they are to kill. The essence of demonic qi is far stronger than the spiritual power or blood qi we use. Even lesser demons have incredibly tenacious vitality, making them hard to kill outright. As for true demons, they possess strange bloodline techniques. If you encounter a true demon favored by a greater heavenly demon, their bloodline techniques are even more terrifying. Taking on 3 or 4 opponents at once is child's play for them.
After Sun Kong finished, Li He, Li Haitan, and Zhao Xin nodded in firm agreement. Shi Dingyu said seriously.
Train hard these next few days. The demon race's bloodline techniques almost always follow traceable patterns tied to their species. As long as you remember how to counter them, you'll have at least a 90% chance of success.
Shen Mo blinked. He wasn't exactly inexperienced with demons. Plus, he had a trump card like the 9 Nether Ice Flame. Even if he faced a tough demon, pulling out the 9 Nether Ice Flame would make any demon submit obediently. Still, Shen Mo had no intention of revealing the 9 Nether Ice Flame lightly. To the demon race, it was practically a natural enemy. If he exposed it, he'd likely invite endless pursuit from the demons. Shen Mo wasn't foolish enough for that. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Shen Mo found that the food for the demon-suppressing guards was indeed excellent. It contained abundant life essence, perfectly suited for cultivating blood qi techniques. Of course, with the powerful heaven tier spirit gathering array beneath the demon-suppressing fortress, cultivating spiritual power techniques was also far faster than before. During these 5 days, he felt his progress was equivalent to at least a month of cultivation from before. The speed of building the foundation for his divine palace had also increased significantly. Moreover, Shen Mo hadn't been idle these past few days. After training, he would wander around the barracks. Through this, he learned of the existence of the other 2 conscripted demon-suppressing guards. One was Zhou Minji, and the other, surprisingly, was Lin Dongshan. Lin Dongshan and Zhou Minji were highly valued. Likely because neither had yet advanced to the divine palace realm, many centurions saw them as moldable talents. As for someone like Shen Mo, who had already reached the venerable realm, if the method of advancement was flawed, it naturally came with many drawbacks. Shen Mo had met Zhou Minji a few times. Zhou Minji was an honest man, and Shen Mo could tell his attitude hadn't changed. Zhou Minji even comforted Shen Mo, telling him not to mind the rumors and gossip in the barracks, just focus on being himself. As for Lin Dongshan, he clearly knew Shen Mo was in the Qingxuan fortress barracks, but he hadn't sought him out. Shen Mo didn't mind this. A strained relationship was normal. It made it easier to keep seizing opportunities. Rumble. The gates thundered open, revealing a vast, flat expanse of black ocean. That was the demon-suppressing sea. Along the shore, numerous battle platforms hovered above the water's surface. Those were the wave-splitting battle platforms.
Let's go, it's time to board the wave-splitting battle platforms.
Shi Dingyu patted Shen Mo's shoulder, his voice deep.
All right.
Shen Mo nodded.
You 4 come along too.
Shi Dingyu turned to Li Haitan and the others.
Yes.
The group of 6, like the other squads, quickly boarded a wave-splitting battle platform. Not every demon-suppressing guard could move freely across the sea's surface. Thus, the wave-splitting battle platforms were especially crucial. However, with just a few glances, Shen Mo could tell that these platforms were almost all in tatters. Many had been patched up multiple times, barely holding together. They were nothing like the freshly forged wave-splitting battle platforms used when the East Sea water demons invaded Jade Sea City. Clearly, the combat supplies in the demon-suppressing sea were worn out to the point of being pitiful. New for 3 years, old for 3 years, patched up for another 3. The group boarded the wave-splitting battle platform, gazing into the distance, standing ready.
Don't get too close to the front, and don't stray too far from the shore.
Shi Dingyu said gravely.
The demon-suppressing sea is entirely a demonic land. If we get too far from the fortress, our bodies won't withstand the erosion of the demonic chi. Plus, within the demonic land, there's almost no natural spiritual chi. Replenishing spiritual power becomes even harder. That's why cultivators of blood chi techniques have an advantage here.
Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. Cultivators of spiritual power relied on natural spiritual chi to recover, or they had to use pills. But cultivators of blood chi techniques only needed pills that restored life essence. Though both were pills, those for life essence were simpler to refine.
They're coming!
Chapter 397. It's only his first battle, yet he has learned so thoroughly. Chapter 397. It's only his first battle, yet he has learned so thoroughly. Looking closely, that wasn't any tidal wave. It was clearly a swarm of pitch-black lesser demons. Most numerous among them were lesser demon generals, while those slightly stronger were lesser demon commanders. Leading their charge were many true demon kings and true demon emperors. Behind this swarm, commanding from the rear, stood a true demon lord over 5 zhang tall. He appeared more like a demon commander, not rushing forward immediately, instead overseeing the battlefield from behind.
They're still too far. Don't attack yet.
Shi Dingyu ordered softly.
Understood.
Li Haitin and the others tightened their grip on their spiritual weapons, restraining themselves. The black tide surged forward rapidly, creating an oppressive feeling in everyone's heart. At some point, a cultivator could no longer withstand this pressure and suddenly screamed strangely, launching a blood energy martial skill towards the demon horde from afar. Boom! A crimson blade of blood energy stretched over hundreds of zhang, crashing into the swarm of lesser demons. It was like a drop of water thrown into a blazing fire. Instantly evaporated without a trace. His premature strike seemed like a signal. Other cultivators started launching attacks one after another. Yet, spiritual techniques and blood energy skills vanished like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing into the demon horde without a trace. Even the most powerful cultivators only managed to kill 3 or 4 lesser demon commanders at most. Seeing this, Shen Mo shook his head slightly. Too little power, they could only kill 1 or 2 lesser demon commanders per strike. Since spiritual energy and blood chi were fundamentally inferior to demonic chi, overwhelming quantity was necessary to suppress it. Only then could they inflict maximum damage. However, before coming, Shi Dingyu had mentioned. A few months ago, the demon clan had launched a massive assault on several fortresses, including Qingxuan Fortress. Many demon suppression guards had died then. Therefore, most of the current demon suppression guards participating in this battle had just recently joined the fortress. They were pure novices. Even after training, facing demons for the first time, fear and panic were unavoidable. Such chaotic reactions were entirely normal. The lesser demon swarm continued rushing toward the shore. From thousands of zhang away, Shen Mo could roughly estimate their number. It was indeed, as Ning Tianying had said, over 200,000.
They're close enough. Attack now.
Shi Dingyu shouted. Shen Mo, Li Haitin, and the others immediately struck. Nearby, on the split-wave battle platform, Sha Riling's squad chose the same moment to launch their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Massive spiritual and blood energy martial skills crossed the 1,000 zhang distance, directly striking the demons. Shen Mo's soul-extinguishing blood spear mixed among numerous attacks. Whoosh! With every strike, it pierced through a lesser demon's chest, penetrating their heart. Among these lesser demons, even the strongest were merely demon commanders. Though demonic chi was fundamentally superior to spiritual and blood energies, it wasn't enough to withstand the overwhelming force of a venerable realm cultivator. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soul-extinguishing blood spear seemed intelligent, weaving through the demon's swarm and taking lives with every strike. In comparison, Li Haitin and the others were far less efficient. Their cultivation was lower, only Emperor Realm, and they lacked combat experience. On average, they needed 3 strikes to kill a single lesser demon. As Shen Mo killed lesser demons, he closely observed Shi Dingyu's attacks. he noticed something unique about Shi Dingyu. Each of his strikes was extraordinarily concise. If he could kill a demon with 1 unit of power, he would never use 2. Shi Dingyu's killing method was like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, clean, decisive, without the slightest hesitation. This method was clearly the most effective for battlefield slaughter. As Shen Mo watched, he began to comprehend it. His own attacks gradually grew simpler, more energy efficient. At first they had been somewhat flashy, but later they became utterly unremarkable. He pursued only the quickest speed and minimal blood qi to kill the demons. Shi Dingyu saw this scene astonished.
When I joined Demon Suppression Fortress, it took me 8 battles to gradually grasp this killing method. This is only his first battle, yet he's already comprehended it so thoroughly. His comprehension is simply terrifying.
Shi Dingyu marveled internally. But although he was surprised, his outward killing efficiency didn't drop at all. As Shen Mo fought, he continually observed his surroundings, deep in thought. Over these past few days, he had gained a clearer understanding of what the Demon Suppression Sea truly was. The Demon Suppression Sea was more like a giant funnel. Wider at the top, narrower toward the bottom. The demonic qi within had even settled over time, creating intricate passageways akin to an ant colony, sprawling in every direction. Perhaps even the demons themselves did not fully understand how to navigate through it. Every once in a while, the demon suppression guards would proactively explore the demon suppression sea and redraw the maps. The explored region was currently divided into 9 layers. Except for especially deep areas, most main routes were guarded by demon suppression guards to prevent demon breakthroughs. As for the regular incursions of lesser demons and true demons every few days, this had already become a tacit understanding between the demon suppression guards and demons. The demon suppression guards needed practice, and so did the demons.
Something isn't right. Someone is watching me.
Shen Mo's eyebrows twitched slightly. In his dantian, the 9 nether ice flame inexplicably flickered. As if giving him a warning. Shen Mo turned his gaze toward the swarm of lesser demons. One by one they charged fearlessly, faces still fierce and vicious. They died in countless ways. Nothing seemed unusual at first glance. The surrounding demon suppression guards had also started to relax a little. After all, although these lesser demons were numerous, they were simply too weak. Killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even if 1 or 2 strikes didn't do the job, 4 or 5 certainly would. Even against true demon kings and true demon emperors, several guards attacking together would still finish them off. Thus, even newly enlisted guards gradually regained their composure. Some even started chatting and laughing with each other. Shen Mo glanced at his status panel, immediately realizing the source of his unease.
A true demon lord hiding among the lesser demons, waiting for an opportunity.
Shen Mo maintained his calm expression. As long as one hid carefully, this tactic was indeed very effective. But since Shen Mo already knew, he wouldn't allow his opponent to remain hidden, waiting for a chance to strike. His gaze swept across the demon swarm. Very soon, he locked onto a lesser demon commander who continuously and subtly dodged incoming attacks. This particular demon was slightly taller and stronger than the other lesser demon commanders, yet noticeably smaller than the commanding true demon lord behind. Perhaps it was precisely because of this unique size that he deliberately hid among the lesser demons, turning into a venomous snake waiting to strike. At this moment, Shen Mo suddenly noticed the commanding true demon lord roaring fiercely. Demonic qi surged from him, as if activating some bloodline secret technique. The demonic qi flooded outward from him and entered the bodies of each lesser demon. His roar was clearly the signal for an all-out attack. Under the influence of this bloodline technique, the lesser demons instantly became even more reckless and fearless. Previously, they would at least dodge attacks. Now they charged directly into attacks, desperate to close the gap with the demon suppression guards. 1,000 zhang, 900, 700, 500. The distance rapidly shortened. At this range, even true demons could spit demonic qi to attack the guards.
Oh!
Chapter 398, True Demon Lord Revealed Descendant of the Great Sky Demon. Chapter 398, True Demon Lord Revealed Descendant of the Great Sky Demon. Those lesser demons only took about a dozen breaths to reduce the 500 zhang distance down to 200. For many demon suppression guards, this was practically within arm's reach. The attacks of the lesser demons grew increasingly intense. Large numbers of demonic chi projectiles fell from the sky like boulders launched from catapults. Screams erupted continuously among the demon suppression guards. If Shen Mo hadn't swiftly pulled Li Haitan aside, Li Haitan and the others would have nearly been struck by these demonic chi bombs.
Thank you, Brother Shen.
Li Haitan said gratefully. Shen Mo nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the hidden true demon among the lesser demon swarm. This enemy was still patiently waiting for the perfect moment, clearly preparing for a lethal strike. This true demon's target certainly wouldn't be ordinary demon suppression guards like Li Haitan or Zhao Xin. Instead, his targets would definitely be those in the venerable realm, such as Shi Dingyu or Sha Rileng. As expected, a few breaths later, Shi Dingyu stumbled slightly while dodging the demonic chi projectiles. Usually, a stumble was insignificant. Lesser demons couldn't cross several hundred zhang in an instant. However, a true demon had long hidden himself among the lesser demons. He seized this opportunity and attacked ferociously. A sharp, purple-black light instantly condensed into a gigantic blade and fiercely slashed toward Shi Dingyu. A demon suppression guard happened to be standing in the path of the demonic blade. In an instant, he froze in place. When others turned to look, he had already been cut into two halves.
Die!
The true demon laughed wildly, shouting in the demon language.
A true demon lord. It's a true demon lord.
Damn it, there's actually a true demon hiding among the lesser demons. How shameless.
Only after this blade struck out toward Shi Dingyu did the surrounding demon suppression guards react, crying out in shock. Shi Dingyu's face turned deathly pale. He never imagined a true demon could conceal himself among the lesser demons, waiting for the chance to strike. In a panic, he barely had time to unleash all his blood energy, hoping to momentarily block the attack. But he knew clearly in his heart that this could only delay his death by a few breaths at most. In battles against true demons of the same realm, it generally required at least 2 demon suppression guards to reach equilibrium. Yet beside him stood only Shen Mo, who lacked combat experience. Even though Shen Mo had reached the venerable realm, he was merely an ordinary venerable and hadn't even approached the threshold of a silver-topped venerable. Moreover, such a sudden attack had likely caught Shen Mo completely off guard. He definitely couldn't be counted on. His death was still inevitable. In the distance, Sha Rileng saw this scene clearly, and a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Shi Dingyu had cost him half his face, condemning him to live the rest of his life disfigured. Now Shi Dingyu was about to die. Sha Rileng couldn't be happier.
So many people died to protect you back then, yet you couldn't even deliver half their worth. You should have died long ago.
Sha Rileng laughed wildly in his heart. Further away, the captains of other squads also looked over. Their expressions were complicated. Shi Dingyu was, after all, a demon suppression guard. Even if he wasn't well liked, it was still unfortunate to see him die so easily. At that moment, countless beastly roars erupted around Shi Dingyu. It sounded as if ancient giant elephants had shattered the void, charging forth. Tum! In the next instant, blood energy surged wildly, condensing into a massive, blood-colored giant over 100 zhang tall, standing protectively next to Shi Dingyu. Immovable Saint King physique. When the giant demonic blade fell, the collision point instantly melted away like ice and snow. Yet fresh blood energy immediately rushed in, rapidly restoring the blood-colored giant. For a moment, it unexpectedly achieved a stalemate. Shi Dingyu was stunned, Sha Rileng was stunned. Countless demon suppression guards stared in utter shock. Blocked. What kind of blood energy martial skill could actually stop the ambush of a true demon lord? Even the true demon lord himself was shaken. He had charged this attack for so long, yet it had been blocked. Had he concealed himself so carefully for nothing? At this point, Sha Rileng and the others finally saw clearly who had unleashed this martial skill. Shen Mo, the one standing beside Shi Dingyu, supporting this blood-colored giant, was actually Shen Mo. Sha Rileng felt his heart tremble slightly.
Perhaps I've truly underestimated him.
Craig. The demonic blade finally exhausted its energy and shattered. Only then did the blood-colored giant slowly vanish. Shi Dingyu looked at Shen Mo with astonishment and uncertainty, as though seeing the young man for the first time. The true demon laughed wildly, shouting in the demon language. A true demon lord, it's a true demon lord. Damn it, there's actually a true demon hiding among the lesser demons, how shameless. Only after this blade struck out toward Shi Dingyu did the surrounding demon suppression guards react, crying out in shock. Shi Dingyu's face turned deathly pale. He never imagined a true demon could conceal himself among the lesser demons, waiting for the chance to strike. In a panic, he barely had time to unleash all his blood energy, hoping to momentarily block the attack. But he knew clearly in his heart that this could only delay his death by a few breaths at most. In battles against true demons of the same realm, it generally required at least 2 demon suppression guards to reach equilibrium. Yet beside him stood only Shen Mo, who lacked combat experience. Even though Shen Mo had reached the venerable realm, he was merely an ordinary venerable and hadn't even approached the threshold of a silver-topped venerable. Moreover, such a sudden attack had likely caught Shen Mo completely off guard. He definitely couldn't be counted on. His death was still inevitable. In the distance, Sha Rileng saw this scene clearly, and a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Shi Dingyu had cost him half his face, condemning him to live the rest of his life disfigured. Now Shi Dingyu was about to die. Sha Rileng couldn't be happier. So many people died to protect you back then, yet you couldn't even deliver half their worth. You should have died long ago. Sha Rileng laughed wildly in his heart. Further away, the captains of other squads also looked over. Their expressions were complicated. Shi Dingyu was, after all, a demon suppression guard. Even if he wasn't well liked, it was still unfortunate to see him die so easily. At that moment, countless beastly roars erupted around Shi Dingyu. It sounded as if ancient giant elephants had shattered the void, charging forth. In the next instant, blood energy surged wildly, condensing into a massive, blood-colored giant over 100 zhang tall, standing protectively next to Shi Dingyu. Immovable Saint King physique. When the giant demonic blade fell, the collision point instantly melted away like ice and snow. Yet fresh blood energy immediately rushed in, rapidly restoring the blood-colored giant. For a moment, it unexpectedly achieved a stalemate. Shi Dingyu was stunned, Sha Rileng was stunned. Countless demon suppression guards stared in utter shock. Blocked. What kind of blood energy martial skill could actually stop the ambush of a true demon lord? Even the true demon lord himself was shaken. He had charged this attack for so long, yet it had been blocked. Had he concealed himself so carefully for nothing? At this point, Sha Rileng and the others finally saw clearly who had unleashed this martial skill. Shen Mo, the one standing beside Shi Dingyu, supporting this blood-colored giant, was actually Shen Mo. Sha Rileng felt his heart tremble slightly. Perhaps I've truly underestimated him. Craig. The demonic blade finally exhausted its energy and shattered. Only then did the blood-colored giant slowly vanish. Shi Dingyu looked at Shen Mo with astonishment and uncertainty, as though seeing the young man for the first time. Retreat immediately, you've been exposed, shouted the true demon lord commanding from behind. However, the shorter true demon lord didn't retreat. Instead, his murderous intent intensified. With a furious roar, he charged straight toward Shen Mo. The commanding true demon lord furrowed his brows and accelerated as well. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Although he couldn't understand the demon language, he could roughly grasp their intentions through their tone and expressions. They intended to kill him. They assumed Shen Mo had exhausted a significant amount of blood qi to execute that defensive martial skill, leaving him vulnerable. This was their perfect chance to strike amidst the chaos. Shen Mo's expression remained calm. He had been worried about how he'd win his bet. Now that a true demon lord had delivered himself right to him, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Die! The short true demon lord screeched, his entire body surging with demonic chi. Rather than forming a weapon, he transformed himself into a giant hammer, smashing down fiercely. This was clearly a bloodline secret art. Shi Dingyu breathed a sigh of relief.
This bloodline secret technique is called the crushing demon hammer. Among the numerous bloodline arts, it's not particularly powerful. If we both defend together, we can definitely block it.
Just as he finished speaking, an enormous and exceptionally powerful demonic phantom appeared behind the short true demon lord. It towered imposingly above, dominating everything around. Scornful of all beings under heaven, Shi Dingyu, Sha Rileng, and many other squad captains felt their hearts tremble simultaneously. They recognized that phantom. It was clearly the phantom of a great sky demon. Only descendants of a great sky demon could summon such a phantom when using their bloodline techniques. This true demon lord was actually a descendant of a great sky demon. The surrounding demon suppression guards were terrified, quickly retreating. They feared becoming collateral damage. A descendant of a great sky demon, though only at demon lord rank, was far stronger than ordinary true demon lords. Having painstakingly moved this close to unleash such an attack, he obviously intended to kill. This strike was certain to claim a life. Shi Dingyu took a deep breath and roared furiously. 6 layers of silver-gleaming, blood-colored circular platforms surged from his body. These were the 6-layered blood platforms he'd formed upon entering the venerable realm. Their silver gleam symbolized his current realm silver-topped venerable.
Hide behind me, I'll block it.
Shi Dingyu channeled all his blood chi into a defensive martial skill. Shen Mo had just saved his life. He couldn't let his savior die. Therefore, he had to block this strike with everything he had.
You don't have to bear it alone.
Chapter 399, You Asked My Name, I'm Xiao Fan. Chapter 399, You Asked My Name, I'm Xiao Fan. This scene undoubtedly shook every single demon suppression guard to their core. That was a real demon lord. He released a bloodline technique and even summoned the phantom of a great sky demon, clearly a descendant of the great sky demon. And yet he was blasted to death so easily by Shen Mo. Either that demon lord was ridiculously weak, or
You!
compared to the reactions of the demon suppression guards, the demons were even more shaken. The demon lord holding the rear line widened his eyes, letting out an incredulous roar. All the lesser demon commanders, true demon kings, and true demon emperors saw their morale plummet. They had known all along that the short demon lord was hiding among the lesser demons, waiting for the right moment. They had even expected that, because of this, one of the demon suppression guards' elites would likely fall. But they never imagined that the one who would end up dead.
Retreat, retreat now.
The demon lord at the rear let out a furious growl. The lesser demons had no choice but to abandon the corpses and flee in panic. He shot Shen Mo a cold glare and spoke in words the human race could understand.
Demon suppression guard, you killed my brother and Zhen Ding. You killed the offspring of the 8th great sky demon. Tell me your name. I and Zhen Yuan will remember you forever.
The demon lord at the rear growled from afar. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow and replied seriously.
My name is Xiao Fan.
And Zhen Yuan mouthed the name, his eyes filled with hatred.
Xiao Fan.
With that, he turned and left without looking back. The demons also retreated like a receding tide, vanishing from sight. Li Haitan muttered in confusion.
Brother Ling, isn't your name Shen Mo? Why'd you say it's Xiao Fan?
Sun Kong smacked him on the head.
Idiot, Brother Ling's tricking him. Who knows if demons can curse someone using their real name?
Only then did Li Haitan get it, quickly giving a thumbs up.
Brother Ling, you're really cautious.
At the top of the fortress, Ning Tianying and Qingxuan stood with hands behind their backs, gazing into the distance. Beside them were several especially strong demon suppression guards, their personal guard unit. From this height, they could oversee the surrounding demon suppression sea and instantly assess any confrontation between the guards and the demons. so they could decide quickly whether to lead their personal guard into battle or continue observing from above. Their observation wasn't out of disregard for the lives below. They were not only watching their own demon suppression guards, but also keeping an eye out for any emerging geniuses among the new generation of demons. Just as the demons targeted talented guards, the demon suppression guards also targeted the demons' rising stars. At that moment, shouting came from the east. Ning Tianying turned to look. To his surprise, several young demon suppression guards had worked together to slay a true demon lord. One of them was none other than Lin Dongshan, a disciple of the Holy Spirit sect. Qingxuan raised an eyebrow.
Smart and capable, not bad. Why didn't I recruit him under my command back then?
Ning Tianying laughed heartily.
You think you could snatch him from Lin Yuangxin? He's from the Holy Spirit sect, Lin Dongshan's ancestor, no less.
Qingxuan scratched his head.
True.
Just after their brief exchange, more exclamations came from the west. They turned their attention and immediately saw the heavily wounded Zhou Minji being rescued by a few guards. Beside Zhou Minji lay the corpses of several true demon emperors. Clearly, Zhou Minji had used his own body to block them, buying time for his comrades. Ning Tianying nodded repeatedly.
If Zhou Minji hadn't stopped them in time, those 3 demon emperors probably would have torn a hole through the line and wreaked havoc among the guards. He basically saved several lives indirectly.
Qingxuan didn't hold back his praise either.
Looks like both of our recruited guards are doing pretty well. What about the one you recruited? Why hasn't he shown up yet?
Ning Tianying scanned the battlefield below, then finally locked onto Shen Mo.
They're over their weight.
Her expression changed and her tone grew serious. A demon lord willing to lower himself and hide among lesser demons, waiting to strike. How shameless.
Wait, that looks like a descendant of the great sky demon. Look, when he used his bloodline technique, he even summoned the phantom of a great sky demon.
Qingxuan exclaimed. Ning Tianying took a closer look and frowned deeply. A demon lord sneaking in with a surprise attack was already despicable enough. But he turned out to be a powerful descendant of the great sky demon, no less. Seriously, how do they get more shameless every day?
No, I have to go down there and save them. Otherwise, at least 10 demon suppression guards will die.
Ning Tianying was in a rush and prepared to jump down. Right now, the demon suppression guard was severely understaffed. Even if they were just new recruits, they couldn't be allowed to die like this for nothing. She had to save them. But just then, she heard an astonished exclamation from Qingxuan.
He's dead.
Ning Tianying froze.
Who's dead?
Qingxuan's eyes were wide.
That true demon venerable. Shen Mo killed him in a single strike.
Ning Tianying quickly widened her eyes and looked down. Sure enough, the short-statured true demon venerable had collapsed into the sea. 9 small holes had been punched through his chest. Demonic blood spilled out. He was clearly lifeless.
He's really dead.
Ning Tianying stared wide-eyed. She was at the Golden Summit Venerable Realm. Even for her, unless it was a sneak attack, it might take everything to kill a true demon venerable in one strike. But Shen Mo had faced that demon venerable head-on in battle and still killed him.
He's just at the ordinary venerable realm.
Qingxuan was still dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ning Tianying let out a breath and suddenly smiled. Only, combined with her broad shoulders and strong build, that smile felt a bit off.
This Shen Mo really does have some strength after all. You all underestimated him.
Qingxuan nodded slightly.
True, if he can keep up this level of strength, I'm willing to take back what I said before.
But right after he said that, he shook his head again.
Still,
I really don't want to see Shen Mo end up the same way.
Ning Tianying gave a faint smile.
then let's wait and see. Time will give us the answer.
Qingxuan waved his hand.
Sound the gong for retreat. Many of the demons have already fled. No need to let our guards keep suffering the erosion of demonic energy.
Chapter 400, Lin Dongshan's Opportunity, a Sealed Heaven Tier Spiritual Artifact. Chapter 400, Lin Dongshan's Opportunity, a Sealed Heaven Tier Spiritual Artifact.
Squad Leader Shah, you still remember what you said earlier, right? Yeah, Squad Leader Shah wouldn't be the kind of person to go back on his word, would he?
Li Haitan, Sun Kong, and the others grinned, their tone dripping with sarcasm. Sha Rilling glanced at Shen Mo a few times and said flatly.
I'm not someone who breaks my word.
He strode over and bumped his bracelet against Shen Mo's. In the next moment, Shen Mo felt his bracelet give a slight vibration. He looked down and saw that he had gained 1 C-rank battle merit.
I hope you can keep showing this level of strength in the future.
Sha Rilling said, then quickly turned and walked away. Clearly, he didn't want to stay even a second longer. Li Haitan and the others immediately crowded around Shen Mo, their admiration plain in their eyes. To them, a conscripted demon suppression guard was clearly stronger than a regular one. Shi Dingyu hadn't shown the strength expected of him, likely due to physical issues. But Shen Mo had fully demonstrated what a conscripted guard was meant to be. He was worthy of their respect. At this moment, Shi Dingyu's face was flushed with joy. Seeing Shen Mo independently slay a true demon venerable, he felt even happier than if he'd killed a great sky demon himself.
So it wasn't a problem with conscripted demon suppression guards.
Amid his joy, Shi Dingyu gave a wry, self-mocking smile. It had already been 500 years, and it still hadn't fully digested. What tier was that spiritual herb anyway? Could it really have been the legendary saint tier? Shen Mo and the others laughed and chatted as they headed back toward the barracks. Halfway there, they came across another group of people. At a glance, Shen Mo saw Lin Dongshan surrounded at the center of the crowd. Even a centurion stood beside Lin Dongshan, wearing an unmistakable grin.
Who's that centurion?
Shen Mo asked. Shi Dingyu took a look.
Lin Yuangxin. He's one of Commander Zhang's strongest centurions.
Right, I remember him saying he came from the Holy Spirit Sect. I think Lin Dongshan is from there too.
That's why Lin Yuangxin was willing to take him under his command. Shen Mo nodded. At that moment, Lin Dongshan clearly noticed Shen Mo as well. He smiled and greeted from afar.
Senior Shen, long time no see.
Shen Mo gave a faint smile and nodded slightly. Lin Dongshan had known he was also stationed at this camp, but hadn't come looking for him like Zhou Minji had. For 5 straight days, he hadn't sent a single message. Now he was suddenly greeting him. Clearly, he'd just gained some merit in the recent battle and wanted to show off. Sure enough, before Lin Dongshan could say anything, the demon suppression guards around him got the message and started talking.
Isn't that a conscripted demon suppression guard? I heard he's a venerable realm expert. How'd you perform in this battle?
Another guard chuckled.
Brother Lin fought alongside us and took down a true demon venerable. That conscripted guard over there, your cultivation's higher than Brother Lin's and higher than ours too. You must have taken down a true demon venerable too, right?
The guards began to jeer and stir up trouble.
All right, that's enough. Quiet.
Centurion Lin Yuangxin snapped. Only then did the guards fall silent, though they still threw mocking glances at Shen Mo. It was obvious they looked down on him. Li Haitan, Sun Kong, and the others couldn't stand it and were about to argue back. But just then, heavy footsteps echoed from atop the city wall. A powerful voice followed.
Shen Mo independently killed a true demon venerable with his own strength. And the opponent was even a descendant of a great sky demon.
You're pretty sharp. You actually guessed right.
Ning Tianying descended the wall in long, powerful strides. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As soon as those words left her mouth, Lin Dongshan and the others were stunned. Even Lin Yuangxin looked visibly shocked. Among the human race, the venerable realm was equivalent to the demon venerable level in the demon race. But in a one-on-one fight, it was extremely difficult for a human venerable to actually kill a demon venerable. What's more, Ning Tianying had just said that the slain demon venerable was a descendant of a great sky demon. That made it even harder to kill. And yet Shen Mo had managed to take down such a demon venerable entirely on his own, without help. Lin Dongshan's smile immediately faded. He understood Ning Tianying had no reason to lie. That had to be Shen Mo's real achievement.
No wonder they call you Senior Shen.
Lin Dongshan cupped his hands from a distance.
These younger brothers of mine spoke a bit too boldly. I hope you won't take offense, Senior Shen.
Shen Mo only smiled faintly, too lazy to reply. Lin Yuanxin nodded slightly to Ning Tianying from afar but said nothing more. He led Lin Dongshan and the others away.
Number 1 in Jing Nation. Damn, Brother Ling, you're really that strong.
Li Haitan and the others were stunned. That kind of title wasn't something just anyone could earn. Shen Mo let out a hearty laugh.
Just an old nickname. Here at the Demon Suppression Sea, I'm just a mere yellow rank guard.
Ning Tianying gave Shen Mo a long, deep look.
The Heaven Dao Vault appears once every 10 days. You must have earned quite a bit of battle merit this time. Remember to convert it into strength as soon as possible.
The demon venerable you killed was a descendant of the great sky demon. His master won't let you go.
Shen Mo nodded seriously.
Thank you for the reminder, Centurion.
Ning Tianying gave a final nod, then left with her guard unit. The Heaven Dao Vault, a treasure trove gathered by the will of heaven itself, open only to the demon suppression guards. It was filled with all kinds of rare herbs, divine weapons, cultivation techniques, and martial arts. Yellow tier, profound tier, earth tier, heaven tier, everything was available. There were even saint tier items above heaven tier. As long as one had enough battle merit, anything could be exchanged.
Come on, let's head back to the barracks and celebrate.
Shi Dingyu laughed heartily, feeling completely exhilarated. Shen Mo smiled and nodded. Night deepened over the barracks. Li Haitan, Zhao Xin, and the others were drunk and fast asleep. Lesser demons attacked every 5 days. Having just repelled the latest assault, there would be a brief period of calm. The demon suppression fortress didn't strictly control the guards' behavior. As long as it didn't interfere with resisting the demons, they could do as they pleased. Shen Mo lay there, surrounded by snores, enthusiastically checking his bracelet.
1 C-rank merit.
He carefully reviewed the combat logs. Just as Sha Riling and the others had said, it took killing 5 lesser demon commanders on average to earn 1 D-rank merit. Killing lower-level lesser demon generals earned merit even more slowly. Shen Mo kept flipping through the records. He gradually pieced together the demon-to-merit conversion. 100 lesser demon generals, 5 lesser demon commanders, or 2 true demon kings all equaled 1 D-rank merit. 1 true demon emperor was worth 2 D-rank merits. 1 true demon venerable, 10 D-rank merits. The demon venerable Shen Mo had killed today was a descendant of the great sky demon, making him even more valuable. Slaying him had earned Shen Mo a total of 15 D-rank merits.
5 more days, and the Heaven Dao Vault will descend.